Yeah, I'm more about playing video games than anything else. I'm no professional. I'm no, you know, anybody else. I'm just play video games. Just playing video games, and I wanted to just. And this will probably come up again as more people come, or show up, or other people show up, or anything like that. But I just wanted to make clear, because I didn't post much about it on X, because I've been kind of avoiding it. I should get more involved in what's going on X, because I had heard about it through Kino Casino, and I needed to. I should have said something, because I don't agree with what the quartering is doing at all, with this whole deplatforming, and all of that. So I want to make that absolutely clear. Honestly, I stopped watching the quartering back when the whole Amfest thing came out. Um, like, I didn't realize. Look, I got tired. I started. So, the only reason I really watched him was because I could then share his content with people like, it's all your Fox News people, which I don't even watch Fox News. So it's like the quartering is more midway, kind of milk toast, sort of like Tim Pool is kind of in the middle, more or less. So, but then I'm like, okay, the coffee thing is getting really, really annoying. It's getting really annoying, but I didn't realize just how wealthy he supposedly is. So on the one hand, he's buying Rolex watches and like $16,000 for an RC racetrack, which is ridiculous. Like, hey, what's up? I just wanted to make clear my view on the whole quartering thing, because it's important to speak up against it. And I'm nobody compared to everybody else getting involved in this. Like, I'm more of a fan of the majority of the people speaking up with this. I love Heel vs. Babyface, Geeksy Gamers, Nerdotic, love Nerdotic, love all his coverage about Starfleet Academy, love all of them. So I'm more like, I'm not like a YouTuber kind of thing. I'm just a fan but I'm like, all right, I have to say something. As I said, I stopped watching the quartering around the Amfest thing. I got fed up, because between the coffee ads and the nonstop sponsors and the nonstop begging for money, I'd never watched his live streams before that. I just watched his videos, because I'm not a fan of Melanie Mack. I'm not sorry. I don't agree with a lot of things she says. Look, it's funny that the Muslim woman in hijab is less about the whole. All right, you want a goon? Go right ahead. You don't have to goon. Like, I already spoke up during the whole thing with the gooning, where I'm like, all right, I don't play those video games, but I don't believe in censorship, which is hilarious, because you look at me, and at least you can be saying, oh yeah, she actually lives her faith. She's not dressed in sleeveless whatevers. You know, I'm not pretending, okay? I'm not saying she is, but it's like, okay, I live everything, okay? But my personal view, I've never been a fan of Melanie Mack, because I know she doesn't like Muslims. So I know she doesn't like me. Without even interacting with her, I know she doesn't like me. So I did not get involved in Melanie Mack. I don't watch the quartering. I also find her voice very, very grating. It's just so high pitched. Oh my god, girl! Just. I try to lower my voice as much as possible, because that high pitched voice just. I mean, I'm not saying my voice is great either, but I can't stand her voice, and I know she doesn't like me. All right, just because I'm Muslim, and look, it's not one of those victim things. I don't care. I just don't interact with her. All right, it's not like I'm gonna go around complaining. Oh my god, she doesn't like me. I don't care. So the whole thing when they did the whole censorship, where they're like, yeah, we think all those games should be removed. Just don't buy them. I mean, I'm the Muslim here. All right, and I'm like, I don't care if you want your XXXX video games. Just make it so that my main view is very clearly this. Okay, just make sure it's marked carefully so people. I believe just that you have to have games rated clearly. I don't want to buy a video game and then suddenly find out that there's naked people in it. All right, that's all I ask. And my understanding is, yeah, her religious stuff gets really, really annoying. I mean, I wish in some ways that I could kind of hide that I am religious, but you'll notice I don't preach constantly about Islam. All right. If somebody asks me a question, I'm going to be honest about it. But look, I'm more here about playing video games. All right. I just want to play video games. It's not my business or my job to preach to you about it. All right. I swear, some of these people, look, I get tired of it all. Okay. I know there are a couple people who think of me as like, oh, potential. It's like, no, I'm not interested. Okay, I'm really not interested. So the reason I didn't get involved really with the whole video game censorship thing was because I just never interacted with Melanie Mack. So, and I know she was in the center of the whole thing. I found her to be a hypocrite about the whole thing. When it comes down to it, look, like I said, look at me. Right? You think I'm the person who would be saying censor video games. I'm not a hypocrite. Okay? I am about free speech. If you don't want to play those video games, like I don't own any. I think I did a video about it a while back where I showed my Steam library so you can see for yourselves what's in my Steam library. I don't own any of those XXX video games, okay? I don't even have the option to see them because I didn't turn that on, okay? My understanding is from what I saw from Hypnotic, you have to even turn that feature on. I am obviously not interested in that stuff, but I don't think it should be banned. I think you should choose for yourself, okay? So I never watched the quartering live. I hear it's very boring. I'm not interested. I would rather, I've seen some of Luke's stuff. I've seen by himself. I know Hannah Claire Brimmerlow made her own stuff. And I used to watch the quartering videos. But really what turned me off of him was way before all of this. That's why he will randomly come up in my For You, but I'm not subscribed to any of his channels anymore. Because when I found out about the Amfest, where he's like, oh, I have a $16,000 RC track. I just fired Maggie, who's been working for me for 10 years. I just spent $100,000 on Rolex watches. But, by the way, donate $14,000 for me to go to Amfest. Okay? Donate $14,000. Buy my overpriced coffee. Okay? I was like, all right, I'm done. I don't even want my views to count towards making him money. Because I got tired of that. I'm like, okay, why don't, you know what? I have more justification to come on here and say, hey, people, help me go to TennoCon. Help donate money so I can go to TennoCon. Because I make far, far less than Jeremy does. I recently did my taxes and I was like, damn, I didn't know, I hadn't realized just how little I make. All right? So I'm like, all right, at least I have more justification to be like, hey, can you guys help me go to TennoCon? I'll even live stream from TennoCon. It'll be awesome to go to TennoCon. But I won't do that, okay? I can't afford to go to TennoCon. I'm not asking you guys to help me pay for TennoCon, okay? But this guy comes here, multi-millionaire with a massive house, multiple cars. I own how many cars? 0. I bike to work. I don't own a car, okay? And you have multiple cars and a $16,000 RC track, and Rolex watches. You know what? I have a Fitbit that was a gift, okay? So, and I rarely wear it because I keep forgetting to put it on, but I have a Fitbit that I use as a watch, okay? That was a gift, okay? This isn't me trying to get anything out of you, all right? You know me, I like it always makes me awkward. I feel weird when people give me... I'm just saying... You come on here and you want $14,000 to go to Amfest and you start demanding your audience give you all that money, right? So that's why I wasn't a fan of the quartering from the beginning. I'm making this to make clear my view on the whole thing. I do not believe in deplatforming people, okay? I am very, very open to free speech, okay? And this is like the kids. I'm very much for the free speech. So, I don't agree with what the quartering is doing. I am very unhappy. I mean, I haven't watched him in ages. I just saw this recently, and I was like, all right, you got these 2 channels banned, and one of them isn't even run by them. It's run by their editor, and their editor's losing out money to feed his family, take care of his family. All right, screw you, Jeremy. The only thing I'd wanted to do is after they started showing off his when he was doing his Pokemon card openings, right? And everyone was like, all right, they're obviously resealed. I was like, all right, since he's always into the whole $250,000, right? I'm like, all right, a quarter. I'm like, all right, Jeremy, give me $250,000. I got boxes of Pokemon. I got like boxes of I got a whole bunch of old stuff that I picked up a while back. Not that long ago, maybe 2 years ago. So I got like Electrode V-Box, Pikachu V-Box, Bolton V-Box, Leafeon V-Star, Glaceon V-Star, Virizion V, a whole bunch of Arceus V, and I got a bunch of like tins. And then I managed to get my hands on the EV box, the one that's like going for $600 or $700 now. That white EV box, because I was able to get it at base price because one of the stores that sells Pokemon online was doing like a random like raffle where if you were to sign up, they would pick people, and I was lucky enough to get it, so I got it for the retail price, not like $600 or $700 for that. So I was like, all right, I got a whole bunch of booster packs from like the Obsidian Flames and stuff. I was like, all right, Jeremy from the quartering, $250,000, a quarter. I'll send you all my Pokemon. But I want the $250,000 because I know tax is going to take like half of it, and I want to pay off a whole bunch of stuff, and maybe upgrade my my desktop. All right, so $250,000. I was thinking of doing that. I'm like, I don't know. Do I want to help the guy? At the same time, this stuff is definitely not worth $250,000. But I was like, all right, maybe take a bunch of pictures of the stuff and be like, yeah. I'll give you. But anyway, so like I said, I wanted to be clear. I don't agree with what the quartering is doing. And that's my whole thing. It'll probably come up again. But anyway, that's my whole thought on the whole thing with the quartering. I'm going to say it again. People show up. I don't know. But that's my whole thing. I don't believe in deplatforming people. He sounds like, honestly, listening to him, he sounds like a libtard. The quartering sounds like a libtard. He's like, Andy and PPP are staying within the TOS guidelines, and they can go places if they just listen to the rules, because you should just listen to the rules. And it's like, dude, you sound like a libtard. You sound like a libtard. You're acting like a libtard. And like, I'm not a conservative. Okay, fine. Right. Okay. But you're acting like a libtard, which is not even like independent. It's just your behavior is like the sort of stuff like Anita Sarkeesian and all those other libtards would do. We're like, they need to be silenced. Well, as PPP pointed out, as Ashton pointed out, right? If there's any group of people who understand more than ever what it's like to be blocked, banned, blacklisted, deplatformed, it's conservatives, okay? Flat out, okay? Not gonna deny it. Pretty obvious where I stand on things, okay? Always surprises me when people look surprised when they hear where I am on things, alright? Okay? I haven't hit it, though I'm wearing a Destiny cap, okay? Alright. You don't do that, okay? You don't do that stuff, okay? Anyway, so that's my whole thing on the quartering. As I said, I even with video games, even the woke stuff, like Dragon Age, the gender guard, right? I don't think the game should be banned, okay? I think that they took a very well-known IP and destroyed the IP, which is why I'm not happy with it. But if you want to make your woke garbage slop, go right ahead. No one's going to buy it. I just wish they would keep the woke slop out of stuff like Destiny. And I've never played Dragon Age. I hear the first and the second are very good. One of these days I'll get around to it because it's on my list of stuff to play. I think I could just get it off of Xbox Game Pass. But I'm tired of woke slop being shoved into, old IPs. But I've never said you can't make Dustborn, except you shouldn't use government money to make Dustborn. Okay? You shouldn't use government money. You shouldn't be wasting money on garbage like Concord if you know it's going to fail. Okay? But I've never said something should be banned. The only thing I got issues with the kid stuff. Alright? Okay? I mean, and you can go back and look at my channel for years. I have always been consistent on this view. You can go back to years ago, I think it was at least 5 years ago. There's a video game coming out on the Switch, and it's called like Cyberpunk something or other, and all the woke tards were going, but the women have big tits, and I'm like, I don't care, okay? All right, just make sure the rating is accurate, and I'm good. Okay? Anyway, wait, where's my favorite gun? Where's my favorite gun? Oh, right, because I did that mission. So, that's my whole thing. All right, as I said, I'm being consistent. So you can look back on all of what I've ever said and see for yourself that I am consistent. Okay? Okay. Excuse me. So I just want to make that. Anyway, Borderlands 3. I already talked about how I feel like Borderlands 3 is definitely... Ooh, another trophy. Another mini side mission. Mini, whatever. Side quest. Side mission. I'm trying to get them all done, so... So, yeah. Anyway, I talked about how so it occurred to me, I don't understand. Let's do it, Torque. I don't remember this. I did this a while back. So I'm not, look, I haven't watched, like I said, I haven't watched the Quarter Pounder, the Ham Planet, the Hambly. I haven't watched him in years, in months, not years, in months. I said, I got tired of him begging for money, okay? I got really, really tired of the money the begging. Where, as I said at the start, right? I'm tired of him constantly begging for money. $14,000 to go to Amfest. And yeah, he's like, I spent $16,000 on a racetrack for his RC cars. Yeah, Habibi, all of us have just $16,000 lying around so we can buy ourselves a racetrack. Okay, very good, Habibi. Yeah, I see that. So I stopped watching him back in like December, or I got tired of all the grifting and the coffee and the I'm poor, help me pay for my trip, when I make far less than him by at least a factor of 10. Okay, I said I just did my taxes and I was like, damn, that's how much I made. I was like, I thought I was closer. I thought I was closer to the 40 than I was to the 30. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, that's kind of disappointing. Okay? On the other hand, I understand I work in retail. It's like, okay, they can't afford to pay me. There's that fine balance, okay? I'm not one of those people who's like, I should be paid $30 an hour for... Anyway. So, I stopped caring about the Quarter Pounder back then. Where is everything? Okay. So... But the whole thing with deplatforming Kino Casino, I've been watching Kino Casino on and off. Let's see. What he's doing... What he's doing is wrong. And I don't agree with it. And, I said, he's acting like a libtard. Wait, how do I... This is the coolest gun I have ever had. He started to come across as fake to me around the time of the Charlie Kirk thing. Where I'm like, all right, you know what, let me give him the benefit. Where he's like, I have discovered Jesus. Coincidentally, when Charlie Kirk was interesting coincidence. I said I never watched his live streams ever. I watched his videos for a while. But honestly, I got tired of... I said, first it was the grifting that really got me tired. He did feel really fake. I said, what really woke me up to the fakeness of him was the way he's like, I suddenly found Jesus. Okay. Convenient timing for you, Habibi, that you suddenly found Jesus. Very convenient. Okay. But I'm like, I'm not a Christian. I'm not here to, like, judge. What, me or Jeremy from the quartering? Because I won't deny it, dude. I'm a total loser. Look, I don't have the charisma. Yeah, dude, where have you been? How's life been treating you? I've been wondering about you. I've just been playing video games, doing inventory stuff, working, holidays, working, like, playing video games, trying to get my platinum trophy in Borderlands 3 on the PlayStation 5, just completed the campaign for Borderlands 4, and I gotta say that the campaign is, look at this gun. This gun is... No, the funniest thing in all of this, right? I was playing Mayhem... I'm still on Mayhem level 2, right? And I'm playing Mayhem level 2, and I'm like, why the hell am I dying so much as Mose? Everyone's like, Mose is so powerful, right? Why am I dying so much with Mayhem level 2? You know why? I'll tell you why. Because I had none of my skills unlocked. Nothing was dying. I was shooting, just completely failing. Then it turns out I had every single skill. The thing is, I mean, there are people who... The reason I didn't initially doubt his whole Christian revival, I had my suspicions. But like a lot of people are returning back to religion. A lot of people going back to church. And look, I think religion is a good thing, okay? If the church is for you, then... Yes, it's a good thing to do, okay? So, I noticed people were going back. I'm not going to say, look, but I mean, I think the whole thing when they were like, we need to, when you have the tiny, like, as I said, I was against the censorship of the video games, right? When you have the person in the headscarf going, yeah, I don't care. Keep your... Well, you know where to find me. Tell me I have nothing exciting going on for me. It's just the same. Nothing exciting. It's boring. My thought is some people find religion, right? But Jeremy always struck me as really fake. But honestly, what really got to me was, I'll admit it was the constant grifting. Where it's like, you want me, someone who makes probably in a year what you make in 1 month. And then you go here, and most of the people, like, well, okay. So one of my biggest surprises was finding out that the average salary of an American was, between $40,000 and $60,000, okay? I thought most Americans made far more than $40,000 to $60,000 a year. Okay, let me be clear. I'm not making more than $40,000 to $60,000. All right, I work in retail. Okay, so that was the first wake up for me, where it's like, okay, most Americans are making under $40,000 to $60,000. Then you have Jeremy from the quartering going, Yeah, everybody can afford a $16,000 racetrack. Everybody should be donating so I can go to AmFest for free and not have to pay any money. And I'm like, oh, okay, all right. So like I said, that woke me up. It made me realize that the majority of the people who follow, donate, purchase from the quartering make a fraction of what he does. And he somehow expects us to pay for that. So that's why I was like, I was done. I'm like, not only am I not going to buy your stupid coffee, not only am I not going to buy your stupid hot cocoa, or whatever the hell, or your teas, or whatever you're selling, right? I'm not even going to give you my views. I'm done, okay? That's why I stopped watching him months ago. I think hearing also from, I'll admit, I found out about the Kino Casino from Smash JT. The thing is also, like, you know, it hit me that most of the time I barely talk about my religion compared to everybody else. I'm more concerned about gaming and stuff. So I'm like, wait a minute. I mean, if you find religion good for you. I don't know. I don't know. It was a pattern with him where he's like constantly like being kind of a hypocrite. Where it's like he would say one thing and then he would say something else, and like at one point he was like, it's my job to police the behavior of people who are the same religion after, what's his name, the guy who wrote the book was injured, and he's like, why didn't the Muslims do something about it? And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's my job, Jeremy. I agree with you, right? What's his name? The guy who wrote the book, I can't remember, where they're like, yeah, he was attacked. Why didn't the Muslims stop it? Yeah, because we're a collective organization standing all together. Okay, Jeremy. Okay, I see. But as I said, I never watched his live stream because I'm not a fan of Melanie Mac. I don't... What am I supposed to do? Forgot how to do this. Begin round. Didn't I survive enough rounds? Okay. Which is one of the reasons why I'm gonna be like, I'm like the worst of the worst, because I'm too bluntly honest for my own good. It'll get me into a ton of trouble. I don't plan anything in advance. I don't think of anything in advance. Okay? You know me. I'm gonna say the dumbest stuff possible. Everyone's gonna know it. I'm just gonna be dumb. I'm not good at anything. Okay? I mean, you know where my stance is on Marathon, okay? I don't think you can be a Destiny fan and be a fan of Marathon. I have Crimson Desert. My brother bought it for me. I should play it. No, he said in general, the Muslims should have stopped the attack on Salman Rushdie. I think it was Salman Rushdie. Like, the Muslims should have done something. The Muslims, like, dude... okay, you know there's 2 billion of us in the world. We're not like a really, like, there's this joke from a comedian I saw a couple years back where one guy was like, yeah, I was talking to a friend of mine. I was like, he should become Muslim. And the guy's like, I hate organized religion. And he's like, yeah, become a Muslim. We're the most unorganized religion you could possibly find. We don't have clergy. We're a mess. Not gonna lie, we're so unorganized. It's kind of funny. So, for him to be like, yeah, the Muslim shit. Okay, dude. On the one hand, you just that isn't the only reason. There's a whole bunch of things, right? The thing is, I'm not even on Discord. I don't even know how to get back on it. But, But anyway, okay, I'm going off multiple topics here. Okay, I was never a fan, as I said. I said, it wasn't just him and the whole Charlie Kirk suddenly finding God. There was something, like, I don't know. I still... What really made me just lose all trust is the grifting. Where I'm like, you need to pay me $14,000 so I can go to AmFest. Habibi, why? Why are the people who make a fraction of what you make expected to pay for your trip to AmFest? Okay, $14,000. You make that what in what? How long? Okay. Okay. You make how much? And then you're going to your audience and saying they need to pay. Like I have said, I actually have a more justifiable reason to at least say, hey, help me pay for my trip to TennoCon, which I haven't even bought tickets. I don't have the money. I'm not gonna beg people to help me pay for it, especially when I have more important things to pay for than TennoCon. Okay? 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 I mean, at least... I have at least a more justifiable reason, because compared to him, I'm dirt poor and broke, okay? So I have a more justifiable excuse to get... I didn't know a lot about the other stuff. Like, for example, I didn't even know about what Matt Jarbo did. So I was watching him and I had no clue what had happened because I wasn't paying attention back then to a lot of the other stuff. So I would watch his videos, but I didn't really pay attention to a lot of the stuff going on around him until I started watching the Kino Casino. Okay. Then I'm like, okay, they confirmed to me that the dude's is loaded. All right. They confirmed to me the guy is loaded because at first you can't tell. Is he loaded or is he not loaded? Does he got tons of money or not? Then they're like, I never seen the RC track. I'm like, okay, so you spent $16,000 on an RC racetrack, but then you go on and you beg people for $14,000 to send you to AmFest. And what did you do in AmFest? Nothing except creep on the women that work for you. Okay. So I kind of lost interest back in December when finally the whole thing just kind of came like to a head where I'm like, all right, you know what, dude, I'm done. I'm not going to give you any views. I'm done. I'm not watching you. There's a ton of other better people to watch than you. I don't support deplatforming people. Okay? You want to make fun of the fact that I probably breathe into the mic? I already know. I probably do. Okay? Honestly, I'm not doing this for fame. It would be nice to make a couple extra $1,000 a month. Not gonna lie. I don't even make $100 a month on this, or even under that. I'm like, it takes YouTube forever to pay me out anything because of that. Okay, I'm not like for example, okay, someone comes to me in the comments to my Destiny 1 Zer video, right? He's like, it's great to see the views going up on this, and I hadn't even looked at the views because the only reason I made Destiny 1 Zer videos is because everyone else stopped doing it. Okay, I also get tired of people like Luke Plunkett talking about DEI, like it's always straight white men. It's like, Luke, hi Luke. Hi, Luke Plunkett. Hi, Luke Plunkett. Your stupid article about DEI? Hi, I don't agree with you. And I'm not a straight white man. I'm probably more diverse than you are, Habibi. I don't care. Yeah, I'm finding that out. Look, I'm not gonna lie. Am I pretty? No. Am I hot? No. Am I professional? Absolutely not. But then I don't have 1 million followers or any of that stuff, all right? I don't even have 10,000, all right? Okay? Okay? I'm not a professional. I just want to play video games. And, hey, Mimi. Hi, Mimi. Meow. 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 Ow. No. I mean, at least I play better video games than the quartering does. Dude sucks compared to me. Okay. Though the fact that I forgot that I hadn't done any of my skill points, and I'm getting massacred by everything against Mose, and I'm like, okay, why is Mose dying so much? I don't even, like I said, I don't look myself up. Okay? I'm not even gonna bother. Okay? As long as just stay away from, like, even when it comes to the comments, I've already made my rule clear. There's only one comment rule I have about my comments, okay? And that is that don't guess where I work. Because I want to keep my job separate from my YouTube, okay? I made it very clear. I won't deny I work in retail. Everyone knows that. But there is like I've also worked multiple jobs in retail. So, yeah. I've worked multiple jobs in retail. There's numerous places I've worked in retail. I love working in retail. I want to keep my job out of it. Oh yeah, that's the thing. He barely plays video games. Doesn't know what he's doing. Whereas me, I mean, the majority of the time I play video games, it's not on live stream because I don't do it to live stream. I spend all week playing Borderlands 3 and Borderlands 4. So, as I said, I stopped watching the guy like months ago because I said it's like you don't shut up about the money. And I don't like Melanie Mac, so I never watch the live streams because the whole thing. I'm like, there's better places to get news from. Honestly, I've gotten tired of politics in general because I feel like nobody in politics cares about people like me anyway. It's like, you care about the people who make $100,000. You care about the very poor who make far less than I do. Like the people who don't make anything or make like minimum wage, which I don't make minimum wage. Or you care about the people who make over $100,000 when it comes down to it. People like me don't ever get noticed by, where I'm like, I'd make too much to get benefits from the state, which I should. I should just be like, hey, you know. But on the other hand, my good gun ran out of ammo. But it got tiring, especially when you find out that the majority of the people who watch the quartering make a fraction of what he does. And he's like, you owe it to me to give me $14,000 so I can go to Amfest. Most of us can't afford to go to Amfest. And yet you want us to pay money so you can go. Okay, Habibi, fill it. I'm going down. I don't have my good gun. I mean, the thing is, I'm beginning to think the whole supporting Trump thing was another grift for him. And that he doesn't even know why he supported Trump at all. Right? I'm beginning to think that. I mean, to think that was a whole grift too. That he wasn't really like, it's like, so he can sell his Trump cookbook, right? Oh, and he's got a, like, the thing is, alright, I don't even care about the whole thing with his wife. I thought it was funny, the Sky Bull and all that, okay? But honestly, I'm with PPP on this. I feel bad for the woman. I really feel bad for the woman. She sounds like a great woman. She does crafts, and she reads, and she can fly planes, and she seems very intelligent, very hardworking, genuinely a good person, who is probably married the guy when she was very young, and honestly, I said, he should stop talking about her. She seems like a genuinely nice person, and he's the one who does all the talking about her, okay? Like, the more you listen to PPP mention her, the few times he does, right, it makes her seem like a better person, right? And she deserves more respect, okay? And he takes advantage and takes her for granted. And he uses her. So my opinion is, I don't know. I don't know if what's going on about the whole thing with the Sky Bull and the Jew Bull is real or not. Honestly, my issue with him is, as I said, my issue with Jeremy from the quartering is, first of all, you do not flag people's channels. The only time I think I've ever reported people is the people who used to come in here and troll. Not troll. They used to hit on people who have small channels to basically troll, right? And they would write inappropriate things in the comments. So that's the only time I've ever Wait. So, I need to know something, Gallant. How is the matchmaking, just out of curiosity, in Destiny 2? So, but, what is the matchmaking like? Because Destiny 1 is great. So my issues with him is you don't pull down other people's channels. You don't flag people like that. That is that is the canon rule, especially if you're on the conservative side. You never do that. The only people who mass flag people, who attack people and try to get them down, false flag, and all that stuff, are libtards. Yeah, Jeremy, you're acting like a libtard. That's what you're doing. You're acting like a libtard. That's the only people who do stuff like that are stuff like Alyssa Mercante and all their other buddies. The libtards do that. They enjoy doing that. They go and they send all their little flag friends, friends with flags in their bios and their rainbow mafia, not the genuine people, I'm talking the rainbow mafia, crazies, right? Who are crazy, who are like, oh my god, you played Hogwarts Legacy, so your channel should be taken down because of all that, all right? You're acting like a libtard, Jeremy, all right? Honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he's secretly a libtard, okay? You're acting like a libtard, all right? So that's the first thing I have with him. Okay? Genuinely, just, you don't do that. Period. You don't do that. I said, I have reported people who would write tower letters, the word N-I, the N-word, basically, and who at one point tricked me. It was years ago. Okay? You'd know about the people coming here trolling about that. But this person hasn't been doing it in a very long time. Apparently, he's got a problem with someone. He was a thief. It's a long story. Right? Genuine, like real, like not someone saying something mean, right? I don't look myself up. I don't care. Someone's like, we watch your YouTube videos about Destiny and make fun of you. Okay, I don't care. You're a big Bungie bro, libtard who can't. Okay, don't care. All right. So that's my first problem with the guy. Okay, my second problem with the guy is the financial thing. Okay? I agree with them. Go on Caleb Hammer. Because you act like you're broke, and then you start flaunting your wealth, and you keep expecting us to pay for it. Okay? At this point, you shouldn't be taking sponsors. You shouldn't be selling your YouTube channel alone should be making you plenty of money. Okay? Okay? That's my thing. That's why I don't like the guy. Flat out. But the main thing is the false flag. You don't false flag people, okay? But, like, I'm nobody, okay? You know, May, what are you doing, May? What are you doing, May? Why, May? Come here, May. So, May, by the way, you notice, I don't know if you noticed, the light came on. There's a power strip up top, right? And May's thing is, to get my attention, she pushes the button on the power strip to either turn it on or off. And she just turned it back on again. So that's her thing. Why did I come up here? Oh, wait. I want to... See? She just turned it off. What are you doing, May? Eh? So I wanted to make my clear... but I wanted to make clear my whole thing on it. I wanted to be absolutely clear, right? 100% be under doubt clear about it. I do not support... I mean, like I said, you talk to the person who was like, do you want your XXX games on Steam? Go right ahead. I don't give a damn. Okay? I am very much against false flags. I'm very much against what... Hey, May! What are you doing, May? May? What are you doing, May? May? There's nothing there for cats. That's not for cats. Okay. I want to be very clear on, okay. Okay. I want to be very clear. I do not believe in that. That's why I want to be clear, because I haven't been on X to make it clear where I stand on this. Okay. No false flags, no deplatforming, no going, I'm going to destroy everything, dude. You've done so much worse to so many other people, and then you come on here and you're like, yeah, no, baby, no, you don't do that. We don't do that, okay? Yeah, no, there are some people, I'm not saying there's some people who shouldn't do sponsors. And especially if it's something like that. Like, for example, okay, let's say Red Bull were to sponsor me, okay? I don't think a single person in this who knows me, who has watched any of my videos, who knows anything about me, would say, yeah, she's a paid shill for Red Bull, okay? I drink Red Bull, like, by the gallon, okay? So if Red Bull were to come to me and sponsor me, every single person who has watched a video of mine or has seen a live stream from me has gone, yeah, that makes complete and total sense. Yeah, that we understand that completely, okay? If Warframe were to come and sponsor me, you'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. They will never do that because apparently I don't have the right views on the Rainbow Mafia. And they also ignore all of my Reb. Come on, girl. Okay? You gotta admit my Star Trek crossover with Warframe is pretty based. Okay? And it's added so much depth to the corpus. It's also made me honestly realize that Starfleet sucks in comparison to the corpus. I'm sorry. Comparing Corpus to Starfleet has made me realize there's a lot of problems with Starfleet. I mean, I'm sorry. Don't do what I did. But if I were to be sponsored by Warframe, right? If Digital Extremes were to sponsor me, you'd be surprised because you're like, oh my god, it actually looks past they're willing to accept her, her being a unhidden, unabashed Republican. And embraced her. Okay. But, but you'd be like, okay, that makes sense. Now, okay, so, all right, I'll admit, comparing the corpus in Warframe, okay, to Starfleet has made me realize that there are a lot of problems with Starfleet and a lot of things that just don't make sense. For example, okay, I was going to go into Gearbox versus Bungie, but you know what? Okay, I get rid of, okay. Okay, first off, okay, one sec. First off, why are there no robots used in Starfleet? You had the Dominion War, right? Why did you not have any robot combatants in the Dominion War? Okay, the Corpus, the majority of their fighting ground troops are not people, they're robots. You don't need advanced AI, because we know the Corpus are very much against advanced AI, to still have robots, okay? Starfleet has full-on artificial intelligence with data and other, androids. You don't need full-on artificial intelligence to have robots, okay? Why don't you have any combat robots? Good question, okay? Second, you notice all of the enemies in Star Trek, okay? When have they actually won in flat-out combat, okay? One of my biggest disappointments, I'm not going to lie, is what they did to Romulus. And look, Romulans are my favorite. I absolutely love the Romulans. So yes, there is a degree of bias. But you'll notice every one of the biggest enemies that the Federation has faced, something has happened to make it possible for them to win. What happened to the Klingons? Why did they become friends with the Klingons? Oh, right. Praxis exploded. And they were facing an environmental collapse. So what did the Klingons do? They turned to the Federation for help. No actual combat, no actual anything. The Romulans. What happened to a genuine threat to the Federation? Oh, conveniently, something happened to their home world. Every single time there's an actual threat, the Borg, they closed the ability for them to get access from the other quadrant. My God, my brain is freezing, from Voyager, right? They have never really faced real combat until Deep Space Nine, and even in the Dominion's case, they really didn't really. They had, first of all, the Klingons and the Romulans on their side. So when you actually bring in the Corpus and face them with Starfleet, okay, your weapons are pathetic. Okay, I gotta focus on what I'm doing in game, but your weapons in Starfleet are pathetic. You stood on stun for everything. So one of the things that I was like, all right, you suck, is that the Corpus are selling the Federation weapons because their weapons suck. They have basically, the Federation has had the entire universe basically changing constantly to benefit them. They're wearing cloth uniforms. You want me to believe, right? You're walking around a starship in a fabric uniform with no magnetic boots, no protection at all. At first I was like, okay, why are the Corpus wearing life support? And then I realized because anything can happen at any moment and vacuum. Or the artificial gravity gives out, you go wham right into the ceiling, and then wham right into the floor when the artificial gravity comes on. Like, I look at the Corpus next to the Starfleet, and the Corpus literally are like, your ships are nurseries. Okay? It made me re-examine. So they go into combat, okay, wearing fabric. Like, it's like, everyone's like, you think of the Corpus as, right? Again, look at what I'm... You're looking at the Federation, and you're going, how the hell do you guys survive space? How the hell do you guys... We're out there for exploration. Okay, Habibi, most people aren't. Most people aren't going to go, oh, the dude in the blue jacket is a chief medical officer. We're not going to shoot the doctor. No. Proving grounds, legendary hunts, Zero's heart. Okay. So I need to find Zero's proving grounds and Hammerlock's whatever's. So honestly, this is Starfleet kind of ruined. The Corpus kind of ruined. Legendary hunt. All right, there is a legendary hunt. Where is the legendary hunt? Now it's the Typhon log. So I'm going to have to run all over the map until I find it and collect all the side missions. So, okay, but that aside. Okay, all right. That's me going on about... Like you said, it kind of broke Star Trek for me when... It kind of broke Star Trek for me because, you look at it and you just look at Star Trek and you go, but as I said, the Romulans were real. That's why to me, the whole thing with the Romulans, which is why I think everything. That's why everything. Did I collect this? No, yeah, I did. Oh, yeah, I can't go there because that. Let's go over here. On top of that, their medicine absolutely sucks. Okay, not 23rd century or 24th century Star Trek. No, their medicine doesn't suck. The Starfleet Academy BS medicine sucks. Why is it also the only position you've replaced with a hologram is the chief medical officer? But you don't have nanites. You don't have the ability to regrow organs. 3D print organs. Which is why the other thing I had the corpus selling them is medical. Because the corpus would be... And finally, the genetic engineering aspect makes no sense at all. Like, every single time I've had to try and argue between the Federation and the corpus about genetic engineering, they're like, well, we remember World War III and the trauma of World War III and Khan Noonien Singh. Okay, all right. One, Khan Noonien Singh was hundreds of years ago, okay? You want me to believe that there is no treatment that genetic engineering cannot solve for certain illnesses and other things. You can extend human life with genetic engineering. You can do so much with genetic engineering. And you want me to believe the whole Khan Noonien Singh is enough to make you go, nah, we're not doing that. So every single time our corpus and the Federation argue about genetic engineering, it comes across as very hollow and very weak. Because, like, okay, well, we've had genetic engineering for at least 1,000 years in the corpus. And like, oh, well, we're afraid of inequality from it. Yeah. Nah. So even the chief medical officer, who's the, like, official Corpus Federation liaison, is like, can't explain it. So yeah, it kind of ruined Star Trek a little for me. There we go. Anyway, Star Trek aside. Okay. So anyway, right. I still like Star Trek, but it's harder to look at it the same ever since. Now, another thing that occurred to me is everybody is still talking about Marathon. And you have all the... I don't understand why the journalists, are all defending this stupid game. Okay? Why are they defending it? Why are the journalists defending it? It's like, the reason I hate Marathon with an undying passion has nothing to do with being a chud. And I've already said it. I fall fully in the chud camp, okay? I am chud. I am proud to be chud. I want t-shirt that says chud on it. I want hat that says chud on it. I want gamer chud written. Yeah, I want it. Hell, I should change my gamer tag and everything to the gamer chud or something. Okay, I am chud. Not gonna deny it, but my chudness has no. I mean, first of all, I'm playing Borderlands 3, so okay. So my gamer chudness has nothing to do with my dislike for Marathon. I do not understand these people defending Marathon. I bet you 90% of the people defending Marathon do not play Marathon, okay? But it made me realize something. Playing Borderlands 3 and Borderlands 4 this week has made me realize something that, you know what, honestly, is kind of horrifying. And that is that I trust Gearbox, who made Borderlands 4 and Borderlands 3, more than I trust Bungie. Because I don't understand how anybody who has ever played Destiny 2, or knows about the history of Destiny 2, or knows anything about Destiny 2, has ever said, you know what? They tore that game apart. They were a bunch of lying scumbags. They removed paid contact. Oh, okay. So Shadowfall, I was talking about Marathon. I don't understand all these people defending Marathon, okay? Especially the journalists. Why are you defending Marathon? Okay? Don't understand it, okay? And for me, my pure undying hatred for Marathon has nothing to do with me being a chud. As I said, I am absolute gamer chud. I am gamer chud and proud of being gamer chud. I want a hat that says chud on it, okay? Gamer chud on it, okay? 100% I am chud, but I do not hate Marathon because I am chud. I don't even know enough about it to know if it's a woke garbage dump or not, because I don't care. I don't understand the people who are Destiny fans who are defending this garbage, okay? I don't understand the gaming journalists defending this garbage. How can you, if you're a Destiny 2 fan, if you are a Destiny 2 fan, if you have ever played Destiny 2, given what Bungie has done and the history of Bungie, you are you know what? To hell with it. Hats off 100%. If you trust Bungie right now, you are an idiot. Flat out. Anyone out there who says they trust, okay? Anyone out there who says, I trust Bungie to maintain Marathon, anyone out there dumb enough to buy Marathon, and I'm not going to apologize, if you are dumb enough to buy Marathon, and you think that you can trust Bungie after everything they did with Destiny 2, you deserve to be scammed out of your money. Especially if you've played Destiny 2. You should know far better than to trust Bungie after everything they did with Destiny 2 to go, oh, I'm going to put $40 and hundreds of hours into this game because I trust them because it's a new game. You're an idiot. You are flat out an idiot. I don't understand how you could be that dumb. And look, I'm not Az from Heel versus Babyface. I'm not, Jeremy, the good Jeremy. I'm not neurotic or Yellow Flash. I'm not polite. I'm not PC. I'm not going to be like, you're free to like whatever you want. No, you're an idiot. You can like it, sure, go right ahead, but you're dumb. And you deserve to be called out for being dumb. The history of Bungie and what they did to Destiny 2, and you go, I trust Bungie. You're an idiot. I wouldn't put $40 into Marathon. I wouldn't play Marathon for free because I wouldn't waste my time with Marathon after the BS that Bungie pulled with Destiny 2. You are all idiots. And every single Destiny 2 content creator who's supporting this game, people like Astacross. Okay? People like Astacross. The true vanguard. All you morons who've been playing, and I'm not, look, flat out, I don't care. You're morons to defend this game after seeing everything Bungie did. After everything Bungie did to Destiny 2, literally removing paid content from the game. We're not talking seasons. We are talking paid DLC they removed from the game. Oh, and by the way, oh my God, Marathon has a cheating problem. What does Destiny 2 have? A cheating problem. What did Bungie say about the cheating problem in Destiny 2? Oh, we're going to try and solve it. What did they do? Not solve it at all. Oh, what was another problem with PvP in Destiny 2? Oh, a lack of maps and balance and attention. Oh, they're probably jumping on it right now because everyone's attention is on Marathon. But you must be a gullible, dumb idiot if you think that Bungie is going to continue to support this game. Oh, maybe for a year or two, but you really have to be gullible and dumb if you think, seriously, I do not understand how anybody who has played Destiny 2 or knows about the history of Destiny 2 goes, yeah, I'm going to put $40 on Marathon. I'm going to put hours into Marathon. I'm going to say, it could be the greatest game ever made. But given their history, you really... No, I keep seeing all the other YouTubers talking about how few people are playing Marathon. And you know what? Good. I hope the game crashes and burns after what Bungie did to Destiny 2 and how shitty they treated Destiny 2 players. Me being on that list of people who played Destiny 2, right? You deserve it. After what you did to Destiny 2 and the amount of money that people put into that game and you cheat them out of that money, I really genuinely do not understand how any person, please, there's 9 people here? I don't understand how anyone, after the history of what Bungie did to Destiny 2, can you look at Marathon and go, yeah, I trust this. Yeah, I'm fully on board with this game. I don't have a problem buying another game from Bungie. Okay? Please, help me understand that, because I don't understand it. I really don't understand how you can look at this game. Okay? The thing is, given the history, nobody even brings it up. Everyone's like, gee, I wonder why Marathon isn't doing so well. Maybe it's the gameplay loop. Maybe it's the chuds. Maybe it's the difficulty spike. No, you morons. A lot of people know what Bungie did to Destiny 2 because Destiny 2 had a much higher, bigger player base at one point. They're like, all the Destiny 2 people are playing Marathon. No, most of the Destiny 2 people stopped playing Destiny 2 and aren't playing Marathon. Because if all the Destiny 2 people were playing Marathon, you'd have 300,000 people playing Marathon. You don't have 300,000 people playing Marathon. Why? On Steam, what did Destiny 2 reach at its peak? We don't even know its peak because it was on the BattleNet, right? So even at its peak on Steam, from what we know, which it probably would be much higher, but let's say 300,000. You don't even have 200,000 people playing Marathon. Why? Because the Destiny 2 people aren't playing it. You know, the majority of the Destiny 2 people, okay, aren't dumb. But the few people, like I said, Astacross, bro, what are you doing? At least Swetsicle, I saw was playing. Swetsicle was playing Mario. I saw a Swetsicle, I got an alert from Swetsicle that Swetsicle was playing Mario. Okay? But I don't understand how anybody who's played Destiny 2 can go out there and defend this garbage. How can you defend it after what Bungie did? This really pisses me off. It's not about the chuds. It's not about the gameplay. I don't trust Bungie to make anything. I don't trust Bungie to make a platformer. I don't trust Bungie to make cards. I don't even shop from the Bungie store because I don't trust Bungie to send me anything I buy from their store. It took them a year to send me a hoodie at one point. And yeah, I'm sure the store's improved since then. Or maybe not. I don't trust Bungie. On top of that, hey, you want to know how much Destiny 2 Year of Prophecy is on Steam right now? Full price. So you can't even get people to play your stupid game and you don't even put it on sale. At least Borderlands 4 has dropped in price and it was on sale. I've seen physical copies of Borderlands. The full price is now $50. So it goes on sale. Now I have the physical copy of Borderlands for PlayStation, and I'm not getting it on Xbox, but I've seen it. They dropped the full price. Okay? And I've seen Borderlands 4 go on sale. You haven't put Year of Prophecy on sale? You should be selling the entire Year of Prophecy for like $40 on Steam right now. You're not. Why? Why? Are you stupid, Bungie? It's a full price. So no, I genuinely want somebody to explain to me, flat out, I want someone to explain to me how the hell any Destiny 2 content creator or any Destiny 2 player can look at Marathon and go, yeah, I'm going to devote time and money to this game after everything they did to Destiny 2. Okay? Please, explain it to me, because I don't get it. I really don't. It also made me realize something that is, there is not a single video game developer I trust less than Bungie. I've been playing Borderlands 3 and Borderlands 4 this week, okay? More Borderlands 3 than Borderlands 4 because I like Borderlands 3 more. But I've been playing Borderlands 3. And you know what? We have a lot of criticisms for Randy Pitchford. We have a lot of criticisms for Gearbox. But you want to know something? First of all, Borderlands 3 goes on sale for pretty cheap. Okay? Borderlands 3 goes on sale often. I mean, I got it, a physical copy, and then because it was so cheap digitally, I ended up buying a digital copy of Borderlands 3, the PS5 version, for cheap. So I'm not even I'm playing a digital copy, even though I have a physical copy, because it was like $10 for everything. But I actually played Borderlands 3 from launch. Okay? You want to know what Borderlands 3 doesn't have? Okay? You want to know what Borderlands 3 doesn't have? An in-game store. There's no in-game store. What the hell? You spend less money, even at full price, you spend less for Borderlands 3, and you have less microtransactions than Destiny 2. And you know what? The same is true for Borderlands 4. Oh, there were problems with Borderlands 4. Don't get me wrong, but there were more problems with Destiny 2. Every single time an update comes out, I hear people saying, yeah, there's problems. There are no microtransactions in Borderlands 3. There are no microtransactions in Borderlands 3. The cosmetics I have for my characters, other than like the ones I got as a pre-order bonus, which is like a fraction of them, I earned in-game. Every every cosmetic I have in Borderlands 3, other than I think there was one set or two sets, right? There's no store in-game. There's no in-game store. The only store in-game for cosmetics, you pay with Iridium. Iridium is what you earn in-game. You earn Iridium in-game. So even if you paid, okay, full price for Borderlands 3 and the 2 DLC, which I believe was $15 each, right? So there were I think there was 4. Even if you were to pay $150 for Borderlands 3, there's more content in Borderlands 3, and the $150 would include all of the DLC, okay? Because it's probably less than that for Borderlands 3 and the DLC. But even if you were to pay, I'm being generous, okay? $150, okay? For all of the DLC and the base content for Borderlands 3, you're still basically paying only slightly more for a year of Destiny content, and you're getting more out of it because the DLC came out over like a multiple period of years, okay? As much as we complain about the story of Borderlands 3, every single video I have seen of people going back to Borderlands 3 in the last 2 years has said the game is phenomenal. Every single person I have seen who said, I'm going back to Borderlands 3, hey, Mr. Dystopian, every single person, because I saw multiple videos from people who are like, should you play Borderlands 3 in 2025? Every single one of them has said yes. Every one of them has said, yeah. The story for Borderlands 3 is cringe, but honestly, I'll say Tyreen and Troy are better characters than half the characters in Destiny 2. They are cringe. They're annoying, but you know what? They're actually annoying. They're actually annoying versus boring, okay? And they aren't woke, cringe, pain in the butts like Osiris and Saint 14. So, Borderlands 3, a game we bashed and tore apart, is still a better deal than anything out of Bungie. Borderlands 4, with all of its problems at launch, you know what Borderlands 4 doesn't still have? A microtransaction store. Yeah, the DLC that came out for $30, you got another Vault Hunter, Cash, who's pretty cool. I've played Cash. So you have another Vault Hunter, Cash, and you have a DLC. But even them, when they realized that they'd release something, they were like, okay, we're going to give you this for free, and then we're going to add something onto it. Do I think the DLC is worth $30? I'm playing it right now. No, it's not. So it is, they haven't put as much effort and time and energy into Borderlands 4 as Borderlands 3. Borderlands 3 by far is the better game. Some person I posted a video recently was comparing all of the content that came out of Borderlands 3 versus Borderlands 4 in the same period of time. And they're like 60% more content on Borderlands 3 than 4. There's definitely far more attention and detail and better DLC for Borderlands 3 than Borderlands 4. But you know what? Borderlands 4 is still better than Destiny 2. And I actually trust Gearbox more than Destiny 2 and Bungie. Because you know what? Like I said, there's no microtransaction store in Borderlands 4. There's no cosmetic store in Borderlands 4. You earn all of the cosmetics in game. Other than the pre-order bonus, you earned them all in game. What the hell are you doing, Bungie? I said, if I were to show you, I don't think I have a change-a-lot station, right? But if I were to show you all the cosmetics I earned in-game from playing Borderlands 3, it would be hundreds of dollars if it were Destiny 2. So yeah, I think Gearbox, as much of a jerk as Randy Pitchford has been, and as much as he needs to shut up sometimes, right? I hate to say this, Gearbox is a better developer than Bungie. Like, how many times do you hear of a developer actually removing paid DLC? Right now, I'm playing a new character on Borderlands 3 right now, okay? I have Zane, and I completed all the DLC with Zane, right? Which I need, in order to get the Platinum Trophy on PlayStation 5, I need a new character to complete the DLC, so I'm using Moze, okay? I can play all of the DLC, hell, the seasonal events, the vault cards, they're all here in game. Even like the seasonal stuff, I can like turn it on and off. Watch this. So first off, the vault cards are still here. They never took them out, so it's not like they go away. But on top of that, the Broken Hearts event I have active. Okay? Look at this. They don't take it out of the game. They have not removed anything from Borderlands 3. Can you imagine if you come back to Borderlands 3 5 years later and go, oh, we're sorry, the Heist of the Handsome Jackpot is no longer available in game, because that's what Bungie did. The Heist of the Handsome Jackpot is no longer available in game. No, it's still available. They haven't stopped supporting Borderlands 3, even though Borderlands 4 is out. So, honestly, what developer is as scummy as Bungie? My understanding is you can still play everything in WoW. Okay? I haven't played WoW in a long time, but my understanding is everything is available in WoW. So we can't even say Activision Blizzard. And they are like the kings of scum. And yet somehow Bungie is worse than them. Impressive. Like, seriously, is there is there a developer that you would think is worse than Bungie? Because it suddenly hit me while I'm playing Borderlands 3. It suddenly hit me because everyone was talking about Marathon. And I'm like, everyone hated what Randy Pitchford did. Randy Pitchford was a bit of a jerk. Not gonna lie, 100%. But there's no microtransaction. No, even EA isn't that bad. I cannot think of a company, a developer, worse than Bungie. I really can't. Like, it was, like I said, it hit me. I need to stop doing the it because I don't want to sound like Jeremy. He does the okay? But it hit me that I trust Gearbox more than I trust Bungie. And Gearbox does not have a stellar reputation right now. Absolutely not. And yet somehow, I trust them more than I trust Bungie. Okay? So if I trust Gearbox more than Bungie, because there are no microtransactions, there is no cosmetic store in Borderlands 3. Well, the reason people hated Borderlands 3 was because of the cringe writing. Is that scummy and shitty? And they're pretty... Yeah. So even the shittiest, scummiest video game developer pales in comparison to Bungie. And yet people are going, you know what? I'm going to give them another chance. After 10 years of what happened with Destiny, and you go, yeah, I'm going to give Bungie another chance with Marathon. Well, this thing for some reason started, I don't know, I thought I muted this. Stop. Well, just see. Okay, cool, that got delivered. So, and yet everyone's like, let's give Bungie another chance. Let's defend Bungie and Marathon. Let's just let them, okay. You, like I said, you deserve to be cheated then. If you're dumb enough to trust Bungie, you deserve it at this point. I just wish people would stop following these idiots. They're like, yeah. What are you doing? The only you know what? Maybe the only reason these idiots are the big channels are playing Marathon, defending Marathon, because they like, how can Aztecross defend this? After everything that happened with Destiny 2, how can you defend it? If I make a side post, yes, I agree with you, but I also expect the same thing. I want you to come to New Jersey and kick my butt. If I do anything like what he's been doing, I deserve to get my butt kicked. As I spend most of my time not online, simply because it's just, I don't know, it's boring. And the thing is, even my real life isn't that interesting or exciting. But I'd rather play. Look, when it comes down to it, it's sort of like, excuse me, like all those arguments they make with the people who are defending Marathon, right? Where I think it was Endymion or something. One of them was saying, okay, to all the people on X defending Marathon, why aren't you playing Marathon? Well, the reason I'm not on X defending, well, not Marathon, but anything else, is because I'm too busy playing video games myself. So, yeah. I gotta play Crimson Desert. I have it on PC. What is he doing now? Dude, if he doesn't retract... The thing is, in bits and pieces, yeah, I agree. It's amusing in bits and pieces, but I would rather play video games. I don't even watch other people play video games, which is why I'm such a lousy, scummy, horrible live streamer, because everybody, I'm the type who's like, I don't understand it. I don't watch live streamers. I play video games. I only live stream to play video games as an excuse to play video games and talk about video games more. Yeah. Look, I need to get the Platinum Trophy, okay? I have it on PlayStation 4. I now need it on PlayStation 5, okay? And I'm working on the Borderlands 4 Platinum, and I want to work on the Borderlands 2 and Borderlands and the pre-sequel. I have the Tiny Tina Platinum. I do have the Platinum Trophy for Tiny Tina. Okay? Plus, again, I'm gonna say, like, I was doing stuff in Borderlands, and the radio towers are funny. I'm gonna say that there's more flavor and character and creativity in Borderlands 3. It's funny. You hear them screaming about their cult and Children of the Vault, and it's just fun and funny. Like, Hammerlock at one point was telling me why I need to go kill this enemy, and it was just hilarious. I'm like, damn, I forgot how great Hammerlock was. I'll admit I have no idea what that is. But, like, the funny thing also is it took it forever for the price of the PS5 to go up. I even posted about it, because, like, I went to Target, I went to Amazon, I went to Walmart, and I went to Best Buy, and up until recently it was still the original price, but I think it just went up. Which is dumb. Because you could get a computer for that price, and a decent one. So what are you doing, Sony? Like, what are you doing, Sony? Why are you doing that? Like, I like Typhon de Leon. And the thing that came as a surprise was finding out that Troy and Tyreen are his kids. Yeah. So I don't understand how people can say dead in Borderlands. I need someone to explain to me how you can say permanently dead in Borderlands. That does not make sense. Okay? How can you stay permanently dead in Borderlands if you have the whole regeneration thing? Like, where it, brings you back from the dead. Like, why is Typhon de Leon permanently dead? Why can't Troy and Tyreen come back from the dead? I don't understand that. How are people permanently dead in Borderlands? It doesn't make sense. I come back from the dead all the time. They just take 10... They don't even take a, like... Die, woman. Is that your boyfriend? Die, boyfriend. It does look interesting. My brother bought it for me. So I'm planning on playing it. I have it on PC. But right now... I want the platinum trophy. Okay? I want more platinum trophies, okay? Though apparently, Hypnotic, I saw this a while back, is a fan of Cat Quest. Hypnotic, I love Cat Quest. And Cat Quest 2. I haven't finished Cat Quest 3, but I love Cat Quest. See? That's why I kept dying before. So apparently that was the big thing going on in the world. The quartering acting like a complete and total idiot. On Kick. And apparently I think he has less followers than I do on Kick. And I have 14. Though all of them I know for a fact are people trying to sell me something. Every single person who has followed me on Kick has said the exact same thing. Look me up on Discord and I will make you very popular. And, okay. Somehow I don't believe you. I don't. I wish I had started following Kick on Kick back when it first started, but I was told not to. And that I couldn't because of its funding or something, and I was like, now I regret that. Good. 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 I'm going to stand behind my Warframe Corpus crossover as being more true to Star Trek than Starfleet Academy. And you can say, oh, it's fan fiction. Yes. But you know what? And it's stupid. Am I going to deny that? Absolutely not. Okay? Am I going to deny that my crossover with Star Trek and Warframe is stupid? No, I'm not going to deny it. It is definitely stupid. But you know what? It was more Star Trek than Starfleet Academy. Absolutely, it was more true to what makes Star Trek than Starfleet Academy. Starfleet Academy was stupid. And again, maybe I shouldn't be surprised that people are defending Marathon if you're defending garbage like Starfleet Academy. Which, by the way, you know what? Give me 1 sec. Let me go grab this, because I'm going to post a picture of this on Piss Off Robert Picardo if he ever notices it. Give me 1 sec, because this is hilarious. Alright? Give me 1 sec. I so want to post this on X. I so want to post this on X. Robert Picardo, you gave a MAGA Republican your autograph. Hey, how does it feel knowing you gave a MAGA Republican your autograph, Robert Picardo? Huh? What do you think? I got it in person. It was a long time ago. It was at a very small convention in New Jersey. All right? This guy. Okay? So, Robert Picardo, what do you think, huh? You hate us MAGA Republicans, don't you? But I got your autograph. Yeah. I also got, and I got to get better sheets for this because the outside of the sheet is a mess. Because I actually liked Voyager. I really liked the EMH. Even though I kind of felt bad for the chief medical officers. Why, it's Ethan Phillips as well. Oh my God. Yeah. I should post that. Because I understand he doesn't like people like me, but yeah. I actually liked Voyager a lot. I really did like Voyager. And yeah, my favorite character is usually the chief medical officer, which is why my Corpus Federation liaison is a chief medical officer. And my top-ranking Corpus officer is another chief medical officer. Though he's now first officer. He was promoted to first officer. He's not really doing the work of chief medical officer anymore. Tesin is no longer chief medical officer. They're trying to find a replacement for him. He still does some work in medical, but he's primarily now the ship's first officer. Because he's over 1,000 years old, and they're like, you really, you know enough about... Anyway, that aside. What was that? But yeah, how can you write Star Trek that stupid? Hello, May. Okay. Did you turn on the light again? No, you didn't fix the light. You pushed the button, May. Yeah, you pushed the button, May. You pushed the button. Say hi. Say hi, everybody. Say hi, May. May, say hi. May, say hi. May, say hi. I'm a cutie. You're a cutie, May? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Like, my only frustration is the fact that they're not... Hey, what's up? You missed me showing off my my piss off Robert Picardo picture. Because we know what he's like on X. Apparently, he's not a big fan of people like me. So not Muslims, MAGA Republicans. Robert Picardo. Hi, Robert Picardo. I got your autograph, Robert Picardo. Yeah. You gave a MAGA Republican... I mean, a MAGA Republican didn't exist back then. I don't know how to fix that. I know who did it, and I don't want to say the person who did it because I know who did it. And I don't know how to fix it. Or if it's even possible for me to fix it. Damn it, man. I hadn't died in a while. Okay, never mind. Good. I don't know how to fix it. And it's pissing me off because I don't know how to fix it. I didn't do it. I know exactly who did it. Because some people were a little too protective or control. I don't want to say who. Okay? But it was me. But that's why I don't know how to fix it. And it's annoying me. Look, the thing is, I'm about to die. Where is somebody for me? Nah, I'm done. Okay. The thing is, when it really comes down to it, which is really, really funny, I realize that when I play video games or live my life, yeah, my religion plays a big role in it, but actually everything else about me, okay, I appreciate that. I can't help it. The bluntness Okay, it's gonna stick. I'm gonna be always too blunt for my own good. But when it comes to religion, it hit me a while back that honestly, truthfully, my religion, which is funny because I'm one of the most life taking over of religions, actually plays a very small role in my life. Oh, it plays a role, but the majority of the things I'm thinking about are it affects me less than the fact that I like video games. I have a cat. I like I used to like Star Trek. It costs me more to be a gamer. It takes over my life more being a gamer, and it's boring. You know what? I'll flat out say it. Talking about my religion is boring. Okay? It's boring. It's boring. Okay? Boring. Boring, boring, boring. Okay? There's so many better, more interesting things to do than religion. Religion is boring to talk about. Okay? The only thing that I will play there. The only reason, so one of the reasons why I started talking out, this was years ago, about anti-woke stuff was because I realized that they can't just call me a straight white man. So I will do what they do. I'm using my identity as a weapon against them because they make assumptions based on my identity for how I should think. If you remember a while back, someone came here and started talking about DEI and how I should be defending it and all that, and I'm like, oh yeah. And I'm like, no, 100% no. I don't like anything Kurtzman. Honestly, the movies were fun, but they're not real. Okay, the first movie, Star Trek 2009. How the hell is Kirk a captain? That doesn't make sense. At least they got the detail. The only good thing about the movies was Carl Urban as McCoy. Okay? That was amazing. That was awesome. Carl Urban as McCoy was the best thing. Yeah, trust me, I'll be sending an email and then my boss will be like, no. He'll come. He now he's like, because I'm too blunt and direct. He's like, before you send that email, let me read it first. He's constantly. It's like I reached the point where I'm like, you know what? I'm just, and I try to be better. I totally agree. It's completely boring. It's only a small part of who I am, and it's the boring part. Honestly, it's the boring part. The only thing it benefits me out of it is that there are a lot of people who are like, you must be for all of that margin. Yeah, no. I don't like forced diversity. In an honest discussion, yeah. But the thing is, for some people, for me, even an honest discussion about religion is kind of boring, when I would rather be talking about Borderlands 3. Or my favorite thing, it's still my favorite thing to talk about, even though nobody appreciates it, my Star Trek Warframe crossover. Okay? Not gonna lie. That is one of my favorite things to talk about. Okay? My Star Trek Warframe crossover. Because I love the fact that the Lotus would become the bad guy. Where Starfleet would be like, so, your means of controlling the origin system, Mrs. Lotus, is to send your child soldiers out to slaughter Corpus and Grenier. The entire slave race that have severe genetic defects and are probably going to go extinct. The only reason they haven't gone extinct is because you kill Corpus as well. Okay. And then you wonder why we're allied with the Corpus, Lotus, Mrs. Lotus, and not you. So the Federation Council has voted to accept Frode Beck as a member of the Federation Council and representative of the Corpus, and we have voted to arrest you. So yeah. That's me, just. Let me endure. That's me. I would rather. I think this is part of a side quest, which is why I can't go inside. That I need to do. So what? I gotta find everything. That's the problem. Because I'm missing... I got the hijack target, which is good. I need the legendary hunt. Okay, because I got the target of opportunity. I need the legendary hunt. So I need to basically just go through and locate it. So let's go over here. It's probably in this area, I'm guessing. Or I can go look at a map online, but I'm too lazy to do that. Like, remember a while back we were talking about how, okay, you know, Corpus versus Grenier, Corpus versus the Hive, all of that. That was fun. But, so I picked up, by the way, yeah, Maliwan is going to be sending me a ton of stuff, because Maliwan does, apparently, I didn't even pay attention to the different names of the weapon types. I just pick up guns, but apparently I should, because there's like brands and stuff. This is my favorite gun, and I'm going to keep picking it up the more higher my... I have a Mayhem rank 10 of this thing. This thing is a beast. I don't know why everyone isn't talking about this thing. Why didn't they take me with them? How did it go? I knew they were returning, but, I have a cat. Why didn't they stay longer? They should go to the moon and start building a base and all that. I want... Which is another cool thing, by the way, on the side of the whole Corpus Warframe thing, is that there are no aliens, per se, in Warframe, like in Star Trek. So that's one of the things that takes the Corpus completely by surprise. It's like their first encounters with real aliens. So they're like the Vulcans and stuff, and they're just, you know... It's like, there are aliens. And visiting alien planets was another thing that was a lot of fun to do with the Corpus. Where they're like visiting alien planets for the first time. And standing on alien planets. And of course Kai just being Kai. Kai is hilarious. Absolutely love Kai. Kai is hilarious. Kai will... So... his big thing now is every time he goes on crazy missions and suddenly he'll return to the Federation sickbay with like ancient injuries from weapons that don't make sense. So he'll come in and he'll be on the transporter room because he likes to tease the chief medical officer of the Federation ship. So he'll be like, we have a medical emergency in transporter room 3, which is his favorite transporter room. And the chief medical officer, Elias Halverson, will be like, it's Kai, isn't it? And he'll walk in there, and Kai will have arrows sticking out of him. And he's like, how did you get... And he's like, the Romulans weren't very happy with me. Or he'll have a spear through his chest. And they'll be like, I was negotiating with or like he'll have a blade in his back, in his shoulder, and just walking nonchalant. And he'd be like, never get into an argument with a Klingon. And so all of his injuries are weird, old, archaic weapons. Like projectile weapons from something like flintlocks. And the chief medical officer is like, how do you do this? And it's like, why do you come here? And he'd be like, oh, Elias, you know I prefer your medical treatment over ours. Your bedside manner is non-existent in the Corpus. And he'd be like, stop calling me Elias. It's like, but it isn't your name. Anyway, that aside. Excuse me. So, to test the equipment. Okay. I said, I have not been paying attention much to the news because I've been listening to build guides for Borderlands 3. I've been listening to game guides for Borderlands 3. I've been listening to reviews of Borderlands 3 versus Borderlands 4. You know, just gaming stuff in general. Because video games, the whole insanity around Marathon, where I'm like, I really don't understand how anybody, Meme, use Mimi. Hi, Mimi. Where are you going, Mimi? Where is Mimi going? Where's your baby Mimi? Your feet smell. Stop putting your feet on my nose. Your feet smell. They smell like litter. They smell fresh. Litter fresh paws. You got litter paws. They smell like litter. Mwah, 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 mwah. All right. Everybody say hi to Meme. Is it Meme? Say hi. P for Papas. It's a Papa's party. P for Papas. It's a Papa's party. P for Papas. You got 4, right? You want to show your other paws? Let's show your other paws. You got how many paws? You got 4 paws. You got paws over here. You got your little paws. And you got your paws over here. You got 4 paws, right? Who's got paws? Ooh, stretch, Meme. Stretch. Stretch the Meme. Meme stretch. Meme stretch. Meme stretch. Stretch that cat. Stretch that cat. Look at this cat. Look at her stretch. Look at her stretch. Meme stretch. Meme stretch. See, I am a very unprofessional live streaming YouTuber. I show off my kitty cat's paws. Show off the paws. Show off the toe beans. Show them the toe beans. Look at those toe beans. Look at the toe beans. Who's got toe beans? You got toe beans. Oh, stop putting your feet on my face. Your feet. Your feet. Your feet. Ow! Those are claws. Those are claws. Those are claws, Meme. Ow! You have knives on your fingers and toes, Meme. Ow! You have knives on your fingers and toesies. She also likes popcorn, which is why I bought some popcorn. Because she likes popcorn. I want the popcorn bin from the Mario movie. I haven't seen it yet, but my brother said we might see it because I want to see it with my brother. I want to see it with someone who will appreciate the movie, okay? Someone who'll be like, yeah, it's a cool movie, who's a gamer like me, okay? Who'll be like, yeah, I can appreciate the movie as if someone who likes the video games, okay? One sec. You want to see? I want to see something. All right, Bungie, let's see what you're doing. Okay. PlayStation Store. Okay. Wait, what's that? All right, let's look up right here. Destiny. Okay. All right, Destiny. Let's go see how much. Well, it doesn't tell me the price. Why won't you tell me the price? In library. So, let's see. It won't give me the price. You suck, Bungie. All right. Well, I can tell you it's on Steam right now at full price. Okay? Full price. Because I wanted to play it on my ROG Ally. Because you want to know why you can't play Destiny 2 on your Steam Deck? This is the funniest thing about the whole thing. You want to know why you cannot play Destiny 2 on Steam Deck? It's because they're afraid of cheaters. I kid you not. They're sucky garbage anti-cheat. And they're like, yeah, you can't use Steam Deck. So your anti-cheat doesn't even work. It sucks. And it's the reason I can't play it on Steam Deck. Okay, that's nice to know. I was hoping it would go down. I grew up with Sonic, I grew up with Mario, but we didn't have Sega Genesis, so I'm more of a Mario person, but I did have at one point a Game Gear. So, yeah. But it's still Mario. I have a Switch. I liked Star Trek Voyager. Why can't these people be normal? Why isn't Robert Picardo normal? What happened to Robert Picardo? I haven't played Destiny Rising in a while, but I do want to play it. I have it on my iPad. I need to go back to playing Destiny Rising. I miss Destiny Rising. Destiny Rising is awesome. In addition, did you know there's a Borderlands game on Apple that just came out for mobile? Apparently, it's like in like they didn't even know it was coming out. It suddenly dropped. It's incomplete, but apparently it's not that bad. No, but why did all of them do it? You know, I liked Captain Janeway. I'm sorry. I liked Captain Janeway. I did. I liked Voyager. I remember watching Voyager and liking Voyager. Okay? Let's go over here and get through this. I got to find everything. This is tedious. This is why I hate games with collectibles. I am sorry, but I hate collectibles. This is why, as much as I love Mario, I haven't played Mario in a while, because I hate collectibles. Okay? I hate collectibles. I gotta go running all over the stupid map. What is that? Okay. So, okay. But I do like Borderlands 3. Borderlands 3 is fun. Borderlands 4, I mean, you have all these cool locations in... Okay, I can't go in there. All right, that's... Let's go over here then. Borderlands 4 has no variety of enemies. They're so boring, and they don't say funny, quippy phrases like in Borderlands 3. They're funny in Borderlands 3. The bad guys in Borderlands 3 are fun. The bad guys in Borderlands 4 are boring. The maps in Borderlands 4 blend together because they're all the same. I'm only on Pandora, but there's Promethea. And you know what? Everyone remembers the annoying enemies from Borderlands 3 more than they remember anything in Borderlands 4. Ava, Tyreen, Troy, you remember them all. How many people are talking about the Timekeeper and going, oh my god, he was such a menacing bad guy? No, the Timekeeper was boring. The Timekeeper is boring. Absolutely boring. So they're taking down the sets from Starfleet Academy. Good. The only thing is, they should not be even running Season 2. You have already basically destroyed the reputation of Star Trek. Sometimes it is smarter to not show something. Okay? Even if it's complete, which it's not. Apparently they just did production, but they need to do post-production. No. You should be like, we value the Star Trek name and Star Trek IP. We will not be torturing you with this bullshit. That is what it is. Bullshit. It is garbage. And we hate it. And we're not going to torture you with it. Oh, here we go. Here's the tower. Even though I really don't need the tower, what I need... Like, even when Tyreen is dead, they have funny things. until we pass out. Ooh, Dairy Queen sounds yummy. We're gonna eat cake until we pass out. See? This game is funnier, stupider, dumber, and more fun than anything in Borderlands 4. Borderlands 4 is boring. The logs are boring. The characters are boring. At least there's stupid humor in Borderlands 3. Oh, here we go. Okay, that's why. Ice cream is always good. One can never have enough ice cream. Here we go. Here we go. See? Now it's more fun. See? See? So much more fun. So much more fun. And the thing is, really, when you look at the video with the guy who was talking about the differences, it blows your mind. Like the DLC, the first DLC for Borderlands 3 was the Heist of the Handsome Jackpot. That was long and fun and cool. I like the Heist of the Handsome Jackpot. And most people I think that was like, I don't know. I like the Heist of the Handsome Jackpot. That was a good DLC. So yes, I highly recommend Borderlands 3. You should play it. If you haven't played Borderlands 3, play Borderlands 3. There's so much in Borderlands. There are so many guns in Borderlands 3. And yes, the legendary drop is ridiculous. But you know what? I don't care. Okay? Everyone's like, there's too many legendary drops, too many exotic drops. I don't care. Okay? Epic, I mean, whatever. I don't care. Even when I get them often, I like my legendary drops, okay? And I still get excited over every legendary drop, especially if it's a gun, okay? Grenades, maybe. Artifacts, not as much. But guns, hell yeah. I need to go over here. The God Queen, Tyreen. I serve the God Queen, Tyreen. It would be cool if Troy came back. I thought RJ was Troy. I was so disappointed. I'm playing Borderlands 4, and this guy comes out, and he looks like Troy. And it's like, no, it's RJ. Sorry about that. Excuse me. See, look at this. All the enemies in this game are so much better. There's more variety. And the locations, like, I'm only on Pandora, right? Woman! That's it. Now I'm pulling out the heavy guns. Okay. Yeah, I'm a freaking roll. Come on. And I still have several points I can unlock. And I have like 2, 3 I need to use. I'm focusing on 2 trees. There we go. This thing lasts now so much longer, which is also really, really cool. So Borderlands 3. I do like, but I will not deny, Borderlands 2 definitely has the better story. But this game has so many upgrades from Borderlands 2. At least gameplay. Even Borderlands 4, I won't deny, Borderlands 4 has some great improvements. Like, just like between Destiny 2 and Destiny 1. There's some, like, sandbox improvements I won't deny exist, okay? 100%. I like the Hunter's Evade. I love the double jump in Borderlands. And I like the fact that you can just pull out a motorcycle, right? Love that. But that's about it. See? Bam! Look at that. Look at that. Just explosion upon explosion of death. Like, just tracking grenade, rockets, boom. Oops. Boom. Just boom. Just boom. Like, just boom. Let's just boom it. Like that. Like, just explosion. After explosion. After... Woman, go down. Just stop moving. Well, no, actually, you probably, it won't make a difference. It probably won't make a difference because you're on my map. Okay? That was cool. You just need the... Like that skin color, the iridium skin, which that's why it's purple. This was before that purple that everyone's talking about lately in new video games. The purple from iridium was because iridium is purple. It has nothing to do with the new, like, you know, how everything is purple now. No, because I first looked at it, I'm like, that's that purple that everyone talks about. No, this was way before that because iridium was purple from forever ago. So it has nothing to do with that. Look at this thing. Just look at this thing. I love this weapon. I absolutely, and the thing is, and you want to know what else? I'm going to keep telling people this. You want to know what Borderlands 3 has that no other Borderlands has? It is the greatest thing this game ever did. Auto loot. Look at that. Look, that was a green. I don't have a lot of space in my inventory. I don't need the green. So what does the game do? Okay, it gives me the option to go under options, excuse me. Right, go under options, go under gameplay, right? And then go right over here. Auto sell rarity. Gear of this rarity and below is automatically converted to cash and ammo on pickup, not applied to customizations, okay? That means any weapon that is blue or green, I don't even have to go to a vending machine to sell it, okay? That's not true in Borderlands 4. That's not true in Tiny Tina. Both games came out. Okay, that's not true of Borderlands 4 or 3. Borderlands 4 or Tiny Tina. Both games came out after Borderlands 3. Why don't you have an auto sell option? That would be so much easier than running to vending machines to have to sell stuff. All you have to do is pick it up in game. Okay? That's all you have to do. Doesn't exist in Borderlands 4. The new fancy game with all the new fancy features. I'm going to keep saying it. Borderlands 3, better game. Better end game. Ooh, Typhon de Leon. Where's Typhon? Where is Typhon? Here we go. Ooh, now I gotta go grab my loot. I can never have enough loot caches. And yeah, I get it. There's like a bajillion female characters. It's kind of silly. But still, Borderlands 3, better game. Borderlands 3. Play Borderlands 3. It's also probably dirt cheap at this point. Out of ammo. See, nothing can compare to that gun. That gun is just beast, and it's a pistol, which is crazy. It thing is a pistol, and you get it from like this enemy in like the Splinterlands. It took me like 3 attempts to get it for the Mayhem level 2. So I originally had it as a regular one, and then I have it Mayhem level 10 on Zane. Yes, May May. Yes, May May. What is it, May May? May May? Where'd you go? You were just right here. May May? Okay. Okay. Where'd you go, May May? May May? May May. Okay. Wherever you went. So, Borderlands 3, definitely worth it. Well worth it. The amount of content. Like, I'm still finding things out in stuff that's in Borderlands 3 that I didn't know about in the end game because there's just so much of it. Alright, so I need to go around. Go over here. Wait, where's my Typhon de Leon? Oh, there it is. So that. Alright, I'm going to just go through here, and then I'll go pick up my loot cache. So if you find all 3 Typhon de Leon, like those things with the lore logs, right? Then you, there's a side quest with the balloons, if I recall. But, and it's like if you pop them. May May, I hear you, May May. Where'd you go? May May? Where's May May? Is May May under here? No, there's no May May over here. Where's May May? Okay, May May. Why are you angry, May May? Meow. 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 Come on, let's show off your toe beans again. I should sell your toe beans online. You know how they sell people's feet pics? I should sell your feet pics, alright? What do you say, May May? We sell your feet pics online? We sell your feet pics? You got little toe beans. Sell your toe bean pics? Sell your toe beans? What do you think? You have 4 feet. So that should be twice the profit on your toe pics. You got teeny tiny cute little toe toes. We're gonna sell your toe toes? You gonna sell your toe toes? Yes, we're gonna sell your toe toes. What do you think? See, this is iridium, okay? Look at all the iridium I have. What do you do with the iridium? The iridium is how you buy cosmetics. You buy them by collecting iridium. Yeah. Come here. He's a May May. Okay. All right. Now what? How much? Of course I'm gonna do it. All right. How much super chat, May May, for your toe pics? How much super chat for your toe pics? Everybody, who wants toe beans? Who wants toe beans? Who wants toe bean pics? We sell toe bean pics. There is a quest. I have to find it. It's a side quest with the birthday party. Sell your toe beans. May May, we sell your toe beans? We sell your toe beans? Who's got toe beans? Okay. Let's do this. See? I got this. There was this bridge in Destiny that at first I couldn't do the jump because I didn't understand it. It was in the beginning of Destiny. Or no, it was the Taken King. And the bridge would fall. It was that mission. So, like I said, most of this week, everyone has just been talking about Marathon and live service games. And the thing is, I said, everybody keeps going around circles around why Marathon failed. Right? That everybody's tired of live service games. Yes, people are. Not going to deny it. Everyone's tired of live service games. But I'm going to tell you, more people just don't trust Bungie than don't trust live service games. Okay? You know what? I'll say this. If Gearbox were to be like, okay, I mean, honestly, Borderlands 4 really feels like a live service game at this point. It's a combination of the two. But I would be less adverse. You idiot. You idiot. You should just run. The moment you see me coming in your direction, you should just run away. Run away, little psycho. Just run. I got robot. You don't have robot. Okay? Who has robot? I have robot. You don't have mech robot. Run away from the mech robot. If you know it's good for you, just run away from the mech robot. Do it. Run away from the mech. Run. Run, little psychos. Run. Okay? But I do agree with it that everybody has a certain number of live service games you can play at the same time. Like, First Descendant, right? It was okay. Honestly, to me, it felt like a Temu version of Warframe. Okay? I'm like, why am I going to start playing First Descendant when I got Warframe, and I'm pretty far off in Warframe, and I just, why am I going to do that to myself? Okay? I also do not like a game where I'm going to lose all my loot because somebody gets lucky, and apparently they have a cheating problem. Who would have guessed? I never would have guessed that a game made by Bungie is going to have a cheating problem. I mean, I'm shocked. Right, Maymay? Are you shocked? Maymay is shocked, too. I cannot believe that a PvP game made by Bungie has a cheating problem. Who would have guessed? I never would have thought it possible. Yeah. Years ago, people told me don't even bother to go into PvP with Destiny 2 because of the cheating problem. And then the cheating problem has just been getting worse and worse and worse and worse to the point where nobody... So, I find it funny that there are people who are like, but Bungie says they're going to fix it. Yeah, you sweet, innocent, naive, gullible summer child. You'd have to be really, really gullible to trust Bungie. Really gullible. Right, Maymay? So, and the thing that was most shocking to me was finding out that Digital Extremes was defending Marathon with the whole Steam numbers. Okay, all right. I'm just going to say something, okay? Because Rebecca Ford, who has completely ignored my kick-ass cool comments about the Corpus, about Starfleet and the Corpus, about the fact that the Lotus would be considered a war criminal by Starfleet, okay? Defended the whole Steam count numbers and Marathon. Okay, let's just talk about this, okay? There are a couple of differences between Warframe and Marathon. Okay. Tyrene will protect me more! She likes me more! I am her vault thief! Tyrene likes me more than you! Haha. Tyreen will protect me. See? I have the protection of Tyreen. Tyreen will protect me, not you. See? See? Who's Tyreen protecting? Oh, right. Not you. Nope. There is no Tyreen protection for you. It is all for me. Nope. Itchy. Okay. Let's compare Warframe and Marathon. Hell, this even applies partially to Destiny 2. First off, just a very, very serious question, okay? Let's say Warframe's numbers were to drop below 20,000. You have to remember something very important that a lot of people forget. People often talk about Tencent, but it was Tencent, right? I know. Oh, give me 1 second. I'm pretty sure it was Tencent, but it's a Chinese company that bought. Okay. Who's a baby kitty sleeping? Okay. So, first off, Tencent owns Digital Extremes, okay? So my first question is this. If the Warframe player base were to regularly drop below 20,000 to maybe 10,000, no, even more, 20,000, let's go with 10,000. If the Steam numbers for Warframe, which we know is primarily a PC game, everybody I see playing Warframe is usually playing on PC, okay? In fact, I play it more on my handheld than I do on console. Okay? Warframe is primarily a PC game. But let's say the Warframe player base numbers were to drop below 10,000 regularly for an extended period of time. Do you really think Tencent is going to be like, that's okay? We don't mind. No. Those player numbers are going to matter. But the other thing is this, okay? Warframe, most people I know play Warframe completely by themselves. You can, in fact, it annoys me that you cannot play Warframe offline. And I'm hoping, anyway, that aside, okay? You do not need matchmaking to play Warframe. Everything in Warframe is playable solo, okay? You could have 500 people playing Warframe, and you won't have a problem playing Warframe. That's not true with Marathon, and even to a degree, Destiny 2. There are a lot of activities in Destiny 2, okay, that have matchmaking involved. You cannot have the player... That's why I want to know from anyone who actually is playing Destiny 2, how is the matchmaking going? Because if you have less than 10,000 people playing Destiny 2 on PC right now, okay, how is the matchmaking going? Can you actually get matched for strikes? Do you even want to try and get matched for Crucible? Or is it all full of cheaters? Okay? Your matchmaking is broken if you don't have enough people. You don't need matchmaking to play Warframe. Okay? So the player numbers are very important when it comes to games like that. That's why they shut down Concord. Because they realized you couldn't even have matches. Okay? It's unplayable. Warframe could literally have 0 people playing, and you could still play Warframe. Because most people, like I said, I know, play everything by themselves. So for Rebecca Ford to come in here, another thing to add is this. Another thing to keep in mind is this, and this is why the whole thing bothered me. Because I'm like, DE, you're not on the same level as Bungie. And I even responded to Rebecca Ford, but of course she ignored me. Okay. I'm starting to think they don't like me because I'm Muslim. Can I use that excuse? But I'm joking, by the way, about that. But I trust Digital Extremes. Digital Extremes has not removed any content from their game. So as I pointed out to Rebecca Ford, I have put money into Warframe. I've put more money into Warframe than Destiny. Why? Because I trust Digital Extremes. I trust them so much that if they have to ever shut down, like if they ever are no longer going to support Warframe, they will put in offline mode so people can play Warframe even if the servers aren't on. They will come up with a way to make an offline mode. That's how much I trust them. Digital Extremes has not removed content from their game, okay? I trust them. I don't trust Bungie. So for you to come in here and be like, yeah, I'm going to defend Bungie, are you really going to do that? Your player base, you want to know one of the reasons why Warframe, it isn't just the great content that has helped Warframe in the last couple of months, is the fact that Destiny 2 absolutely sucks. So everybody who plays Destiny 2 hasn't gone to Marathon. Okay, Rebecca, sweetie. Everybody playing Warframe, everybody playing Destiny 2 hasn't gone to Marathon. You want to know where they've gone? To Warframe. Nobody else has pointed that out. But I bet you they're playing single-player games, and they're playing Warframe. Where did I put my phone? Name me? This is my upgraded one. Here's my one that I need to upgrade. This is... So... One sec. One sec. Okay, so... Warframe player count. What is Warframe at right now? So, SteamDB has Warframe at... Yeah. Okay, everyone. 89,000 people are playing Warframe right now. Okay? How many people? 89,000 people. Okay? Their 24-hour peak for Warframe is nearly 100,000. Okay? 100,000. All right? So, peak is 100,000 on Steam alone. Now, keep in mind, Warframe is on more platforms than Destiny 2, okay, and Marathon. Warframe is on the Switch. They recently released an upgraded Switch 2 version. It's on Android, iOS, PlayStation, Xbox, and the Epic Game Store. And they have their own launcher. So, 100,000 people on Steam, it's probably closer to 3 times that amount. That's Warframe, okay? Destiny 2. SteamDB has Destiny 2 at 10,485 with their 24-hour peak at 10,485. So basically, they reached their 24-hour peak right now at 10,485. So 10,000 versus 100,000. Okay, where have all the Destiny 2 people gone? It's not to Marathon. It's to Warframe. So, Rebecca, you're benefiting directly because of this. Destiny 2 people aren't going to go to Marathon. Okay? They're going to Warframe. In fact, you know what? Let me post this. They aren't going to Marathon. They're going to Warframe. Think about it. Seriously, which game is closer to Destiny 2? Marathon or Warframe? What game saw a massive bump when Bungie kept releasing garbage for the Year of Prophecy? Warframe. Warframe has had a massive spike of interest. You want me to... They're not going to Marathon. They're going to Warframe. I mean, it is rare when you see Warframe have such ridiculously high numbers for such an extended period. Normally, the average for Warframe used to be 40, 50,000, 60,000. For a random Saturday, for them to have 100,000 as their peak, and 90,000 right now playing Warframe? They're not playing Marathon. Which is why, has anybody ever, I notice a lot of people don't mention, none of the big YouTubers ever talk about Warframe. They're always the live service game, and it's like, okay, well, what about Warframe? Which is funny, I keep defending Warframe and Digital Extremes, and they keep ignoring me. Because all I did was criticize June. Because how dare I criticize June? And you know what? Fine. You got a problem with it? Then it's because I'm Muslim. Okay? What did you expect? But the real reason was I felt it was being hypocritical. Okay? 100%. You were being hypocrites. You care about diversity, but you don't. But that aside, I have defended Digital Extremes and Warframe because when they're doing the right thing. And I'm telling you, okay, they're not playing Marathon. What's the player count for Marathon? So 10,000 people are playing. Okay. What are the player counts for Marathon? I didn't look at that. Marathon player count. Okay, SteamDB. It's at 21,000. There are 21,000 people on a Saturday afternoon playing Marathon. Okay? Even at their best. Okay? Right? Year of Prophecy, top numbers for Year of Prophecy was about 100,000. Okay? No, I tried playing the Year of Prophecy. I own it on PlayStation. Okay? And I will tell you this, I couldn't finish. You don't even have to spend money in Warframe because, yeah, it's basically pay for convenience. I've spent money because I'm lazy. Alright? And I want to support Digital Extremes, even though they hate me. But I will continue to support Digital Extremes. I trust Digital Extremes. I hold Bungie to the same standards as Digital Extremes, which isn't even fair to Digital Extremes because they are a much smaller studio with much less people. And you want to know something? They released Soulframe. And Warframe has not suffered because of Soulframe. They released Marathon. Even when they were working on Marathon. You know what? When they were working on Soulframe, you would not have known Digital Extremes was working on Soulframe. Because they did not sacrifice Warframe for Soulframe. I couldn't even finish the first half. The one with Lodi, which sounds like a town in New Jersey, which is hilarious. He's named after... There is a town in New Jersey called Lodi. So, yeah. I couldn't even... Because I thought the Spark thing was so stupid. And the Star Wars one, I feel like it's just... It's not Destiny. Oh, and they have a Magic the Gathering thing. You want to know something? Okay. You want the funniest part is they have Magic the Gathering skins in Destiny 2. You want to know what? I thought that, and I didn't even share it with them. I should have shared it with them. Clownfish TV, right? They're always talking about Wizards of the Coast and Magic the Gathering, right? Nobody is talking about it. Nobody's talking about the fact that Destiny 2 has Magic the Gathering skins in it now. You would think that the Magic the Gathering people, or the people critical of Magic, like Clownfish TV, right? Have spoken about Magic the Gathering and the state of Magic the Gathering. You would have thought that at least they would have spoken about the Magic the Gathering skins in Destiny 2. Even they haven't spoken about it. Nobody's talking about it. Because that shows you how much people don't care about Destiny 2. They've become apathetic about Destiny 2. That you know Destiny 2 is popular when other people are talking about it. It doesn't belong in Destiny. Look, I don't like all these other IPs being brought into Destiny. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like it. Destiny has its own aesthetic that was unique to Destiny, and adding Star Wars and Assassin's Creed and Ghostbusters and all that into Destiny 2 pisses me off. That's why I didn't, and everyone's, no, they put way too much Star Wars. Like, the moment I heard Kylo Ren, and I saw the scene right out of A New Hope, in the Year of Prophecy, I'm like, yeah, I'm out. I haven't played anything of the Star Wars Renegades DLC, and I started playing the other one, what's it called? Edge of Fate? I haven't finished Edge of Fate. Because then what is the end game for Destiny 2 now? Doing the same missions over and over again with modifiers. For what? Honestly, one of the biggest problems with Borderlands and even you can even put your own type of lightsaber into Destiny 2 that makes it more Destiny 2 than Star Wars, but it's still a lightsaber. You could have done something like that. But you didn't even make it look unique or special. Or, like, give it a Destiny 2 flair. You made it just literally right out of Star Wars. I wouldn't mind if you gave it a Destiny... Honestly, you want to know what to me felt inspired by Star Wars? Forsaken. Forsaken felt more... And the Forgotten Shore? Felt more like Star Wars to me than the Renegade. Can I borrow one of your tortillas? Sure, take as many as you want. I haven't been using them because the supermarket closed, so I have nothing to use for them. I can't, there's no supermarket near me now. Take as many as you want. I felt like Forgotten Shore felt more Star Wars, and the spider reminded me of Jabba the Hutt more than Renegades did. Renegades was too Star Wars. But the funny thing is, you know that Destiny is in people's, like, public, like, it's in the public eye, when other people are talking about it. Nobody's talking about the Magic the Gathering thing in Destiny 2. Which is interesting. Because I get... Like, the thing is also, it isn't even on sale. Like, I might, if it was at a decent enough sale, I might have gotten it from my ROG ally and finished at least the campaign. But you're selling the Year of Prophecy at full price, Bungie? Are you insane? I would rather put the money towards Borderlands 4 on PC and play that on my ROG ally, though I'm not going to waste my money for that either. But if it was between the two of them... I don't know. They say I just go where? Why am I still here? Okay, yeah. So wait, Dead Cloud. Okay, no, I got the I need the Legendary Hunt and the Target of Opportunity, so I got what I needed. Okay, I can come back later for the other stuff. Wait. I said, I feel like the coverage of Marathon is so lacking. You see, I'm sure there's great guns in Destiny 2 right now, but the problem is, one of the biggest problems with playing Destiny 2, after you play Borderlands 3, Borderlands 4 even, Warframe, is that the guns that are exotic feel so weak in comparison. Like, one of the biggest disappointments for me is after playing, like, Borderlands 3, going back and being like, okay, so I need to grind for... And it's like, okay, but that's boring. They don't care about the game. They don't care about the game, which is really frustrating. And that's why, as I said, I'm going to keep saying, I do not understand how anybody who's a fan... Like, I just saw another video from Smash JT, because I was checking my phone and I was checking my alerts, and there's... Everything is fine. Marathon is in it for the long haul. And you want to grab all these people. Okay, I like Smash. Just, this is not attacking Smash. I like Smash JT. Okay? But the problem is, Smash JT is not a Destiny 2 player. Okay? He's never really gotten into Destiny 2. A lot of the people talking about Marathon are not Destiny 2 people. So they're not fully covering it because they don't fully understand. Okay, yeah, remember what did Bungie do with Destiny 2? So you really are looking at treating Marathon like a separate game, when it needs to be taken into context with what they did with Destiny 2. You cannot understand Marathon and what is going on with Marathon without having been a Destiny 2 player and seen what they did with Destiny 2. Everyone keeps forgetting one of the biggest things Bungie did, which is they removed all of the content. You paid. I'm sorry, whether you like the Crystal of Osiris or not, and you know what? I liked Mercury. Not sorry, I liked Mercury. I liked the Red War campaign. And to all the people who are like, oh no, you wouldn't play the Red War campaign if you had... Yes, I would. Because I kept playing those adventures in the Red War campaign every week because I liked the Red War campaign. Okay? I liked Mercury. Okay? One of my favorite lost sectors was the one down in Mercury. I liked Mercury. You got rid of Mercury. You got rid of Titan. Titan was my favorite planet. There's this TV that reminds me of those Samsung Curve TVs, right? Where they're like, new Pacific Arcology. The next frontier is you. When Ghost starts singing that stupid song, right? I loved Titan because I love post-apocalyptic setting. So I loved the arcology. I wished we could explore the arcology more. You got rid of Titan. You got rid of the Curse of Osiris, and you got rid of the Warmind. I wasn't a big fan of it, but I liked Mars, and I liked the activities on Mars. You got rid of the Forgotten Shore. I liked the Forgotten Shore. One of my favorite Forgotten sectors was on the Forgotten Shore. And no one is talking about that. Okay? So you come in here, and you're talking about Marathon, and you don't understand the context of Bungie removes content. On top of that, you know what? There's less content in Marathon than in the Crucible in Destiny 2. Oh my god. They have how many? 3 maps. And that special Cryo Archive map. That's so special. That's so amazing. How many maps did we have in Crucible in Destiny 1? Hell, you can still play Crucible in Destiny 1 because you know what exists in Destiny 1? Even if you can't get matches, private matches. You know SRL? Sparrow Racing League is still in Destiny 1. With a private match, you can run Sparrow Racing League. Yes, you can run Sparrow Racing League. You can still play the Sparrow Racing League in Destiny. There was more variety and creativity and difference in the Crucible in Destiny 1 than in Marathon. You're charging $40 for that. There's more content in the Crucible in Destiny 1. There's more content in the Crucible and Destiny 2. And somehow you think this is a unique, separate game that took you, what, 6 years to develop? I agree with, who is it that said it? Someone from YouTube said it. And other people have been repeating the same thing, okay? They've been saying that they should have added an extraction shooter section to Destiny 2. They should have. I don't care. It's all this whole excuse of they're bored with Destiny 2. Then resign and have someone else take your place. Because you could say the exact same thing about the people at Warframe. Because Warframe has been going on for even longer than Destiny 2. It's a year older than Destiny. So, the content in Warframe has not gone downhill, even though it's an older game. If you're bored with Destiny 2, leave. Okay? But don't tell me that that's why as I said, I hold Bungie to the exact same standards as I hold to Digital Extremes. The only difference is I'm actually not being fair to Digital Extremes because they are a smaller studio with less money than Bungie. Yes, they both have big multi-billion-dollar companies backing them. Bungie has Sony and Digital Extremes has Tencent. Okay, though I bet you Tencent is a lot harder on Digital Extremes than Sony is on Bungie, obviously, okay? They have less employees at Digital Extremes than Bungie. They are working on 2 different games as well, Soulframe and Warframe. And I can tell you, Warframe did not suffer while they are working on Soulframe. It has never suffered because of Soulframe, okay? They have never removed content from Warframe. They have removed a garbage amount of content from Destiny 2. So I say, that's why I don't understand where people are defending Bungie for all of their nonsense. And I'm like, I hold them to the exact same standards as I hold. This is where I got my cool gun, by the way. It's right here. This is where you get the gun I have. Okay. Carnivora, I don't think Carnivora has. It is a dead claptrap, so I have to find the dead claptrap, but that's not a big deal. I'm trying to make the trophy. Guts of Carnivora. I don't think there's anything. Yeah, dead claptrap, okay. So I'm not being fair. Typhon Deadlock, so dead claptrap. Crimson Radio. I got the Legendary Hunt. All right. Dead Claptrap, Typhon Deadlock. Okay, so no. I need the yes, there's not. Okay. Cathedral of the Twin Gods. Got everything for that one. I don't think there's. Okay. Nothing. This I haven't done yet. This is the extraction shooter. Yeah, there's an extraction shooter in Borderlands 3. Sort of. It's not really, it's more of a PvE extraction shooter, right? I haven't done the side story, but you go down there with like nothing and you have to pick up guns and pick up loot and kill enemies. And it's like a combination extraction shooter with the whole bubble from Fortnite. So I know that Fortnite has that thing that keeps closing in around you. It's the same thing here. It's like the map slowly gets closer and closer and closer. And eventually you have to fight a boss. And you have to extract loot and stuff. So that's Pandora. So Promethea, which is a whole city, by the way. Meridian outskirts. Dead Claptrap, hijack, target, Typhon. No, I don't need that. The thing, they have to, that's, I don't understand it. Like, I mean, even the people who don't want to buy Marathon, right? Okay, they have reasons that, okay, they're evaluating the game, but they don't understand the history of Bungie. So you're looking at them, you're like, you don't understand what Bungie did. Typhon dead drop. Ooh, I should grab that, though. I can get there. Because that's just a loot box. I mean, that's why it's annoying to see so many people who are covering and talking about Marathon, who are people, the people who play Destiny 2, right? Most of them who are covering Marathon, right, are defending Marathon. Every now and then you'll find somebody who isn't defending Marathon. But a lot of them are defending Marathon. Which I don't understand how you can be a Destiny. That's why I think a lot of the, as I said, the majority of the Destiny 2 people, okay, haven't left for Marathon. They're not talking about it. They just moved on to Warframe. Because you saw a massive spike in the people playing Warframe with the release of Year of Prophecy. As the Year of Prophecy went down, what did you see? A lot of people, and then when they came out with the new release, I can't remember which one. Yes, the old piece. Right? When the old piece came out, thousands of people were playing over, like I said, that's when they reached their new spike of like 200,000 people were playing Warframe. And when did the old piece come out? Like in the middle of Year of Prophecy. So, yeah, I'm just going to say, yeah, DE is definitely benefiting from the downfall of Bungie and Destiny 2. So, I don't know if I really believe Rebecca when she's trying to defend Marathon. I don't think she really is. I wouldn't be surprised if behind closed doors people at DE are like, come on, Bungie, just keep on sucking. We'll just keep benefiting from your sucking. You're doing a terrible... Thank you, Bungie, for doing such a terrible job. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Bungie. You know, we really, really appreciate that. Wait, is it... Or here? Okay. Which, the funniest part about the fact that they lost Halo, right? They lost Halo because they wanted independence from Microsoft, right? And what did they do? They got taken by Activision. And then, they're like, we're never going to do that again. We are free from Activision. And what did they do? They get bought out by Sony. They're so terribly mismanaged as a company. They're incapable of managing themselves. Every single time. That's why when somebody told me, when at work, someone comes to me and they're like, do you believe what happened with Bungie? And I'm like, because they know I'm a Destiny 2 person, right? I'm like, I don't believe you. I love it, yeah. One guy I work with, he's like, because he keeps up with the gaming stuff too, right? And he's like, do you know what happened with Bungie? I'm like, yeah, I think they said that Sony bought them, but I don't think that's for real. And he's like, no, it's for real. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. I mean, there's no way, after everything they said, Bungie was like, yeah, we're going to get bought by Sony now. So you were like, we want to be independent. I can understand if you're like, we want to be independent and free from Microsoft, okay? And you lose Halo because of that in the process, okay? But you then, but you remain independent. No, you literally went from, we're free from Microsoft. Yay, we're free from, now we're under, now we lost Halo. I don't know. But then I do think, I really don't know. Like, you are the reason. Like, but then I don't understand how they made Marathon and not Destiny 3. Like, for real. You You thought an extraction shooter was a good idea. You really thought an extraction shooter was a good idea. How did you think that was a good idea? By the way, this is a totally different planet with a totally different setting. So you can see, in case you, yeah, it's a city. The whole thing is a massive city. So you go from the Promethea, right, which is like that desert wildlife area, to the city. Okay. See, so no, that's Promethea. Pandora is the desert. So Atlas HQ. Like that is impressive. That you lost Halo, and what did you get out of losing Halo? For real. What exactly did you get out of it? For real. There's a radio tower. Here's the radio tower. I don't know. Honestly, given what's going on with them, I don't know. They are a mess. Crimson Radio, dead. Hijack target, I need to do the legendary hunt. That's the main thing I need to do. Dead claptrap. Which means finding it somewhere in this map. Alright, we'll go back to this. This is the Floodmore Basin. Alright. The anvil. Let's just see if there's any others that it stands out. Target of opportunity. Okay, that has that. They're a mess. Bungie is a mess, and you're looking at them and you feel bad for them, but then you're like, okay, you screwed over your. You know what? You deserve it at this point. The thing is, when it comes down to it, okay, you did something that will. I don't see how you can regain your players' trust after that. Okay? Put aside everything else Bungie has ever done. Alright? All of their other garbage behavior, like ignoring the Crucible, right? Completely ignoring Crucible. Okay? The most important thing they ever did is removing paid content. They removed paid content. How can anybody ever trust Bungie after removing paid content? For real. How can you ever trust Bungie after that? Because I really liked Destiny 2 when it was actually good. I liked Destiny, and I miss that. I'll admit I miss that. Hey, what's up? And they complete. I really don't understand how you can go. Like I said, I look at Smash JT. Like I said, this is not me criticizing Smash JT. I do like Smash JT. In fact, you know what? Honestly, I would love to just go on one of his live streams and talk to him and be like, "Hey, Smash, you have no experience with Bungie people. He's talking about the Bungie bros, but he's never played Destiny 2. He's never dealt with Bungie bros, right? AKA Destiny 2 players. So everyone's like baffled and confused by Destiny 2 people, where they're like, how can they accept this? And it's like, dude, we've dealt with so much worse in the world of Destiny 2 and people, like I said, there were Destiny content creators defending vaulting. And so then when you see them talking about Marathon, you're like, you're not surprised. But you're talking about people who have absolutely no experience with Destiny 2 or not recent experience with Destiny 2. Hypnotic played Destiny 2, but he hasn't played it in a very long time. Most of the people talking about Bungie and Marathon, right, haven't played Destiny 2 in years. So they are so naive to everything Bungie did. I said, I don't understand it either. That's one of my big questions. How can you defend this? First of all, by the way, Tetsu, by the way, Lotachi, by the way, first off, everyone, Destiny 2 people are not going to Marathon. I just looked up the Warframe numbers. They have 90,000 people playing Warframe right now. The average for Warframe used to be 40 to 60,000. Now we're talking Warframe has, on a Saturday, 90,000. And Destiny 2 has 10,000. I'm telling you, the majority of the Destiny 2 player base has not gone to Marathon. They've gone to Warframe. Look, for me, it's hate. 100%. For me, it's 100% hate. I hate Marathon. It's not because I'm a chud. Okay? I hate Marathon. I'm not going to deny it. I hate Marathon. Marathon took away from Destiny 2. I hate Marathon. I also don't trust Bungie, and I think you are a gullible idiot if you trust Bungie at this point. If you are a Destiny 2 player and you trust Bungie, you're gullible. But look at the numbers, right? We looked at Marathon right now. Marathon has about, I just looked at it. Marathon right now has 21,000 players. So, okay, on Steam, right? During the last, at their highest peak for Warframe, it was not Warframe, for Destiny 2, it was about 100,000 people. Okay? So that means even if 20,000 people went from Destiny 2 to Marathon, that's 80,000. Warframe is at 90,000. Their average used to be 40 to 50,000. I bet you a huge chunk of Warframe players right now are Destiny 2 players. Because it doesn't make sense for a Destiny 2 player. Okay, it doesn't make sense at all for Destiny 2 players to play Marathon. Marathon is nothing like Destiny 2. And most people in but Warframe, on the other hand, is very similar to Destiny 2. And when the old piece came out in Warframe, the Year of Prophecy came out for Destiny 2. And the numbers for Destiny 2 were dropping. Whereas Warframe saw a massive surge. I bet you, yeah, 70% of Marathon players are former Destiny 2 people. But there's so few of them that I 100% believe you see a lot of Destiny 2 content creators playing Warframe. You see a lot of Destiny 2, if you look online, a lot of people from Warframe saying, who play Warframe now saying, I left Destiny 2 for Warframe. Because Warframe has a lot more in common with Destiny 2 than Marathon. And as I said, most people, I don't understand how anybody, most Destiny 2 players aren't talking about Marathon. They're not making content. You have the big people, right? But if there's one thing I've learned about Destiny 2 content creators, is they don't talk for the Destiny 2 community, and that's one of the things that pisses people off about them. They have lost so much trust. Like, if there's one thing I have learned when I talk about Destiny 2, is that a lot of people are fed up with the Destiny 2 content creators because they're not being honest. Oh, I think my brothers are here. But I do think, look, even at its peak, I wouldn't be surprised if most Destiny 2 players are not playing Marathon. Most Marathon players might have been Destiny 2 players, but most Destiny 2 players are not playing Marathon. Either they don't trust Bungie, they don't want to have anything to do with Bungie, they don't want to play an extraction shooter. It doesn't make sense. Destiny 2 players are hoarders. What is one of the biggest complaints Destiny 2 players have? There's not enough vault space. Well, you know what you have in Warframe? A lot of vault space, and a lot of loot, and a lot of different cool kinds of guns. I know I saw them playing Borderlands 4, but that one didn't last. I think I've seen a lot of people play Borderlands 3 and say it's like, should you play Borderlands 3 in 2025? And they're like, the ones I saw, most of them were 2025, where they're like, I played Borderlands 3 after, and it's like, is it good now? Yeah, Borderlands 3 is great. But as I said, I don't understand these people defending Marathon who are former Destiny 2 people. How can you trust Bungie? There is no trusting Bungie after what they did. I don't trust Bungie at all. And I think you have to be really gullible to trust Bungie. Flat out. You have to. I will not play Marathon if it's free because I don't trust Bungie. Everyone is like, oh my God, there's a cheating problem in Marathon. Wow. You use the exact same anti-cheat in... Yeah, why would you... No, 100%. You're right, 100%, Bruce. Why would you play a new game from a developer who completely messed up their old one? 100%. No, you don't. And honestly, I don't want Destiny being made by Bungie anymore. I want another developer to come in and make Destiny at this point. Okay? I'm not going to support... What are they going to learn if you support Marathon? You want to know what they're going to learn if you support Marathon? Not that you want more Destiny. No, they're going to think you want more Marathon. You go in there and you start paying money towards Marathon and playing Marathon and supporting Marathon and defending Marathon. You think they're going to come out of it going, gee, I think they want more Destiny? No, they're going to come out of it going, they want more Marathon. Pfft, no. You would have to pay me a lot. I agree. Get the same people who made Rising. Okay, get the same people who made Rising. But let them make a full game. Yeah. Enjoy, John. Enjoy your walk. No, I agree. At this point, I would trust Gearbox more with Destiny. I think there isn't a single studio at this point I wouldn't trust with Destiny 2, Destiny 3 over Bungie. They said I trust. You know, like I said, we're all complaining about, right, Borderlands 3 and Borderlands 4, and yeah, I'm not going to deny it. Borderlands 4, the new DLC, is kind of weak in comparison, and there's a lack of content, right? Not going to lie. Oh my God, it has the Leviathan! I have to go and play it now. If that has the damn Leviathan, oh my God. I haven't played it in a while because I've been busy playing, because I want Rising on console. I want it on PC, like Steam, so I can play it on like my Steam Deck. I mean, it's great playing it, but I want it on console. It's been a while. I'm afraid what happened to my clan. Since I haven't been there in a while. They probably booted me out. And I'm the founder. Then Claptrap, target of opportunity. Crimson Radio. Okay, so I got what I needed for my trophies. They don't care about the game. They don't care about Destiny. They don't care about the lore. They don't care at all. And the thing is, every time people are like, well, they're bored with Destiny. Again, as I said, I hold Bungie to the same standards that I hold Digital Extremes. If you're bored with Destiny, then leave. Because if you're bored with Destiny, and you're working for Bungie, then leave. I'm sorry. There are days when I'm bored with my job and I still do it to the best of my ability. When I'm like, oh my God, this is going to take forever. Why are we doing this one? And it's like, this is going to be so tedious. I do it anyway. And I do it to the best of my ability. Whether I like it or not. But on the other hand, if you're bored with Destiny, then leave. But at the same time, that shouldn't be an excuse because what? Oh, right. Warframe came out before Destiny 2. Okay? Yes. Or if they had actually done a good job with Year of Prophecy, because there were people who wanted to... look, I wanted to play more Destiny after the final shape. I wanted to play more Destiny, but the Year of Prophecy sucks. Why? Oh my God, yes, that would have been amazing. I agree, Edge of Triumph 2 would have been amazing. But then, okay, here's the other issue with Bungie and Destiny 2. Who are you hiring? Because I already pointed out, who wrote Edge of Fate? Some woman whose specialty is tragic love stories. Okay? No, what did you spend $2,100 on? That's a lot of money. Okay. Who wrote Edge of Fate? A woman who specializes in tragic love stories. You have a ton of women writing for Destiny 2. And we know for a fact, in 2020, what did Bungie do? They wanted to do more DEI. Okay? Hiring. And they wanted to hire more women. And women in general are not developers. You want to know the department with a lot of women in it? The writing department. You want to know something I've noticed, right? At one point, finally, most people playing Destiny 2 have no idea what's going on in the story. Why? Because it's garbage. Okay? Nobody's going to stick around. Most people have only a general idea of the story. They don't know what the witness is. They have a general idea. They don't care anymore. Okay? They got to the end, the final shape. Okay? They knew that the witness is like the big bad guy, but that's about it. Right? You defeat the witness, and that's it. But, I'm sorry. If you were going to make the 9 the enemy, you could have done a better job of it. Everyone's like, Lodi is a great character. Yeah, I like Lodi. You want to know why people like Lodi? Lodi is us. Think about it. Lodi is basically a player self-insert from our time. Lodi is a fish out of water. Everyone loves a fish out of water. There's a lot of humor potential for a fish out of water. I have a ton of fun with fish out of water because I have a Starfleet officer spending a lot of time on a Corpus ship, which leads to a lot of really funny fish out of water moments that are cultural. They're not, parody. They're very, very funny. I also have a bunch of corpus who work on a Starfleet ship, which again leads to a lot of hilarious fish out of water moments. The best was the corpus memo being passed around about how there is heat adjacent behavior for Starfleet officers that you need to be aware of. And so one of the medical officers from the corpus flat out goes up to the Starfleet chief medical officer and start asking him, are you in heat? Okay? You have so many amazing, funny, like I said, fish out of water characters. That's what Lodi is. All I was waiting for was for a moment to go up to them, right? During this holiday event in Christmas, right? My brain is freezing on what it's called. The Christmas event in Destiny 2. What was it called? My God. To Christmas. It's called, oh God, what is it called? The Dawning. I was waiting desperately for Lodi to go into the tower during I keep forgetting it. During the Dawning, right? And then they're like, it's the Dawning. And he looks at them and goes, oh, Christmas. Like, no, it's the Dawning. And he's like, you have Christmas decorations. This is Christmas. But there's a lot of great moments for Lodi that are fish out of water, where he thinks Guardians look ridiculous. Everybody likes Lodi because he's a fish out of water. He's literally, if you were to take one of us, modern day humans, and put them into the world of Destiny 2. The only thing is, they made Lodi's from the 1950s and 1960s. He would take one look at Osiris and Saint 14 and be like, yeah, that's disgusting. I'm not being crude or mean, but he grew up, he's what was he, isn't he from yeah. Even in that time period, yeah, they would have been like, no, absolutely not. Okay? So you're not even doing a very accurate portrayal of Lodi from a human from the 1960s in the world of Destiny 2. But that's why people like him. Lodi is a fish out of water. He's a likable, normal person, okay? But there really isn't anything special about Lodi, okay? Every single review I've seen of Edge of Fate, every single person, even the people who were praising Edge of Fate as the greatest thing ever made, okay? Every single one of them all said the exact same thing. They hate what's her name? Maya Sundaresh. Absolutely hate her. Which is funny. So the tragic love story about the power lesbian couple, okay? And everybody hates basically, Maya Sundaresh is Timu, Osiris, and Saint 14. Okay? So your tragic love story that you're supposed to be so great at, everyone absolutely hated. Yeah, you can make great female characters if you do it right. I mean, look at, in Destiny 1, we had a lot of great female characters that were done well. Eris Morn was great in Destiny. Mara Sov in Destiny 1 was great. You had a great cast of characters in Destiny 1. Including great female characters. I hate this BS where they're like, we never had strong female characters in Destiny. Oh, don't even start with that nonsense. No. You had phenomenal, better female characters in Destiny 1 than Destiny 2 ever had. Even at the launch of Destiny 2, you had great female characters. It's only over time where they turned into annoying girl bosses. I hate Petra in Destiny 2. Okay? that's the thing. There are, like I said, there are a lot of Persona 3. I'm not surprised it's not a Western game, so of course it's got great, strong female characters that make sense and are good, strong female characters. But even Commander Sloan at the beginning of Destiny 2 was a great character. Okay? But then you ruin all the female characters and you destroy all the male characters. You completely pussify all the male characters. And you take away, as I said, I have said this, and I'm going to keep saying this, and I'm going to pause to say this because I'm going to piss, because one of these days I have to make a flat out video of this. Because my biggest problem, and I'm going to flat out say this, okay? You have too many women working at Bungie, writing Destiny 2, and working at Bungie. And I'm a woman, obviously. I'm not anything, okay? I am an actual obvious woman, okay? And I'm going to tell you, you have too many women working at Bungie. I've said this over and over, and I'm going to keep saying this. You have too many women working at Bungie. You don't understand what you're doing with Destiny 2. This is the wrong genre. I'm not saying women can't write Destiny 2. There are a few exceptions. Look at Laura Fryer, okay? I'm one of those exceptions. Why? Because and the thing is, I can't even be called a hypocrite because I played more Borderlands offline than live streaming. So you can't be like, oh, Kat, you're just playing first-person shooters because you want to catch a guy and get money off of guys, okay? You're just doing this so you can get massive super chats from men who like watching women play for. No, I play more first-person shooters offline without anybody watching than I ever get while playing online, okay? So you can't be like, that's why, all right? But I'm saying there are exceptions. There have always been exceptions. But the majority of the people working at Bungie should be men. Why? Because you're making a game for men. And the women you have hired do not know how to create a game with a primarily male audience. And you're not going to bring in women who are not interested in first-person shooters because you put a strong, badass woman who need no man. Okay? Is there more people from the Rainbow Mafia playing Destiny 2 right now? Absolutely. You get smacked out by them all the time on X. But even them, I think they're gone at this point too. Okay? I completely agree with you. No, the problem is you need to understand who your audience is. Okay? If you're making a romantic, a rom-com simulator, or whatever the hell, or a cozy game, okay, then you can hire more women because the audience for those games are women. Who plays first-person shooters? It's not women. Over 93% of the people playing first-person shooters are men. And the majority of the men playing first-person shooters, and you're not going to like me to saying this, but it's a fact, are straight men. You're going to have gay guys playing too. Not going to deny it. But the majority of your audience are what? Who are playing Destiny 2? The majority of the Destiny 2 player base are straight men. And the audience you're supposed to be catering to are straight men. And the majority of women cannot write content for straight men. They don't think like men. And I've always used this example. You go up to your average woman, not the exception. Don't go up to me because I will give you a different answer. But you go up to the majority of women, and you ask them, would you rather watch Titanic or John Wick? What are they going to tell you? Titanic. It's a completely different genre, a completely different mood, and a completely different feel of a movie. You go up to most men, the majority of men, the men playing first-person shooters, and you ask them, what would you rather watch, Titanic or John Wick? What are they going to pick? John Wick. So you're getting Titanic writers, fans of Titanic, writing for an audience of John Wick fans. And they're going, what the hell is this? Why do you think the majority of the people who played Edge of Fate hated Maya Sundaresh? So no, I'm not one of those women who's like, no, how dare you say that? No, there are too many women writing games for games where the audience is primarily men. And it doesn't work. And you have to stop because you are forgetting who your audience is. You cannot go into this blindly. It's like you open a restaurant and you're selling, I don't know. You're doing it wrong. I've never watched Titanic. I've watched documentaries about Titanic. In fact, I think there was something about one of the lifeboats actually survived and they found people starved to death. I've never watched it, okay? But I mean, that's a very guy reason to continue watching Titanic, okay? That's a very guy reason to continue watching it. But I'm going to keep saying this, and I'm not going to stop saying this. You have too many women writing video games and working on video games with a male audience, and they cannot do it. Again, I'm not saying there are no women who can. There are. What about the woman who worked on the Nathan Drake series until Neil Cuckman got rid of her? The good Nathan Drake games were done by a woman. So we have proof. There are women who can do it, but they are not the majority. They are the minority. You want Bungie to work, 90% of your company needs to be men. No, I agree with you. Destiny 2 is done. There is no coming back from this. You need a miracle to bring Destiny 2 back after this. And I don't see how they can do it. There is no way they're bringing it back. And they keep making mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake. Yes, Amy Hennig, I know the name, that's why I keep forgetting her name, worked on the Nathan Drake games. The good Nathan Drake games, ironically, were made by a woman. Okay? They went downhill when they got rid of the woman. So again, let me be clear. I'm not saying there aren't women who can't write games for men. But they are not the majority. They are the minority. And the more you shove feminism and women into stuff that belongs to men, you destroy it. Okay? The more you force, you put women into genres where the audience is men. And again, there are games where the majority of the player base are women. Go right ahead and work in those. But you hired women because you want to hire women because Bungie wants to do the whole DEI nonsense, and they bring in women for the sake of bringing in women. That's why I said, okay? That's why I keep saying, you want to fix Destiny 2? Well, now, at this point, it's too late. The only people who should be writing Destiny 2 play Destiny. Any person, I don't understand this. If I were applying for a job at a video game developer, okay, you want to know what would be the first thing I do? Play their games. How the hell are you applying for a job at Bungie? You get an interview at Bungie and you've never played Destiny. How the hell are you writing Destiny 2 and you've never played Destiny? How the hell are you writing for Destiny 2 and you don't even play video games? The pacing for Destiny 2, the writing pacing shows that the person who wrote it doesn't play video games. Because it's a different style of writing. NetEase, one of the great things about Destiny Rising is you can tell it was made by people who know Destiny. They must have played Destiny 1. It shows. There are little details in that game that show they played Destiny 1 and they played early Destiny 2. And it's done very, very well. And then you have some woman who doesn't play video games, whose interests are like crochet and romance, and she's writing Edge of Fate. And then you sit there and you go, gee, I wonder why Edge of Fate failed. Maybe because you got someone to write Edge of Fate who shouldn't have been writing Edge of Fate. And you act dumb and stupid about the whole thing, like, oh my God, who would have guessed? Anyone who's been following me for a while, Johnny the Whiz Kid, you've been around here, Mr. Dystopian, anyone who's been here a while knows I've been complaining about the excessive amount of women in Bungie for years. Even before I had confirmation reading an article about it, I could have told you without a doubt, beyond a doubt, that the majority of the people writing on Destiny 2 are women. You need guys, more men, because what is Destiny? Destiny is a male fantasy. It's about being a hero, saving the world. You know, that's not what most women want. And they're destroying it. And I'm going to keep standing behind that, okay? And like I said, after I had been talking about this, theorizing that there was a lot of women, I found an article where they admitted that they have a lot of women writing for Destiny 2. And it's later Destiny 2. It's not early Destiny 2, because even early Destiny 2 was still made, you can tell, early Destiny 2 was still written by men. Okay, so Jeremy from The Quartering, right? Got YouTube channels from Kino Casino blocked, removed. So he false flagged. First of all, they're not even their channels. Kino Casino Clips is run by their editor. It's not their channel. The money made on Kino Casino Clips is for their editor. The editor runs it. Flack, I can't remember his name right now. So he false flagged their channels and got them removed. He also removed Andy Worski's channel. Even though there was no strikes against the channel, it was reinstated 6 months ago, he got it removed. Jeremy's being basically a libtard. He's acting like a libtard. He's whining and complaining that they are saying mean things about him. And so he's basically saying, oh, he's acting like a libtard. Flat out, he's acting like a libtard. Need to find the target of opportunity. So my issue with him is I do not believe you should be able to strike someone and basically deplatform. He threatened to deplatform them, and he's now trying to deplatform them. He apparently also has contacted the guy in charge of Kick to try and get them removed from Kick, which is stupid because he barely has anybody who follows him on Kick. I think at this point, even I have more people. I have 14 followers on Kick, and I probably have more people following on Kick. Yeah. He's actually doing worse than Matt Jarbo, because people pointed out Matt Jarbo struck other channels, but they didn't lose their channels. They have lost their channels. So now everyone on X is trying to get YouTube's attention to get them to reverse the block or ban on those channels. He's acting like, he's acting like a libtard. I'm embarrassed. Like, honestly, as I said, I stopped following Jeremy from The Quartering a while back because I got tired of the grifting. What really broke it for me was finding out that the guy owns a plane, at least one plane, a $16,000 RC racetrack, hundreds of thousands of dollars in and yet he's also doing I'll admit I have no idea who Wendigoon is. I'll look into it, but I don't know who Wendigoon is. I'm sorry, but if he's I'll say this, what is it? I haven't been watching The Quartering in a while because I got tired of what really pissed me off was Amfest. Okay? I can understand trying to sell your coffee, even though I think it's stupid and overpriced. I'm not going to buy your coffee, but I can understand at least trying to sell your coffee. Okay? I can understand trying to get memberships. Okay? But when you start begging for $14,000 so you can go to Amfest, and you make dozens of times the amount of money your followers make, and you're a multi-millionaire, okay? What the hell is wrong with you, man? So I got tired. I'm like, I'm not gonna contribute my view to The Quartering after that. I'm like, you want $14,000 so you can go to Amfest, and we have to pay for it for you. Okay, Habibi. No, I'm done. I don't come on my channel here and go, all right, you guys. All right. I make a ridiculously low salary. I want to go to TennoCon. All right, start donating money for TennoCon. No, I just don't go. So you are a multimillionaire, and you are begging people for $14,000 after you post about having spent $16,000 on an RC track, which was stupid. I don't drink coffee either, but the hot cocoa. Like I said, I don't. I think his coffee's stupid. I think I don't know how he's doing financially with that thing. I don't care. I don't even care about the stuff they said about his wife. I've already said this. I think his wife is a phenomenal woman who actually sounds like a very nice person. Okay? What little you know about his wife, it sounds like she's very hardworking, very smart. She reads a lot. She can fly planes, which is a lot of work. She sounds like someone who, like, every time he mentions her, which he mentions her a lot, there's always talks about crafts and things she does. She bakes. She sounds like a decent woman. He's lucky to have her, okay? And he's going around trying to get with other women. Dude, shut up. Enjoy. You have a wonderful wife, and you are treating her like garbage, okay? I said, I don't know the woman. What I've heard of her, it sounds like she has a lot of skills and very smart woman, okay? So even with all the talk about Sky Bull and all that, didn't change my opinion of the woman at all, okay? Didn't even change my opinion of Jeremy what changed my opinion of Jeremy from the quartering was the $14,000 begging for Amfest. That's what changed my opinion of him. It wasn't even the fact that I wasn't sure I believed, like, he feels very fake and false. All right? It wasn't even that. Even though at times he feels like the whole sudden conversion to Christianity at the death of Charlie Kirk felt kind of off. I'm like, all right, you know what? It's not my place, okay? And then after that, it was the deplatforming Kino Casino. Getting their platforms, threatening, going to the guy in charge of Kick and being like, you need to remove them, okay? You don't talk about deplatforming people, period. You don't deplatform people. Now, I'm completely turned off. I think he's a scummy person. Or the argument between him and Rex Jones, where you're like, oh no, those are all jokes. Yeah. Okay? You need get your Wawa, get real coffee. I'll admit I'm not a fan of coffee. I'm a Red Bull person myself. But as I said, it wasn't even the stuff what the Kino Casino said that made me not like Jeremy was the amount of ridiculous when they made me aware showed me clips where he's talking about buying Rolex watches. Okay? And I mean, I'm more flexible even. I'm like, okay, I understand. You make a lot of money from YouTube, okay? But then you come on and you start begging for us to pay for your trip to Amfest. That's what I was like. I don't even mind the fact that he makes a lot of money on YouTube, okay? My issue is then you come on here and you're like, you need to pay for my Amfest trip. You need to pay for this. You need to keep donating. Shut up, dude. Then shut up. Screw you. I mean, as I said, you make, you're supposedly a millionaire. You make thousands, in 1 month, you probably make more than I make in an entire year. Okay? And then you come on here and you beg for $14,000. And I'm going to keep, like I said, I'm using the example of me and TennoCon, okay? Would I like to go to TennoCon? Absolutely. Can I afford to go to TennoCon? Absolutely not. Do I go around begging you guys for money so I can go to TennoCon? Absolutely not. You know what I do? I don't go. Because it's not my place to beg you guys to pay for a trip for me. Okay? You don't have the $14,000. Either you pay for your $14,000 Amfest. The thing is, what gives you the right to make all that money and then still expect everyone to pay for your trip to Amfest? And $14,000. Why didn't you share hotel rooms? You could have had the girls in one hotel room, 2 beds in one hotel room. You could have had 2 hotel rooms. No, you had to have 4 hotel rooms. One for you, one for Luke, one for what's her name? Hannah Claire, and one for Melanie Mack. Okay. You know what? When we would travel on trips, my family couldn't afford it, right? We'd have 1 hotel room for all of us. So you know what, Jeremy? You could have gotten 2 hotel rooms with 2 beds in each. Okay? You had to, because those exist. 2-bed hotel rooms, right? You could have gotten a motel. 2 beds. You and what's his name? And Luke could have shared a room. I appreciate that, Johnny, I do. But I'm not going to beg you guys for money, and I'm not going to expect you to donate for me to go on a trip. I appreciate it. I really, really do. The thought does mean a lot, okay? Just hearing you say that means a lot. But it's not right for me to do that. It really isn't right for me to do that. And it's not right for him. And the difference is, at least in my case, I can't afford it. I genuinely, you guys know I work in retail. I said, I don't tell where I work, and I'm never going to say where I work, but I work in retail. Okay, what you know about retail, you know there's no way I could afford to go to TennoCon. So it's not like I'm hiding anything like Jeremy is, okay? But for Jeremy to come in here and be like, you have to pay my $14,000 trip. Why? Why? Okay? So that's what really made me lose all trust in him. But then the deplatforming thing, that's the last straw. Like, I had already stopped watching his content ages ago. But the deplatforming, especially if you're a conservative, okay? Especially if you consider yourself a conservative. There's no group of people who've been forced and deplatformed more than conservatives. That's why I say he's acting like a libtard. Because only libtards go around saying, oh my God, he got my pronouns wrong. He needs to be banned and blocked. Oh my God, he played Hogwarts Legacy. How dare he play Hogwarts Legacy? Oh my God, my pronouns. Okay. Only libtards are the type who go around saying you need to be blocked and banned because you did something and you hurt my fifis. Okay? So Jeremy's acting like a libtard because, dude, honestly, I never took any of what they said about your wife seriously, other than, like I said, you need to shut up about your wife. Okay? Because we don't know for sure if what he's, I mean, it makes logical sense, but I don't care. It didn't change my opinion of, honestly, like I said, I think your poor wife, yes. Or if they do the disgusting thing with kids. But it needs to be done, like, very carefully and very strict and very rare. Okay? I'm more of a, I would have to be, like I said, I'm more of a, I think everyone should speak for themselves. And if you're dumb enough to believe that I think cat farts cure the coof, yeah, that's your problem more than mine. If I go online and say cat farts cure the coof, and you believe me, I think that's more a problem with you than with me. I'm just saying. I'm not sorry. Okay? So, I'm very much against it. I remember at one point YouTube was saying if you said that the 2020 election was stolen, you would get banned. That's what made me realize that it must have been stolen, because if you're so that sensitive about it, yeah, then it definitely was stolen. Okay? So don't you dare come in here and say, Kino Casino said mean things about me. No, I agree with them, though. It's interesting. They've been saying things about, saying that the wife has been getting banged by the sky bull for months, and it never got to him. It was only when that buddy of his came up and his criminal past that he suddenly went scorched earth. What he did was scummy, and I hope they get their channel back. As I said, But then this is why I'm not a big ass content creator, because I'm too blunt for my own good, and I am terrible at the grift. Because so how much super chat for cat toes? Joking. We're gonna make her an OnlyFans. Then you're gonna be for the mega bucks for those cat toes, right? You gotta show off those cat toes. Hey, May, where's your cat toes? Come on, May, let's show everybody your cat toes. You got a lot of kitty cat toes. I learned the hard way to need to block people. I don't block a lot of people, but I learned the hard way. So what happened was, after I made my criticism about June, right? Someone kept responding to me, and I muted them, right? And then I posted a couple days later something to Digital Extremes or Play Warframe, right? And this person was following me, even though I had just muted them, and started calling me a phobe and an ist and telling Digital Extremes to ignore me. I realized then that sometimes you do need to block people. I don't do it very often because honestly most of them aren't worth the time. But I feel like if the person is going to be a persistent pest, usually Rainbow Mafia, not even Rainbow Mafia, usually pronoun freaks. Most of the time I will mute pronoun freaks, but sometimes if the person is a little bit too off the bend, you want wait now? Thank you for the $10 super chat, but now I gotta get the cat for the cat toes. Where's the cat for the cat toes? May, you got a super chat for your cat toes. Come on, May. Where's May? Where's May? Come here, May. Wait, come on, let's show everybody your cat toes. Come on, May. Come on, May, cat toes. Come on, May. Come on. Hey, come on. Cat toes. Alright, I got the May. Alright, I got the May. You got a super chat for your cat toes. Let's show everybody your cat toes. Let's show them those hot, sexy cat toes, huh? You got the cat toes? Alright, here we go. Alright, here's the cat toes. Look at the cat toes. Show them your cat toes. Cat toes. Look at those feet. Look at those kitty cat feet. Huh? He's got the kitty cat feet. Look, he got the kitty cat feet. Yeah? What about the other ones? Show the other paws. These technically aren't toes, they're fingers. There we go. Cat toes. There we go. You want to show the kitty cat stretch? Let's show the kitty cat stretch. Come on, May. Show the stretch. Here we go. Here's more cat toes. Who's got kitty cat toes? Who's got kitty cat toes? And see, she's polite. She hides her private area. She shows off her toes. Who's got toes? You got toes? Yeah, you're such a sweetie. You're such a sweetie patootie. Showing off your cat toes. See? We gotta make you a feet. Yeah? You gotta show off your feet? He's got little feet. Alright. Kitty, baby kitty. Mwah. 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 No, and again, like with YouTube as well. Thank you again for the $10 super chat. I was joking about the cat toes. I agree with you about the free speech. I 100%, like, the only time I've ever reported anybody on YouTube, at least me personally, okay? That's why I don't know what they did with your other account. I know who did it. I'm not going to say who did it, but I can't go to them to find out how to reverse what they did. The only time I've ever blocked anybody or banned anybody or reported anybody was when I was getting trolled by those people who'd come in here and they would write the word Nigger, the N-word, in like letters. And they at one point they tried to get me to, they claimed that they were going after this guy who, yeah, it was apparently a thing. And we go onto small YouTube channels and he would have like 50 different alternate accounts. So those I reported, but I've never reported a YouTube channel. Honestly, I don't look myself up on YouTube. I don't care. I don't want to know. So if anybody's talking about me, I don't want to know. I don't need to know. Okay? If you're going to make fun of my Destiny takes, if you're going to make fun of the fact that I mouth breathe, which I know I do, I'm sorry. If you're going to make fun of my lack of professionalism, you see, my main priority isn't being a high-end fancy streamer playing video games and making buco bucks and all that, okay? My main priority is just playing video games, okay? And I just turn on the camera and I'm like, all right, you know what? Let's talk video games. Let's talk about the Corpus in Warframe versus Starfleet and how the Corpus completely ruined my appreciation for Star Trek and how I managed to get one Starfleet officer into the employ of the Corpus. His name is Elias Halverson. It's pretty cool. His parents are from a colony, small distant colony, farming colony. His parents are actually pretty cool. They're pretty base. They're like farming parents, right? Right? They're always driving him nuts, right? They're always driving him nuts. Like, but they absolutely love him. So his parents, and at one point Kai, right, goes to his parents' colony and sells them Corpus weapons. So they're like, yeah, there's this really nice Corpus guy. Sold us some great weapons, really good deal. And he's like, let me guess. And it's like, yeah, he said he kept calling you Elias. And he's like, it was Kai, wasn't it? Here we go. So you got a problem with me being, I'm gonna be the first to tell you, I am too bluntly honest, I am crude, I work in a warehouse, okay? I'm not Geeks and Gamers, I'm not Jeremy, I'm not Az from Heel vs. Babyface, my lighting sucks, my cat keeps turning my lights on and off, my cat every now and then comes in and interrupts me and demands attention, okay? I don't put fancy intros with 5-minute countdowns and all that, because I don't care. I just want to play video games, and this happens to be like a side thing. Like I said, my YouTube channel started from one thing and one thing only. You want to know what that is? Okay? Destiny 1. The only reason I started making content was Destiny 1. All the Destiny 2 people stopped making Destiny 1 Zerv videos when Destiny 2 came out. So you know what? If I were making it for the buco bucks, I wouldn't be making Destiny 1 content. I make it because there's a lot of people out there who thank me in the comments every time I make a video for making a Destiny 1 video. That's why I do it. Because people come in to comment on my video and say, thank you for keeping up with Destiny 1. Do I even get 1,000 views? I don't know. I have not really looked at my views because it isn't even that. Which, I don't even know what the fancy overlays are. I don't know how to figure it out. And I'm never around long enough either. I also went through all that inventory thing. One of these days you have to show me how to do the fancy overlay thing. But at the same time, at the end of the day, I just want to play video games. I just want to play video games. I just want to play video games. That's why I do it. Okay? And then what made me realize is, so then I started making other stuff that isn't just video games, simply because I keep seeing the same thing, okay? The only reason you don't like that, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, apparently the view count on my Destiny Zerv videos are going up. I just don't look, because I didn't do it for the views. But apparently, yeah, I've been able to get more player matching with Destiny 1. And people want to play Destiny 1, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's more people playing Destiny 1. But I didn't do it for that. I did it because there's a player base in the community who want to play Destiny 1, even if it's small, and that's why I do. Okay? That's why. That's it, okay? Where am I? I need something to kill. No! Oh, no. Damn it. So, then I realized that I need to comment on things involving the SJWs and the woke insanity, because anybody else who does Most of the time, they'll be like, oh, well, you're just a straight white man. You don't understand. You're not a marginalized person. You don't understand the sufferings of the marginalized people. Okay. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. So I'm like, all right, okay. You can't call me a straight white man, so I'm not like Az or any of that, or Jeremy. You can't be like, oh, you don't like it because you're just a straight white man. Yeah. Usually people stop arguing with me, especially on X, because it's like all these people are all about diversity, right? They're always about diversity, right? And yet, somehow, they don't know how, they don't realize that my screen name is called The Hijabi Gamer, okay? I'm obviously a woman, okay? And I'm obviously Muslim. And yet somehow you miss that. And you think I'm a straight white man. Okay. So I realized I needed to make content. I need to make more content. Look, I have a very exhausting job, okay? But I need to make more content because the whole point is, okay, Luke Plunkett, your article recently about DEI. Habibi, I'm not a straight white man and I think DEI is BS. What do you guys say about that, huh? What do you think, Habibi? What's your problem, Habibi? Come on, Habibi. What you guys say about that, Habibi? Okay? That's why I get blocked by people too, right? I got blocked by someone from Bungie at one point because I was like, I thought you wanted to talk to diverse people. Huh? Don't you want to talk with diverse people? I'm more diverse. But you don't want to talk to me. You got a problem? Okay, how do I get... Hi, baby. Okay, you want more feet pics? More cat feet. Baby feet. Look at the baby feet. Show them your sexy little toes. Look at those kitty cat toes. Toe beans. Look at the toe beans. Look at those itty bitty toe beans. Look at the toe beans. Free toe beans. Toe beans. Toe beans. Yeah. Honestly, right now, there's probably more D1 players than D2 players. There's like 10,000 people on Steam playing Destiny 2 right now. Okay? There probably is more people playing Destiny 1 than Destiny 2. Destiny 1 is a better game. It's more heroic. I said, I would come home from work tired, okay? I would come home from work and I would want to be the hero. You know, life is boring, right? Right? Okay, well, I'm the wrong kind of diverse. That's the problem. That's why they don't like me, because I'm the wrong kind of diverse. How dare the marginalized woman not listen to us and agree with us about the DEI? Yeah, I don't care. How dare you not behave like minorities should? You are a bad marginalized person. For shame. You should be completely on board with it. I actually had someone literally come in here and telling me, oh, what do you mean you don't support DEI? Then he was like, the only reason you have your job is because of DEI. No, Habibi. No. It's not because I'm a Muslim woman that they hired me. It's because the results of our recent was the top of the company. Okay? One of the best. All right? I work my butt off, and I have some of the top numbers. So that's why they keep me around. Okay? Because I actually work. Okay? And I show results. Okay? It has nothing to do with what my identity is. Okay? Absolutely nothing at all. And if you come in here and you tell me that the only reason I have the job I have is because of DEI, then you know what? Screw you. That's actually extremely insulting. Okay? I think... How dare you? How dare you? Well, I mean, it really is insulting. If you come in here and you're like, the only reason you have your job, it means you don't work hard. It just means that your identity, you're too lazy. I work my butt off, okay? Like, at one point, like, it was just like, I can't believe how high our results were. And it's like, all I cared about was that, right? I worked my butt off. You know, I work really, really hard. And then you come in here and you're like, oh, you have your job because of DEI. No, absolutely not. Okay? That's insulting. That is extremely insulting. Whatever. I'm gonna go to Sanctuary and I'm gonna see what else I can. I look. The funny thing is, the stuff that we would consider, right, center left or even center, now they consider conservative. I'm 100% for free speech. In fact, I'm probably too free speech. Okay, 100% free speech. Other than like stuff with the kids, I'm more of the type who even instigating. I'm like I'm very much about free speech. No, yeah, I agree. If they did it right, they could do these deeply political stories, but they can't. On top of that, sometimes, I'm sorry, but gay Klingons? Oh my god. No words. You took, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the fact that they had someone literally eating her comm badge. Legendary hunt. I need the legendary hunt. Which is probably around here. Yes, May. You seem to have gotten the dumbest people for Starfleet. But on top of that, it doesn't even look like it's 1,000 years in the future. I mean, as I said, the Corpus, incorporating the Corpus into Warframe kind of ruined Star Trek for me. I mean, incorporating the Corpus into Star Trek kind of ruined Star Trek for me. Because there's a lot of stuff where, okay, I made logical leaps. I'll admit it. I made logical leaps, but every single time I've asked AI, I'm like, does everything I say make sense? Like, you have expanded within canon on the canon of Warframe. Where you're like, okay, like the Corpus and their nanites and their suits and the advancements and all of that, they're like, yeah, you have expanded within the acceptable, believable bounty of it. But that aside, I don't know. It's not even like, it's not even just that it's a DEI woke slop mess that's Starfleet Academy. It's stupid. You literally have a cadet eating a comm badge. Who went? Yeah, that's a good idea. Who went and thought that was a good idea? Who in their right mind thought that was a good idea? I ate my comm badge. On top of that, honestly, you know what? Not even the Corpus have emergency medical holograms. You want to know how you could have made Starfleet Academy really interesting? You delved into the whole hologram thing. Okay? Because holograms are not androids. Hey, Mimi. Who's your baby, Mimi? Why is your fur cold? Why is your fur cold? Sit down, Mimi. Sit down, Mimi. Hey, Mimi. Hi, Mimi. Who's your baby, Mimi? Yeah? Who's your baby, Mimi? Who's your baby, Mimi? You want some attention? You want the world to know that you're the best and most important kitty cat? I don't know. You want to make holograms interesting and a unique thing to discuss in the world of Star Trek? Okay? Okay. Why don't you have entire ships crewed by holograms? You have a chief medical officer as a hologram, okay? You don't have security officers? You don't have security teams entirely made up of holograms? If you can have holograms no longer restrained or limited to the ship, right? Oh yeah, you can program the cadet to have, that's why I'm saying you dumb down the whole concept of holograms. Instead of having, I understand androids, but based on this, okay, wait, so you're saying that if you delete an entire holodeck program, right, that's some form of mass killing? I mean, just think about it. So why don't you have it? Okay, you have the chief medical officer replaced with a hologram, which I can tell you Elias is not happy with. He's glad the Athena, which sadly, unfortunately, because of my Star Trek Corpus crossover, started as a joke, making fun of Starfleet Academy. My Starfleet ship is the USS Athena. Though that was actually really funny, because at one point the junior Corpus doctor, which is Tiket Taro, asks the chief medical officer if he worships Hermes, because the Caduceus is from Hermes, and if they worship Athena, because the ship is called the USS Athena. And it leads to some problems because the Corpus think that the chief medical officer of the USS Athena is converting Corpus to polytheism. Yeah, but the thing is, right? Okay, think about it, okay? It still requires okay. You can just randomly create programs. There's a lack of permanence. There's a lack of permanence with holograms. So why don't you have an entire ship crewed by holograms? Okay? You can replace the entire workforce now with holograms. At the bare minimum, why aren't there full Starfleet warships? Okay? The military vessels run by holograms. Your chief medical officer is a hologram. And that's not a simple job to do. And yet somehow, you don't have security officers, holograms. They can make themselves so that they don't get injured. So somehow you have the chief medical, like I said, you could have done so much with the hologram concept. Like, even if Data is a one-of-a-kind unique, right? Which he is, right? Keep in mind also, it's a lot harder to create an android. You can create thousands of holograms easily without much effort. Okay? So, why don't you have entire starships run by holograms? You don't have to worry about the risk and the danger to humans. You have a chief medical officer that's a hologram. And I'm sorry, but the chief medical officer is not an easy position. As I said, Elias Halverson is not happy by the whole chief medical officer being replaced by hologram. He's like, we are not getting the emergency medical hologram on the Athena. Okay? But why didn't you go with that? You could have turned it into, especially if you have the EMH as a character, dealing with the whole idea of mass-produced holograms who are basically an entire slave labor capacity. Or why hasn't the issue of genetic engineering come up more thoroughly? Why don't you have, seriously, why don't you have an entire group of people like the Corpus who use genetic engineering? Like, I have brought that up, where you literally have a teenage Corpus, and they're like, and they're like, he would make a great Starfleet cadet, right? And they're like, no, he cannot. Why? He was genetically engineered. When? As a child. You have an entire group of people who are genetically engineered. You don't deal with it. I'm sorry, but the Starfleet ban on genetic engineering to me is stupid. It is flat out stupid. Okay? You don't have a good reason why you have banned genetic engineering. You don't. It's just left over from World War III. But genetic engineering aside, which, by the way, if they continue... I mean, the best part in the whole Corpus Warframe crossover thing is, apparently they can now. Remember, he had a portable emitter, right, that allowed him to. I mean, yeah, you're right. They talk about slavery all the time. So what about holograms, right? Why not? You can also look like whatever the hell you want as a hologram. But no, the funniest part of the whole thing between the crossover between the Corpus and Starfleet is, at one point, so in order to facilitate the transfer of, because they're selling Corpus medicine to Starfleet, right? So they have Corpus crew working on the Federation starship, helping with integration. Okay? So you have a junior doctor working on the Athena sickbay, right? He works part-time in Athena, and he works part-time on the Corpus vessel. The Athena and the Corpus vessel, it's a Corpus pillar ship, are constantly together because they're the ones working towards advancing, selling whatever, okay? And so the chief medical officer realizes that in order to make it easier for their own paperwork, because the Corpus are a company, right? They unintentionally, they didn't expect the chief medical officer to realize that he was sort of added to the payroll and added to the employment of the corpus. So they're like, the only reason he isn't formally added to the corpus is because he hasn't given a payment method for his paycheck from the corpus. So the chief medical officer is like, all right, you know what? He decides to collect his corpus paycheck. Okay, it's because he supervises a corpus officer that he becomes indirectly an employee of the corpus, and he accepts it. And then because the corpus are trying to mess with the Federation, they're like, okay, we're going to hire him. So they have a whole ritual to indoctrinate him as an employee of Beck, because my characters all work for Frode Beck, Beckco. Okay, so the whole thing is hilarious because the corpus are like, yeah, we'll take Starfleet officers if they want to join and work with the corpus. We will take Federation citizens who want to work for... Because the whole idea of of Parvos Granum is it's based on how profitable you are. It doesn't matter what you are. It's all very merit-based, right? So the corpus are like, so the security officer likes the corpus more. We'll hire him, right? The funny thing is, the opposite doesn't work. As I said, there's a teenage corpus doctor. And by the way, I looked at the youngest doctor is 17, so he's 16. Okay? Which I realized I made a horrible mistake because the corpus aged much slower than I thought. That's another thing. The corpus apparently aged much slower, so a 16-year-old corpus looks like he's 8. So now I have to figure out what I'm going to do with the fact that I have a 16-year-old who looks like an 8-year-old who has a medical degree. It is the dumbest thing possible now. Because it's like, oh, Darvo is considered an adolescent, and he's 100 years old. So I have to go into the fact that the corpus consider you to be a juvenile until you're 50. But that's a whole nother thing. That aside, okay? You have a corpus junior doctor, okay? Who they all say would make a great Starfleet officer, right? But they're like, oh, but he's genetically engineered. No corpus could ever join the Federation. Even if they literally were to come up to the Starfleet and be like, we feel oppressed. We feel like we're being taken advantage of. We no longer want to be corpus. They're going to be treated as criminals in the Federation because they're all genetically engineered. Which is hilarious because... So the corpus are willing to accept Federation people into the corpus. But Starfleet is unwilling to accept corpus into Starfleet. There's so many things, like I said, that's why I feel like my crazy, stupid, dumb, pointless crossover between the Warframe and Star Trek is more Star Trek because it asks a lot of the questions that make you think about the Federation and Starfleet. Which is what was Star Trek about. Star Trek was about asking those questions. Right? It was about looking at the world and going, okay, you know, I've brought it up before, where at one point, the chief medical officer from the Corpus vessel tells the Starfleet chief medical officer, he's like, you want us to die. And of course, the chief medical officer's like, absolutely not, we don't want you to die. It's like, no, but you don't want us to exist because we don't fit in a universe. Your ideal universe doesn't have the corpus in it. And it's brilliant because it brings along a group of people who are so different, and yet the Federation needs them. Yes, it is. Yes. And in fact, Julian Bashir's parents were punished for genetically engineering him. I believe they went to prison. I believe Julian Bashir's father went to prison. No. Nah. The Ferengi are nothing like the Corpus. The Corpus are what the Ferengi want to be. And actually, when I have them run into the Ferengi multiple times, the Corpus work with the Ferengi, right? And the Corpus and the Ferengi get along very well. But the Ferengi are terrified of the Corpus because the Corpus are very different than the Ferengi. As I had a conversation where the Ferengi are like, the Corpus don't want extravagance. They don't want to show off. They don't want that, where the Ferengi walk around with, wealth, flaunting their wealth. The Corpus literally worship profit. They sacrifice everything in the name of profit. They literally worship it. It is a religion to them. And so the Ferengi are like, the Corpus are what we pretend to be. The Corpus are terrifying. They work hard. They work like ridiculously hard. Like, and they're genetically engineered. And so at one point, they hire the Federation. The reason Starfleet has banned and considers genetic engineering criminal is because of World War III. Khan Noonien Singh, which is dumb. I'm sorry. And it has led to arguments between the two chief medical officers, where the chief medical officer in Starfleet has to deal with the fact that genetic engineering can save lives, and they don't do it. So the arguments come across as very, very hollow between the chief medical officer from the Federation and the Corpus one, because the Corpus was like, well, we have genetic engineering. It hasn't been a problem for us. So trying to justify banning genetic engineering. But yeah, you were considered, like I said, Julian Bashir's parents, I believe his father went to prison because he was genetically engineered. And so even if you have Corpus who say, we want to join the Federation, they would be considered criminals. Yeah, and I think they didn't like making him genetically engineered, but I liked Bashir. He was 27 when he became chief medical officer. I liked Bashir. I liked everybody on Deep Space Nine. You better come back. Don't do this nonsense of you're not coming back. Thundercats. Thundercat toes. Thundercat toes. Yes, and that's when they completely ban it. So as I said, and that's why if you were to bring the Corpus into Starfleet, eventually the genetic engineering ban would be lifted. Or it would start slowly. It would start with different ways of saving lives with it. Eventually, I think within a century, the Corpus would be allowed to join the Federation. That's my theory. That within a century, the Corpus would be allowed, but that in the first few decades, they will be given a seat on the Federation Council because of all that they do for the Federation. So the Corpus... Anyway, give me 1 sec. I have to use the bathroom. And then I will explain. And I'm not taking my radio with me, so I don't do a Vegrom on me. I can't. I'm live streaming. Hey, Mimi. Yay. I can't right now. Not a cow. I'm busy. Yay. I can't right now, okay? I'm busy. All right. Okay, sorry about that. All right, Thundercats. Min Min is a member of the Thundercats. All right, don't tell anybody. That's a secret. She looks cute and small. Okay. You want popcorn, Mimi? You want popcorn, Mimi? Right here. Completely unprofessional YouTuber. No professionalism at all. All right, Mimi, over there. Go eat them. Completely unprofessional. All right. All right. This is what happened. Okay? 100%. Okay. Where did I put my popcorn? Did I just drop it? Okay. I did. Great. That's a good thing I have two. Okay. This is my theory on what happened and how they... Okay? Okay. Completely unprofessional YouTuber here. Alright. I have a rundown. My only problem is how the 16, 17-year-old now looks like an 8-year-old. I have to solve that. I'm going to be replacing him. So he's still going to have a minor role. I didn't have a problem when the 16-year-old looked like a 16-year-old. Because 17 is the youngest age for a doctor, so he's Corpus 16. Until I found out that the Corpus lived for I knew the Corpus lived for centuries, but I didn't realize Darvo was treated as an adolescent. That means the Corpus age slower. So my theory now is that up until the age of 50, a Corpus is considered a juvenile. They literally age slower than we do. I mean, if they live for centuries. So a 16-year-old Corpus probably looks and is developmentally and physically and mentally an 8-year-old. And that's being generous, okay? So for the first 50 years of their lives, a Corpus is considered a juvenile. I figured that they wouldn't have such a prolonged childhood. I figured they would have it longer because they have turned off the libido, so they slow down and extend puberty so it doesn't have the chaos. So I figured by 20, 25, maybe 30, but 50 is when they finally are like 18. So there's a 50-year-old Corpus, who's the engineer that works on the Starfleet ship, who looks like he's 18, which is hilarious because the chief medical officer is 42, and he's dealing with someone who's 8 years older than him and looks like decades younger than him. Anyway. So the reason they allowed the 16-year-old, who looks like an 8-year-old, to be the junior doctor is because they put his record down in Starfleet as, well, he's more like 16 or 17. Okay? In his record. So Starfleet didn't realize that the 16-year-old looks like he's 8. Because I didn't realize the 16-year-old looked like he's 8 until too late. But that aside, okay, this is my theory on what happened. The entire origin system is transferred through the void to the world of Star Trek. Either because either they are a future version of the Federation, so they are literally the Federation's future. Enjoy, have fun with, I'm guessing, Bacula. Or they are an alternate reality of the Federation, but still in the future. The Corpus have subspace transmissions, and they advance theirs, and they start picking up transmissions from the Federation. So a couple Corpus ships start leaving the origin system using the less perfect void faster than light travel. They eventually upgrade to warp drive after their interaction with the Federation. They start selling eventually, the long-term thing is they eventually start selling weapons to the border colonies, weapons to Starfleet because Starfleet runs into the Grenier, medical because their medical is objectively more advanced, no genetic engineering, but still other Corpus medicine, and the Federation starts to rely on them. Anyway, that aside. Anyway, I said I could go on about this forever because I feel like there's so much real Star Trek to this crazy conundrum. All right, I have to find that thing. Anyway, that aside. Okay. I'm trying to think what else went on in the world of gaming, but it's just been marathon non-stop. Oh, here we go. So I said all anybody's talking about is Crimson Desert and what is it? Crimson Desert and Marathon. And oh yeah, Vara Dark is the only one who brought up the new DLC for Borderlands 4. Everything about Marathon is hideous. Everything about Marathon is hideous. The characters look ugly. The game looks ugly. The world is apparently boring. Alright, let's see. I said, I am trying. Yes, May May. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, I gotta do that. That's in the... side missions. I have 90%. Okay. Hi, Meme. Mwah. Mwah. Meme. Meme. All right, Meme. All right. I have... Okay. So I got the targets of opportunity. Okay, I'm doing Eden 6. Okay. What was the last one I did? Is okay, Typhon logs. Okay. May, there's no. No, May, I can't see. Okay. So as for Race's Canopy, I think I already did that. Here's my heart. See, target of opportunity. Abermine. I think I did that one. Target of opportunity, good. So, Hammerlock's Humph. Typhon, okay. And, okay. Here. You can have this right here. May, you're sitting right in front. Here. Popcorn. Okay. I can't see now, May. Fine, I'll eat it. Ha! I gave it to you. You started. Move, May. May, move. You're a professional YouTuber. May. She's right in front of the TV. Well, not the TV, the monitors. Monitor, Min. Monitor. I can't see. Okay, well, never mind. Okay. Look at the fail. That one's done. Crimson Radio, no. So, what did I miss? I missed something. No, May. No, May. All right. Because that is DLC, okay? Okay. That's the problem here, okay? Okay, we have Dead Claptrap, Crimson Radio, Typhon to drop, Hijack Target. Yeah, so no. Hijack Target. Okay. Okay, no. Okay, no. I need... Okay. Pandora. Alright, let's look at Pandora. Let's just see. What? Okay, no. Nothing in the Great Vault. May, you're right in front of the screen. I have to... Okay. I think there was 2 I missed because I was like, I'm too lazy to do it. Counter Assault. Legendary Hunt, I did. Okay. Guts of Carnivora. Nope. Carnivora. I think I did all of Carnivora. This was just a dead claptrap. Splinter Lens. 100% on the Splinter Lens. Devil's Razor. Alright. Dead claptrap. Hijack target. I did the target of opportunity. Okay, what happened left? Alright. Look. I can't see May. Okay. Alright. Just make sure. Here we go. Hijack target, hijack. Legendary Hunt. So there is a Legendary Hunt here. That's probably the last one. Where is the Legendary Hunt, May? Okay. Okay. Because if I get these, then I get 2 trophies. May. Okay, Min. Well, because I'm hungry. Okay? So what else is happening on the internet? Well, you're a professional YouTuber. Okay. 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 I was just seeing what are the latest. Okay. We're gonna go right here. Alright. So I don't need the hijack target. I need the Legendary Hunt. The Legendary Hunt is usually in a corner. So like... Okay, sorry about that. I am not... Look, At least I'm not doing a Review Tech USA thing and eating a massive bowl of salad, and then yeah, I stopped following RTK. Yo, what's up, Primal One? So yes, I am working on trophying Borderlands 3, which I still think is a better game than Borderlands 4. And I'm going to say this, Primal One, you haven't been here. Gearbox is a better developer, even with all the controversy, excuse me, than Bungie. Because you know what Borderlands 3 does not have? And you know what Borderlands 4 does not have? Even though the DLC, apparently, I'm playing it right now for Borderlands 4, is overpriced and basically kind of sad and pathetic. No microtransactions. There is no in-game marketplace like in Destiny 2. Isn't that interesting? Dude, come here. Come. I want. Apparently there's a special gun you use. Alright, now you're all gonna die. You are all going down. Oh my god. Look, I was willing to let you all live because, look, the only cosmetics that I have ever bought, think about it, okay? Think about it, because a lot of people everyone is angry at Borderlands 3 because the story was, I won't even say the Borderlands 3 story was bad. The dialogue was bad. But honestly, I'm going to even say this. The characters in Borderlands 3 may have been annoying, may have been a pain in the butt, may have been difficult, maybe may have been very, very cringe. But you want to know what they also were? Unique and had personality. Okay? I'm going to say this. The villains in Borderlands 4 are boring. Every character in Borderlands 4 is boring. The Timekeeper is boring. But everybody knows who Troy and Tyreen is. You don't even have to have played Borderlands 3 to know who Troy and Tyreen were. Ava, okay? Every one of the characters still has crazy lines associated. I mean, everybody remembers Marcus. Ammo. Without it, you're just a schmuck with a paperweight. That's from Marcus in Borderlands 3. Even, what's his name? Vaughn, with his whole Raider life. Everyone, yeah. The characters stood out. The enemies stood out. Everything stood out in Borderlands 3. Even when it was annoying, it still stood out. But you know what Borderlands 3 does not have? An in-game store for cosmetics. Every single one of the cosmetics are really bad characters that turned out. Yes, 100%. Borderlands 3 has some of the best gameplay. The gameplay is better than Borderlands 4. And on top of that, there's some really great content later in the game. I mean, I love the handsome jackpot. So no, but I was thinking, as I'm telling Primal One here, because Primal One is, all right, I was thinking about how everybody's so caught up in Marathon and how people who play Destiny 2 are, I'm not sorry. If you're dumb enough to have been a Destiny 2 player and go, I trust Bungie with Marathon, you're an idiot. There's no other word for it. You're just an idiot. You have completely ignored what Bungie has been doing with Destiny 2 for years, and you go, yeah, I trust them with another game. Nah. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Okay? If you trust Bungie with Marathon, after playing Destiny 2, you are idiot. Plain and simple. Okay? I'm just going to say it. But I was thinking about video game developers and trying to see, is there any video game developer I trust less than Bungie? And I couldn't find one. I mean, Gearbox, which has been recently in the whole controversy where Borderlands 4 came out broken on PC. Remember that? Well, here's something to think about. How many times have we repeatedly had DLC come out, expansions come out for Destiny 2 in the last year where it is unplayable broken to the point of unplayable? Where there are points where there are certain cosmetics where they're like, yeah, we hear that you cannot even log into the game if you have a certain cosmetic equipped on your character. We're sorry, we'll try to fix it. What was that? Wasn't there a point, at some point, right, where you could not log into Destiny on PlayStation? Okay? So, yeah. Was it wrong that Borderlands 4 launched broken? But you know what? They fixed it. Is the DLC small and sucky and tiny? Yes, it is. But you know what? They don't have the Borderlands 3, the only complaint you ever hear about Borderlands 3 was that the writing was terrible. And I'm going to say it. The story wasn't bad. The dialogue was terrible. Because finding out that Tri and Tyreen are the children of Typhon de Leon and all of that was all actually pretty interesting. Okay? And seeing a male siren for the first time was pretty cool. I liked Troy. I think he didn't get enough. They were interesting characters. Were they a little bit on the annoying cringe side? Absolutely. But you know what? You remember them. That's the difference. You remember Troy and Tyreen. How many people are talking about the Timekeeper? I mean, he isn't even a Trump clone. He looks like, I don't know, John Cena? Like, he's boring. He has no personality. There's better to be an annoying personality than a boring one. Nobody's talking about the Timekeeper. Nobody's talking about, only one person on my For You page on YouTube was talking about the Borderlands DLC. And that was Veridark. I didn't even know, the funny thing is, I didn't even know about it, and I own it because I bought the Mega Deluxe collection for Borderlands 4 because that was how hyped I was for Borderlands 4, okay? And you know what? Even though I spent about the same amount for Borderlands 4 with all the DLC for this first year, I'm getting more out of Borderlands 4 than Destiny 2's Year of Prophecy, which cost a little less. Interesting. But at the same time, there's no in-game store in Borderlands. All of the cosmetics you earn in-game other than the pre-order bonuses. So every time you buy a DLC, you'll get a special cosmetic. But there's no in-game store. And I can show you the ridiculous amount of cosmetics. I said, you want to see the cosmetic store in Borderlands 4, Borderlands 3? You go down to the dock, the deck, where Ellie is. I'm good. How are you? I still think the Corpus. I'm still obsessed with the Corpus. Though I found out that my 16-year-old Corpus prodigy looks like an 8-year-old. Now I'm kind of stuck. Because I didn't realize that Darvo was an adolescent. I know he was considered young, but he's literally considered an adolescent, which means that the Corpus aged slower, which means my 16-year-old has the developmental and mental capacity. He has a prodigy-level genius and the developmentalness of an 8-year-old, which is a problem. So I've come up with the excuse right now that Starfleet doesn't realize that the 16-year-old, who's about the age of a cadet, looks like an 8-year-old. Because I didn't realize that the 16-year-old would look like an 8-year-old. But I'm going to replace him with someone else and have him continue, but Starfleet's like, yeah, we don't want to offend the Corpus, but we're not having an 8-year-old. Because I looked into it, and the youngest doctor ever was 17. So, a 16-year-old who started at 4. I mean, they said that the 17-year-old doctor was like doing algebra at 2 and like calculus at 4. So he is believable in that sense. But the fact that he's corpus means he looks like he's 8. So that's a little ridiculous. That's the problem with you realize mistakes you made, and then you're like, okay, come on, DE, give me some ideas. But anyway, that aside, okay. I shouldn't keep focusing on my Star Trek Warframe crossover. I think it's cool, but nobody else thinks it's cool. Die! Anyway, so, as I said, Gearbox, okay, as much as you may have problems with Borderlands 4, okay, you know when the DLC came out, even though the DLC is small and kind of sad and pathetic, which is, like, when you look at it, I actually posted a video on X of it where someone was comparing the DLC and all of the content that came out for Borderlands 3 in the same time period as Borderlands 4. And there's a lot more that came out for Borderlands 3 than Borderlands 4. But still, when you think about it, there is no in-game shop where you can spend real money, okay, in Borderlands 4. Okay? Just as there's no in-game shop. I mean, seriously, think about it. Really, really, really pause and think about it, right? Think about it. Okay, think about it, right? We've been complaining about Gearbox. And everybody hating Borderlands 3. Right? But, okay, one sec. Let me look it up. What were the Borderlands 3 DLC and what were their cost? Cost. Okay. So there were 2 seasons. I believe each season was $30. So it was $30 each year, plus the initial launch price of $60. Okay, 2 DLC each year, and then there was the third, $30 or $14.99 for director's cut and designer's cut. So we have $30. So basically, 3 years, $30 each, plus $60. Okay, Borderlands 3. So Borderlands 3 at $60 at launch, plus 3 years of $30 each for the DLC. That's $90 for the DLC plus $60. That makes it $150 for Borderlands 3 completely. There's more content in Borderlands 3 than Destiny 2 in 1 year. Or even 2 years, okay? The DLC in Borderlands 3 is good. And you know what? Again, the Borderlands 3 does not have an in-game shop. I'm going to keep saying that. There is no cosmetic shop where you can buy cosmetics in Borderlands 3. So no matter how much you might hate Borderlands 3, Gearbox is less greedy, than Bungie. Again, we must keep in mind, Bungie literally removed paid content. Okay? Whereas Borderlands 3 has everything in it. You can even turn on the seasonal events in the game. So I can turn on the Halloween event and the Valentine's Day event. So that's just one company, all right, that we think of as rather scummy, but and yet somehow they are less scummy than Bungie. So please, I'm going to keep asking this. Can you name a video game developer that is more scummy than Bungie? Because I'll wait. Because even Activision Blizzard will not do some of the things Bungie did. Like remove paid DLC. Okay? Okay? That's literally what Bungie did. They removed content you paid for. I'm never going to forgive them for that. Okay? Activision, EA, you name it. They're all less scummy than Bungie. And yet you have people dumb enough to be like, I'm playing Marathon. I trust them. I have... if you are dumb enough to trust Bungie after everything they did with Destiny 2, you deserve to have your money taken away from you. You're just too dumb to exist. You have been living in a cave. And I'm not talking the average person who doesn't know what's going on or what they did with Destiny 2. Like, you know, all the normies who are outside the world of Destiny. Okay, the regular normies who don't know what Bungie did, who haven't been sticking with Destiny 2 for a while, right? Who are like, I used to play Destiny 2. I stopped playing it at Curse of Osiris. Yeah. You have no idea. I played up until Forsaken. Good for you. Though you should know better because I think that was when they removed Red War and all that. I hate these people. They're like, as I said, I have proven Primal 1, by the way. Everyone is like, okay, the Destiny 2, where are the Destiny 2 players? The Destiny 2 players are not, the majority of Destiny 2 players are not playing Marathon. You want to know what the Destiny 2 players are playing? Warframe. They have 90,000 people playing Warframe. They have 10,000 people playing Destiny. 90,000 people are playing Warframe. That is phenomenal. Warframe has regularly been very high. And it's because the Destiny people are playing Warframe. Which is why when Rebecca's trying to defend the Steam count numbers, it's hilariously. Yeah, I'm pretty sure behind the scenes you guys are all making fun of them. You're probably all going, thank you, Bungie, for the Year of Prophecy. We really appreciate it because now everyone's playing Warframe. You drove people away from Destiny 2 and they didn't go to Marathon. They came to us. Because it doesn't make sense for Destiny 2 players to play Marathon. Okay, it doesn't. Okay, I'm looking for that hunt. Which means hunting around. Or, honestly, just looking at a map. I could be doing that, but I'm too lazy. So I'm making it harder on myself by being too lazy to do the easy thing. Yeah. I'm doing a long cut because I'm too lazy to just look up the shortcut. So I'm like, hey, Smash JT, let me come on your channel and tell you about what Destiny's really like. I can grab the dead claptrap by going over there. Why not? Let's go grab the dead claptrap. You're professional YouTuber. Not doing the professional. It's frustrating. I really don't understand where these people are coming from. I really don't understand where these people are coming from. They're like, yeah, I'm gonna play Marathon. I trust Bungie enough to play Marathon. I really don't understand where these people are coming from. Are you really that dumb? After everything Bungie did, and you trust them enough to go and pay $40 and get mad at people for not supporting it. What is wrong with you people? Like, for real, I don't understand it. Like, what the hell? Yeah, why is everybody who follows me always want more views on? Like I said, everyone who finds me on either Twitch or Kick is always want more followers. You know what would be a very interesting video game to make for all the for women? It occurred to me because one of the things I try to keep up with is I'm curious to know about all the capitalistic trends, the crazy trends that people get into. Because I'm like, how can I take advantage of that? Still haven't come up with a way yet. But if you remember the Labubu's, why not a video game where you unlock Labubu's? Where you get the experience of the Labubu. I don't have any Labubus. I think the Labubus are silly. I never understood the appeal. I mean, I do think they are kind of cute. But I don't want a Labubu. Like the mischievous look. Everyone like they look demonic. No, they have that mischievous look to them. Okay? But I don't want a Labubu. I'm not a fan of Labubu. I'm just curious about the hype and what is the next Labubu. But why not a video game where you get to unlock Labubus? Another crazy blind box. And you can then add DLC. So, okay. The best story for Borderlands is Borderlands 2. The best gameplay for Borderlands is Borderlands 3. You're gonna have a very cringy story, and it's not the story. It's the dialogue, okay? Dying Light 2. How is that? Is that a good game? What kind of game is that? I've heard that game before, but I don't know it. I've heard it mentioned. I've never really looked into it. Is it a first-person shooter? Because I like shooters. I really like shooters. Oh, there he is. I really like shooters. I'm working on the trophy for this. So, the best gameplay is definitely Borderlands 3. I think they did a lot of great updates and upgrades to the gameplay mechanics in Borderlands 2 for Borderlands 3. But the story is, it's not the story. It's the dialogue. I think the story is better than people give it credit for. And there's no microtransactions. And if you wait, you could probably get the whole thing for very, very cheap. Like, I own the physical copy, and I ended up buying a digital copy of the whole thing because it was like $20 to get the whole thing. And it was like, it's just easier to get the whole thing and download it and keep, so I don't have to keep switching discs. So I'm just doing the collecting part of this because I want the platinum trophy in Borderlands 3. I have it on PlayStation 4. So now I'm close to PlayStation 5. I have, let's see, where am I at? I have, because I don't have enough trophies. I only have 7 platinum trophies. That's embarrassing. Okay? So I have 36 out of 45. Technically, it's 36 out of 44 because number 45 is the platinum. So 36 out of 44 means I have 8 left. Okay? So I need to get a perfect score at the firing range, which complete all the circles of slaughter, complete all the side missions. First-person parkour. Okay. Clear all the Iridium Proving Grounds. Defeat... See, these are the 2 I'm working on right now. The Hammerlock Legendary Hunts. And... I want to get the platinum next in Borderlands 2. I have played Borderlands 2, but I never got the platinum. And I played Borderlands 2 on the PS Vita. If you like shooters with crazy, crazy, crazy guns, yeah, Borderlands is the game for you. You just look at this beauty. This is my favorite gun. Look at this thing. There are dinosaurs in this. I mean, come on. There are dinosaurs in Borderlands 3. There are no dinosaurs. Where are you? Yeah, don't mess with me. I will look into Dying Light. Out of curiosity. Hey, what is that? Inventory full. Alright, let's see. What can I dump? I mean, I really don't need that. It's just not worth it. So let me just grab this. This one. Already known, so yeah. Look, I like the shooties. Okay, and I play video games mostly offline. I've played Painkiller, which was interesting too, and but I really love Remnant. The funny thing is, the one game that everybody always asks me about, they're like, "Oh, you like first-person shooters? You must have played Call of Duty." No, haven't played Call of Duty yet. I don't know. It's just not something that really calls to me. It's too realistic. I'm more of a Halo. Halo's cool. I've played Halo. Destiny, Borderlands, Doom. Definitely Doom. Warframe, though that's not a first-person shooter. That's a third-person shooter. I have defended... Seriously, Visual Extremes. You guys are mean. Well, I mean, I mostly play offline, but I also don't live stream most of the time. Most of the time, I'm just playing video games because I don't... I said, I know a lot of people look, and I don't want people to think, look, I play shooters by myself. Like, I'm trying to find... See... the Legendary Hunt. So you know what? I'm going to cheat. Alright. Legendary Hunt. So we're doing Floodmore Basin. Basin. Legendary Hunt. Alright, where is this thing? Yeah, I've heard that. Okay. Oh, okay. So it is... Where is that? It's like a... The Legendary Hunt is... I can't see. Okay. No. Is that it? Yeah, it's right over here. So the Legendary Hunt is over here. Okay. Which means I need to go over here. I have played some ARPGs. I liked Diablo 3. I have played a couple of them. I actually even played Diablo 4. But I don't know. I think they now got rid of the fact that you have to unlock the waypoints because that was a nightmarish pain to do. There's a couple of others I'm trying to think of. I mean, for example, there were a couple I have played. I'm trying to think. My brain is freezing right now. But I have played a couple of ARPGs. And I do like them. I have played some Path of Exile. Not much. I didn't get far. And Path of Exile 2. I'm trying to think. But then I think the problem is I'm not very good at build crafting. Like building builds. I don't have the patience for builds. I'll admit. I have a serious lack of patience when it comes to builds. Which is why I suck at Warframe. Oh, I absolutely love to play Warframe, but I suck at builds. My character here right now, Mo's just a random hodgepodge. I'm like, okay, that sounds cool. All right, because even in Borderlands 4, I can the abilities have like a paragraph, and I'm like, look. Okay, if I were here to read a novel, okay, I'm not. I'm here because I want to just shoot bad guys. I think I have played a little last week, or I might have downloaded it, but haven't played it yet. But have looked into playing it and heard it's very cool, and that is definite must that I must try. Okay, so I need to go down. Okay, let's go straight. For me, one of my biggest problems with the Borderlands builds is every one of them is like, okay, so you need to have this ability, then you need this gun and this shield. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. I want to be able to play whatever gun I want, whatever shield I want, whatever I want, and still have kick-ass powers. So for me, it's like, okay, I'll look up a Mo's build, like someone making a video. This is how to play Mo's. And then it's like, okay. And then you start telling me you need this gun, and you need to this specific shield with these specific stats, and this is specific anointments, and I'm like, no, that's too complicated. That's too complicated for me, okay? That requires too much. I just want to play game and shoot stuff in game. Okay? Okay? I've done Mayhem level 10. Well, Mayhem 11 actually. It's 10. On my Zane. My Zane follows no build at all. It's not perfect. I'm not like melting enemies like I see it, but I wish I could do those. Like you'll watch people on YouTube, right? And they're just like burning through enemies and all the stuff exploding all over the place, and you're like, damn, that's cool. And the explosions are everywhere, and you're like, yeah, that's cool. I wish I looked that badass when I'm playing a video game. I really do wish I looked that badass and awesome. Wouldn't it be that awesome to look like some of those really big YouTubers and how they're just burning and melting enemies as they go through the game, and you're like, damn, that's just cool. And here I am just running all over the map trying to find stupid hunts and stuff so I can get my platinum trophy. Alright, where is he? Okay. Dinosaur! I mean, see, this is me melting enemy in Mayhem level 2. I want it on my wall. I killed it. Why do you get it on your wall? You didn't kill it. I did. If you had killed it, that would have been very different. No. Here I am killing the enemy for you. And what do? You get the beast on your wall? Excuse me, Mr. Hammerlock. You should... No. Absolutely not. Wait, so I think... Legendary Hound. Okay, that's what I need. Sanctuary. And then we're going to see what else. So, let's see. Trophy guide. Trophies. It's these two here. Oh, I got it. See? I got it. I didn't get the alert. So I got all of Hammerlock's legendary hunts. Great. So now I just need to find the targets of opportunity, which is probably 2. See, so that would make me to 38, which means I'd only have 6 left. Kill 2 more or more enemies with a single sticky grenade. See which ones I haven't earned loyalty packages for. Alright, so. Okay. So I was on, what was it? I think that was Eden 6. Target of opportunity. So there is a target of opportunity here. You know what? You know what? You know what? The anvil target. Yeah, I'm just going to look it up. Okay? So I don't have to run all over the place. Okay? Target of opportunity. All right, where is it? All right, images. Okay. So the target of opportunity is in that there. Okay, so it's going to be fun. May. I need a shower too. That's a good idea. Took a walk, which is good for you. Took a shower. Now you feel better. Yeah. That's just smart. I, on the other hand, just got another trophy. So is here. Target of opportunity is here. Okay, so I need to go down to here and then up. Okay. Oh, this is the prison. Okay, I really don't want to fight all of you guys. Do I have to? This is when you meet Tiny Tina. Like, I mean, that's the thing. It would feel like the corpus wouldn't want a prolonged childhood. Right? And yet, I mean, if they're going to live for centuries, they probably do. Here we go. All right. So we got to go all the way through there. Okay. Let's go to here first. Like, it amazes me just how much content people were able to make out of Marathon over and over every day. Okay. One sec. Okay. Will this take me? No, it will not. Okay. I mean, I do like the map system in Borderlands 4. Where you're like, yeah, but then you spend the whole time doing that, which is kind of annoying. You're constantly pushing up because it tells you where you're supposed to go. Which is like, okay. One sec. Okay, let me get some ammo. I'm just saying, this gun I have, though, is phenomenal. Yeah, I remember coming here. This is the prison. See, I mean, this game has so many different worlds, and it's exciting compared to Borderlands. Yeah. I'm not shooting at anybody, you stupids. Do I look like I'm shooting at anybody? No, I'm not shooting at anybody. I don't want to shoot at anybody. I just want to get through. Okay, fine. You guys are annoying. You know that, right? Like, I wasn't going to shoot any of you, and I'm still trying not to shoot any of you. Yeah, I see you. Why? Was I not seeing you before? You peanuts? Peanuts. Okay. And, of course. Huh? Okay. You found me? Who found me? I don't know you. So you found me. Why should I? No, I've never played Rust, actually, honestly, I'll admit. I've heard of it, but I've never played Rust. I've played Destiny, Borderlands, obviously Borderlands, Warframe, a lot of Warframe. It's the Sky Bull! Hey, Mei. There's a cat right over here. Hi, Mei. No, I don't. All I know about Burnt Peanut is he was at one point a big marathon person, but apparently only plays marathon because Bungie pays him. I don't know anything. I'll admit. Look, I'll admit I don't play. I don't watch a lot of people who live stream. I prefer to play video games myself. So what is Rust? I played Doom. I've played Doom. I haven't played it in a while, but I played Doom, Destiny 2, Warframe, Halo. I need this. And I need this. Give me this. This. And this one. I don't need this one. Gotta open up to the community, though. What community? What community? Nobody. I don't swim with the current. I don't know. So he also, like, I understand his community, his audience didn't like it, but he also got paid to play, which I got an issue with. If you're gonna get paid to play it, especially a game. I said I have a serious problem with Marathon. I'm not gonna lie. I have a serious problem with Marathon. I have a major problem with Marathon because how do you trust Bungie after everything they did with Destiny 2? So I am not. I have no trust for Marathon. I don't trust Bungie. I trust Gearbox more than I trust Bungie right now. I trust every other video game developer on the planet more than I trust Bungie. Is this the one I just did? Yeah, I just did the Anvil. I don't trust... Excuse me. Legendary Hunt. I need one more target of opportunity, that's the thing. What? So, look, I just do my own thing, okay? Nobody wants anything to do with me anyway, and I just do my own thing, okay? I for example, I'm 100% not a big fan of Marathon. I have a serious problem with Marathon. I do not understand how anybody can trust Bungie after everything they did with Destiny 2. I really don't. So for me, it's like, okay, I'm not... Legendary Hunt. I mean, I'm playing Borderlands 3, right? I did Necrotafeo. I think I went through all of Eden's. Promethea. Oh yeah, no, well they can't be trusted with PvP. You know what they did with the Crucible in Destiny, right? Dead Claptrap. Okay. You know what they did with... Huh? I don't have any goals. I just want to play video games. I have absolutely no goals. You know what they should have done? They should have added if they really wanted an extraction shooter, right? They could have added an extraction shooter to Destiny 2. That would have added more people to Destiny 2. But the thing is, I don't see... No, I don't want to make this my career. Why the hell do I want to make this my career? I already have a job. I like my job. Okay, let's do this in order, one after another. Yeah, I want to turn my store... I want to have I want to make a trailer for my Warframe Star Trek crossover. Call it Star Trek for Profit. Just now I have to make sure not to include the 16-year-old who looks like he's 8. It's so stupid. Are you one of those people trying to sell subscribers? Everyone keeps coming in here trying to sell subscribers. Okay. Slow down. Okay. Start with Promethea. Dude, I am being honest with you. I don't want to make this a career. I already have a job. Why would I want to make this a career? I spend most of my time playing video games by myself. I come on here every now and then to talk with people I know, chat, talk about video games. But why the hell would I want to make this a career? Okay? You can't have your own opinions. You can't have to deal with other people. I don't care. Oh, that's why. I should have known. All right. Get out. I'm not even going to argue with you about finding your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, okay? You want to be Christian, go right ahead. But you're not getting me to join your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. All right? I'm not going to deal with this, all right? So you started out telling me how I should make live streaming my career, and then you want me to find my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. No. For fun. I already have a job. And I'm not going to find my... Really? So you know me better than I know me, because I'm telling you I ain't doing this for a career. And I don't need my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. No, I'm not. And I'm pretty sure every single person here... I want that helmet. Every single person in here who has watched my live streams can tell you, one, I'm not lying because I'm too bluntly honest. And two, you want Christianity? No, I'm not going to block you. I'm not wasting my time. I'm just going to ignore you from now on because I don't give a damn. Okay? No, you haven't. You haven't met my type before. Anyway, so I need to slow down and figure out which one of these I'm still missing. Okay? Because I am like I believe I'm one short away. It's not fun. No, well, the thing is also... Well, the thing is, I really don't know how to block people on YouTube, okay? Which is why I don't understand why I can't figure out how to unblock your Johnny the WizKid account, because I don't know how to block people. That's why I suspect I know who did it, because I don't know how to block people. So I really just don't care. I have one target of opportunity left, and I need to find it. Okay? So that's the thing. I want to find that last target that will bring me up to 38. Which would be cool. Because I want to also start my favorite, which is Moxie's Heist of the Handsome Jackpot. That's my favorite of the DLC. I like Handsome Jack. And I like his Handsome Jackpot. Okay? I mean, the only time I've really, bootied people was when they would write inappropriate things. But, see, that's the other thing. So this one, I'm just missing all the ecologues, which will take forever. Because you basically have to look for all of them. And the best way to do this is to look them all up. And I have to just start this, because I have to find the party. So that's why it's weird how they balances. This I'm actually playing on my other character. And this is the extraction shooter. See, extract 100 pieces of armor from gear from arms race and explore the entire Stormblind complex. So I did that. May. Hi, May. Right, May? I don't love you. I don't know you. So, I don't love you. No shame. Don't care. So, let's go slowly, one after the other. Okay? Alright, Destroyer's Rift. Okay? Okay, Great Vault. Cathedral of the Twin Gods. Okay. Okay. Sunblast. Scar. Conrad's Hold. Okay. Dead Claptrap. Guts of Carnivora. Dude, let me tell you something, and let me be very, very clear, because you want to leave. I'm not even going to waste my time blocking. You can keep posting, but you do not want to know my experiences with Christianity. I'm not going to bring them up, but I am not going to say, and I'm not going to say anything, but I don't want to hear it, okay? You're talking to the wrong person. I probably know more about Christianity than you do, all right? I've actually interned in a church as part of my bachelor's degree. I know more about Christianity than you do. So don't waste my time. I'm not one of those typical Muslim women who's going to think, oh my God, he said he loves me. I need to find Christ. Let me be absolutely 100% clear, okay? I don't talk about my history with Christianity because you don't want me to, all right? You don't want me to. No, we're not going to talk about it because I don't want you to look bad. Let me be absolutely, positively, 100% clear. Okay? I know more about Christianity than you do. Okay? I've been in Mass. I have assisted in Mass. All right? So, Habibi, get out of here right now because I'm doing you a favor by not talking about my personal experiences with Christianity. I have no problem with Christians. Some of my friends are Christians, and they enjoy. And I'm very happy for them being able to find faith in Christianity. But don't you come in here and think that you understand me and know me. Good for you. Leave. I'm not wasting any more time. I just want to make it absolutely clear. You do not want me to talk about my experiences with Christianity. You don't. And that I definitely, beyond a doubt, know far more about Christianity than one, you think I do. Okay? No, you don't. No, you don't. You probably know all the things that your pastor told you to come to a Muslim and try and make them doubt their faith. Because trust me, Habibi, I've had people come up to you before. I have dealt with people like you before. In person. So, Habibi, leave. Right now. Stop wasting my time. Because you really don't want me to start going in on Christianity. As I said, I know more about it than you do. But I actually respect the Christians I know. You're going to come in here and try and badmouth my religion when I have... No, we're not talking about it. Because I don't want you or your religion to look bad. So, no. I have no patience for people like you. You come in here, you think you know more about Islam than I do? What country is that? Dude, what country is that? You don't even know a country. Come on. You know what? This is my last question for you. What country is that, Habibi? What country? Because first of all, what country am I in right now, Habibi? What country am I in right now? And what country am I from? Come on. Come on. Show me that you know more about me than I do. Come on. Show me how much you know about me. Come on. Yalla. Show me. Show me. Yalla. What country is that? What country? No. What country? What country? Come on. Come on, Habibi. What country? Come on. I honestly, I said, I just want him to tell me what country he thinks that I'm from. And then I'm done. I'm not going to waste any more time. I find people like him very amusing. Yeah, oh, I know. Like I said, the difference between me and a lot of these Christians is that I actually respect Christians. I have friends who are Christian, like Behemoth and Zenny. I have a lot of friends who are Christian, who have found faith in Christianity, and I respect them. And I'm not going to belittle and insult their religion, which is a lot more than a lot of the non-Muslims have done to me. I've had a lot of Christians come to me and try to belittle my religion and try to get me to convert. I have never tried to get a single person who comes to my live stream to convert to Islam. Never. In fact, I have actually encouraged people, if they are Christian, to go to church. Okay? But this little whatever comes in here and tells me he knows more about me than I do. Tells me what country is it? Huh? What country is it? You know there's like 60 Muslim countries, right? So what country? You know what country, right? You said you know my own effing country. What country is that? Because you know what, you yebna kalb? You know something? I was born in America. So America is my country. So yeah, that's the country you have a problem with. So like I said, you're becoming annoying to the people actually here who are interested in the video game. But that's the difference between you and me. I actually have respect for the people who are Christian. I don't belittle their religion. I don't insult them for following their religion. I've had bad experiences with Christianity. I don't bring it up myself. And I don't belittle their Christian. You idiot. You idiot. You brain dead. You think I'm from Afghanistan. You are so far from anything. I'm not from Afghanistan, you moron. I was born in America. God. Oh, you see a Muslim woman in hijab, they must be from Afghanistan. You know there's like 60 Muslim countries, right? Afghanistan isn't the only one, you idiot. Afghanistan isn't even an Arab country. All right? Afghanistan isn't even an Arab country. Okay? That's the funniest thing of it all. Afghanistan isn't even Arab. Oh no, I'm not going to tell him anything more. Like I said, one of the big differences is I will show respect to anyone who's a Christian. A lot of them won't do the same for me, but I will not belittle, insult, or say anything nasty about Christianity to anyone. Okay? And let's just say I would have a license to do so. Okay? I actually would have a very good license to do so. I don't talk about my personal life, and I do not talk about, because I hate the whole victim mentality. Oh my God, are you really that dumb? Oh my God. All right, Habibi, you're done. Okay? You're done. Okay? So yeah, I hate him. So recently I got into arguments with people on X because they were saying that all the Muslim countries. So, all right. No, he just left and blocked you because I booted him. I just timed. Yeah, that's me. I did that. All of his messages are gone. I did that. Because I said, look, I don't want to waste my time. Okay, look, I've dealt with people like him. Okay, they think that they're coming here and telling me, and they treat me like I'm some ignorant. You know, like he said, he thinks I'm from Afghanistan. Okay. Trust me, I have read the Bible. Okay. As I said, I've interned in a church. I've had experiences with Christianity. Okay. I don't go into the whole victim mentality and the whole thing. Because that's the difference between because nothing can be done about it. I don't like to play the victim. I don't want to deal with it. Okay? But let me be clear, okay? I'm going to respect people for their own religion, okay? It's not mine, but you know what? God is a good thing for everyone. And to find God, as I said, I'm not going to... Tell me, truthfully, all of you have been around here. Have I ever tried to convert any of you to Islam? Have I ever tried? I honestly, if you were to come to me in a live stream and tell me that you were interested in converting, I would tell you to find a mosque and that I'm not the person to go to. Okay? Yeah. No, I said, I've had... Most of the time, conversations like that come on X, where you'll get someone who wants to... I have friends who are Christian. I have friends, yes, this may come as a shock. I have friends who are Jewish. Okay? Okay. Okay. I'm never going to try and convert somebody to my religion. If you're interested, that's different. But I'm not going to try and convert you. Alright? I just want to play video games. The best one was, the most ridiculous one was, I went on Bungie.net a while back. It was years ago. And I pointed out that Saladin... The thing is, a lot of these people who come to argue, okay, they take in, and this is, they assume that you are ignorant. They're going to use ignorance against you, okay? They especially go to Muslims who like Afghanistan, where their knowledge of the religion is very limited and they're told what to do and they can't think for themselves. So they come, that's why he said Afghanistan, right? And he wanted to like horrify me about Afghanistan, right? They're going to tell you some things and they expect you to not understand. It's probably because of Lent. I said, I don't. One of my closest colleagues at work, he's in his 70s, so yeah, is an atheist. Okay? Okay. I Crimson. They want to take advantage of your knowledge or lack of knowledge. Okay? And make you doubt. Oh my god, I gotta slow down. But the reason you're told not to, eat meat, because a lot of colleagues of mine are Roman Catholic. You don't eat meat on Fridays is during Lent. I remember they would not eat meat. Most of my colleagues now aren't Roman Catholic, but when I first started, I had several people who were Roman Catholic, and they would not eat meat during Lent. I'm with you. Look, I stopped debating because, first of all, I personally do not want to get to force other people. Okay, look. Okay, you want to know why I stopped debating? It's because every single one of them uses the exact same arguments over and 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 over, and they're not being genuine. They're disingenuous, and they're there for an ultimate mode. It's the same thing with every other argument you'll find with most people who are very. It's like the whole pronoun thing, or the people who you go online and you tell them Starfleet Academy sucks, and you give them good reasons, and they just say that's because you're racist. And then when they don't have a good argument for you, they insult you personally. There's a lot of things I have learned there's no point to arguing about anymore because it's the same thing. All right? If you don't have a good argument, if they don't have a good response to you, they're going to insult you personally. They're going to call you a racist, a sexist, or whatever. Or they use the 911 response on me without realizing that my father was in the city on that day, and we were terrified for him. Okay? I had one person who was like, well, at least your father didn't die. I was like, yeah, thank God, but it was terrifying knowing he was in the city at the time. So I've learned that it's not worth it. I'm not going to, unless the person is genuine, and there are people who are genuine, I'm not going to argue about things because most people aren't genuine. They want, like this person wasn't genuine. He comes in here and tells me about how I want to make streaming a career. Dude, are you crazy? The last thing in the world I want to do is make streaming my career. Why the hell would I want to make streaming a career? I have a real job, a genuine real job. You realize that you can't convince people, and they don't want to talk, and they don't want to argue. That's why, which is also frustrating because I want to talk to people about my Corpus Warframe thing. Which is what gets me into trouble because that's why I'm like, some of my friends are Jewish, and they're like, oh well, you know, yeah. I don't blame all people for anything, except the pronoun people. All right, I'm just going to get the one exception to the you can't blame everybody. I have yet to have a single coherent, logical discussion with anybody with pronouns in their bio. I have never, ever, and this is and it's like from bajillions of people on X, have yet to come across a single person with pronouns in their bio who's not a crazy lunatic. Am I wrong? I genuinely think... Okay, I have yet to come across anybody with pronouns in their bio who's not batshit crazy. Okay? Alright, now I gotta do this slowly. I keep getting distracted. Okay? But I have yet to come. The pronouns, absolutely. Even the nose ring theory, I work with someone who wears a nose ring. He's pretty cool, okay? I like him. He's a friend of mine. He's cool. He has a nose ring, which surprised me because I'm like, oh God, oh no, this is going to be a nightmare. Oh no, someone with a nose ring. And then I'm like, no, he's pretty cool. He's a really cool guy. He's not crazy. He's pretty normal. I like him. He's pretty cool, okay? So I know somebody who even wears a nose ring who isn't crazy. But the pronouns, I have yet to find a single person who isn't crazy. I mean, okay, we're gonna go slowly through this, okay? Okay. Covenant Pass, no. The drought, done. So I have now learned every single time I see pronouns in the bio, I think one of the big problems, and I'm sorry to say this, one of the big problems is we have become in the West. The problem is, okay, I agree with you that people are acting. The problem is we are not holding people accountable or holding people to the rules. And that's the problem. So when you find out, okay, let's say you're a kid, right? And your parents let you get away with anything. And your child is a spoiled brat. And then the child goes into the mall and starts screaming and screaming and screaming. And you have a whole bunch of people, right? Okay, who don't raise their children well, and the children are running around and screaming like lunatics, and you blame the kids, all right? I wish, okay, first of all, my first issue is this. Stop letting anybody and everyone through the border. That's our fault, okay? You need to, because one of my biggest issues, and please forgive me, I'm going to go back to the game, but I'll just say this. One of my biggest issues is, okay, everybody asks like Muslims are something new to the West. All right, I'm going to shock you guys by saying, no, they're not. My father immigrated to America in like the 70s. There have been Muslims immigrating all throughout the West for centuries. Something like 50% of the slaves that came to America were Muslim. So Muslims are not something new to the West. The problem is we have gotten so loose and lenient with everything that we have allowed anybody into the country. The only difference is, okay, we have illegal immigrants coming from the South. We don't blame all Hispanics. We just, the G3, the cartels and all of that, okay? Stop letting in anybody and everybody and stop allowing ridiculous amounts of people in. So first of all, you can't blame the illegal immigrants for coming in when they're just letting anybody in, okay? Okay? So that's the first thing, all right? Stop. Second of all, when people commit crimes, punish them for the crime. I had somebody calling me an ist who was Muslim because I said that if you grape a woman, I don't care what your ethnicity, religion, or background is, you should be severely punished. And they're like, oh, you're just a pick me, you're just a whatever you want to get at people's approval. I'm like, no, I'm a woman who goes to these countries, right? If I don't want to feel like I am at risk of being harmed because you can't punish your criminals. Okay, you shouldn't be letting people off the hook. You shouldn't be allowing this to go through. So if people are committing crimes because you're not punishing the criminals, that's mostly on you. California has a serious, up until recent, a serious theft problem. Why? Because you're not punishing the thieves. So yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but I also think we have gotten too loose and lenient. Okay, and so it should never have gotten this far. If you commit a crime, regardless of where you're from, or who you are, or what religion you are, you should be punished. Though I have noticed there's also a slant sometimes against Muslim coverage too. There was at one point something where they were complaining about a halal Muslim thing, and Muslims were yelling back. It started out as a Muslim food festival with halal food, and then non-Muslims came in and started shouting at them, and then the Muslims responded and they blamed the Muslims. So I have noticed that sometimes, yes, the coverage is unfair, where Muslims, like, okay, so you want Muslims want their own community, right? Well, there was an article about a white community, okay? So you have to be equally fair as well. There are times when there is bias against Muslims. I mean, you marked CARE as a tea organization. CARE is not that. I know about CARE. That's not what CARE is. So on the one hand, I agree. There are Muslims who are behaving very badly. This whole thing against dogs, are you stupid? To all the people, Muslims complaining about dogs, have you been to, half these people know nothing about Middle Eastern countries. My own family in Egypt have dogs. Are you stupid? My own family in Egypt have dogs. And you're going complaining about dogs? I've grown up around dogs. We don't own a dog. My dad doesn't want a dog. My dad doesn't like dogs. But we've been in the vicinity. We don't go, oh my God, it's a dog. Or the Muslims going, oh my God, there's pork. Okay? It's because you let them whine and complain, but you also focus on that. On top of that, there are 2 billion Muslims on the planet. Stop acting like the representation of a couple thousand or even a couple million are the majority. It's like this idiot who comes in here and goes, you're from a Muslim country, Afghanistan. There's like 60 Muslim countries. But you forget about all of them. All you think about is Afghanistan and Iran. And honestly, I don't believe half the stuff coming out of Iran at this point because half the stuff coming out of the other Middle Eastern countries are wrong too. I know people in Saudi Arabia. Okay? And they loved it in Saudi Arabia. I have family in Dubai. They love it in Dubai. So there's a balance and give and take on both ends, okay? There is a tendency to take one story about some Muslim doing something stupid and then going, this is Muslims, this is Islam. Okay, fine, dude. You know what that guy argued about going after kids and goats? That's not Islam. That's Afghanistan. That's Afghani culture. That's Afghanistan. That's not Islam. That's Muslims not following their own religion because that's against Islam. So I love it how people come in here, they're like, Islam allows this and this and this and this. No, that's not Islam. Well, they do it in this country. Yeah, they do it in that country, but they do a lot of things in countries that don't that isn't Islam. Forcing women into marriage isn't Islam. Forcing women to wear burqas isn't Islam. But you're like, see what they're forcing? No, that's not Islam. Have you been to Egypt? Have you been to most of the Muslim countries in the world? They're nothing like Afghanistan or Iran. There's only 6 countries that force the hijab, and it's not 6 full countries. That's the problem. You spend too much time on it. That's the thing. That's why I stopped listening to a lot of the politics, because it's not just Muslims, it's everybody. You go on Twitter and it's all about rage bait. There's a guy I follow on Twitter, MAGA voice, MAGA whatever, and I got tired of the guy because they post, I've learned one thing about Twitter is they post a lot of rage bait. They go out there, they're like, okay, how many of you think that Muslims should not be allowed to run for Congress? What the hell? Why? That's why one of my biggest issues is these people come in here and they're like, Islam is a danger to the West. It's like, Islam has been in the West for centuries, you moron. Muslims have existed in this country for centuries. My dad came here in the 70s. You didn't hear anybody complaining about Muslims in the 70s, 80s, 90s, or even up until 2001. Okay? On top of that, ask yourself. So I've learned, that's one of the reasons why I try to get out of as much of the politics, because it's not just Muslims that they cover unfairly. Okay? But I have learned. But the other thing is, a lot of the stuff that they are showing is not Islam. A lot of the stuff like child marriages is not Islam. Okay? They're allowing, they do things just because, first of all, there's 2 billion Muslims. Okay? And a lot of the Muslims are doing things that isn't Islam because most Muslims this day and age are ignorant idiots. And that's what that guy expected of me. He expected someone who's stupid, who's like, well, they force women into marriage. Dude, I was engaged, all right? My family never forced me to marry anybody, okay? I know my family is in Egypt, and not a single one of my family members has been forced into marriage. I have family who aren't recent doctors. Egypt has had women doctors for decades. So women in Egypt are educated. Okay, most Muslim countries aren't Afghanistan or Iran. And even Iran, we don't know much, honestly. No, they say a lot of nasty, foul stuff and they call it Islam. And then they're like, see, this is Islam. No, because a whole bunch of Muslims do a bunch of stupid stuff. Yes. I was engaged to a guy. But you know what? My dad never forced me to marry the guy. When it fell apart, dad never told me that I had to marry him. Most Muslims, you want to know what arranged marriage, because I hate going into religion, but fine. You want to know what most Muslims consider arranged marriage? At least here, you go into the mosque, you're like, I have a daughter. She's interested in getting married. Anyone have a son who's interested in getting married? They meet. They don't get along. They separate. Okay? Islam gave women rights in that the West didn't have until the 20th century. Women were allowed to own property, ask for divorce, things that really are Islam. Most people do you not think in these patriarchal Arab countries and patriarchal countries, right, that men are taking advantage? I was originally engaged and then things fell apart. It's a long story, but yeah. But I changed my mind and it never worked out. Okay? It's been a while too. But do you not think that in a very patriarchal society, men are not going to exploit the religion to get women to do what they want? Like I said, the burqa is not Islam. Most Muslims don't wear the burqa. It's only even the countries that force the hijab, it's like 2 of them. Even Saudi Arabia, the law about the hijab, it isn't the law. You're just expected to dress modestly. I think it's Syria, Iran, and like parts of Pakistan and parts of Malaysia. So when you actually start looking into the research, like all the Muslim countries, like something like 60 countries are Muslim. On top of that, you notice something else, right? Because this pissed me off to no end. Who's the ones who are attacking? It's the Arabs, because you've been tearing the Middle East apart for decades. You've literally been tearing the Middle East apart for decades. You ever wonder why you don't hear about some Malaysian coming after the country, coming after America? It's because you don't tear Malaysia apart. You tear the Middle East apart over and over and over and over again, and then you wonder why they're angry. Did anybody even apologize for Iraq? How many thousands or millions of people in Iraq died? And all of a sudden you go, oh wait, there were no WMDs. Did you even apologize to Iraq? No, you didn't. You killed thousands of people in Iraq over a mistake, and then you didn't even apologize. So you people do not understand the scale of how many Muslims there are. The Muslims are, if you separate Roman Catholics and Christians, Islam is like the second biggest religion in the world. And the other thing that people always get wrong about Muslims is the fact that most Muslims aren't Arab. Let me be absolutely clear. Most Muslims are not in the Middle East. Most Muslims aren't even in the Middle East. Less than 15%, and this was decades ago, something like 15% of Muslims are Arab. Most Muslims aren't Arab. So everybody who looks at a Muslim and thinks, oh, someone's screaming in Arabic wearing a turban, that's not correct. Most Muslims aren't Arab. Most Arabs are Muslim, but most Muslims aren't Arab. So when they give you this false impression that a Muslim is someone in a turban screaming with a gun. And that's not true. And I actually, you know what, Johnny? I got into an argument with someone. You know this person. Person blocked me because he got mad at me because I wouldn't celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk. And I won't. Do I agree with him? No. But you know what else? This person was like, Charlie Kirk insulted the prophet. You want to know something? There's a story from the life of the prophet Muhammad, where a woman used to go to his porch every day and throw garbage at his house. She hated him so much, she would throw garbage at his house, right? One day she didn't come by. And you know what? He looked for her because he wanted to make sure if she was okay. And it turns out she was sick. So this guy was like, you should hate Charlie Kirk because he insulted the prophet. You know what the prophet Muhammad would do if he were alive and Charlie Kirk? They would sit down and have a conversation. He would not hate Charlie Kirk. How many Muslims have actually sat down with Charlie Kirk before he passed and had a genuine, real conversation? That's the difference. This guy hates me now. He's a Muslim, which is why he opened my eyes to where he called me a Zionist because I didn't celebrate the murder of innocents. He said that he made fun of my non-Muslims friends. He said I'm on X trying. This is why I will never do what anybody else tells me. He's like, oh, what you're saying is because of what people say on X. No, I give my opinions, which pisses people off because I will say what I think. I have Muslims who hate me. I have non-Muslims who hate me because I say how I see how it is. And like I said, I had a Muslim calling me an ist because I dared say that if you grape a woman, it doesn't matter where you're from, you should be punished. Okay? So I've dealt with bad Muslims, good Muslims, bad non-Muslims, good non-Muslims. Okay? That's the difference. The only exception are the pronoun people. So no, my dad would have loved to have had a conversation with Charlie Kirk before he had passed, unfortunately. And I think that's why I have a respect for Charlie Kirk. I think that if he had had a decent, good conversation with a Muslim, things might have been different. But he didn't know any Muslims to talk to. That's why I respect Charlie Kirk, because he's willing to have conversations with people and go out there and talk with people. And like I said, I'm not a Christian. And I will not be a Christian, okay? Let me be absolutely clear for anybody who thinks they're trying to slowly convert me. I will not be a Christian. But I respect people who find God and look for religion and are Christian, even if they're Christian, okay? I'm not going to tell you to stop being a Christian, okay? And my history live streaming and making videos and making content, if there's one thing about me, it's I am consistent. I've never changed my views on anything because there's nothing I hate more than hypocrisy. And I hate liars. Okay? So none of you who've known me or followed me for a long time, they all took him out of context. The more you see of Charlie Kirk, you realize he was a really good man who wasn't an ist or a phobe or anything, and he was genuinely trying to have conversations with people. He was a good man. And you come to me and you tell me that I should hate him and celebrate his death, even if he said downright nasty things about Muslims. You know what? I'm not going to celebrate his death. Period. I'm not going to... he's like, so if what's his name? Ben Shapiro. It's like, no, I wouldn't celebrate his death either. I think Ben Shapiro has said some horrible things. I don't like him. I think he said some horrible things. But I'm not going to celebrate him passing. He has a family and he has kids. Absolutely not. No, that's not the type of person I am, and that's not the type of person a Muslim should be. A Muslim shouldn't be doing that. And allowing your anger and your rage and your stupidity and your ignorance to guide you, you should be calm, you should be reasonable, and you should understand people. You should be willing to be open to new ideas and to just be open. So no, as I said, the only exception I have ever had, and this is because I have a 100% consistency rate. Tell me I'm wrong. The pronoun brigade. The one person that I thought I was having a decent conversation with was the voice actor from Warframe. And the moment and I've already told the story about the voice actor from Warframe. You can figure out who the hell the voice actor is, because it'll blow your mind if you find out that this character is actually voiced by a woman. Right? Voiced by a woman, right? Okay. I wanted to test and see. Like I said, this person was basically the straw that broke the camel's back. Where they really, like, you know when you have an encounter with someone that makes you re-examine everything and look back and go, okay, so is this person entirely to blame? No. But it's like that one moment where you go, okay, then there's no point. Okay? Where you tell me... You tell me that you tell me the only reason women are physically weaker than men is because of the patriarchy. Oh, Habibti, you stupid idiot. You are so stupid. Every now and then I'm tempted to email the person just to be like, you might want to be careful with those injections you're taking because you have a lot of health problems. Person was constantly posting health problems from those injections she was taking. But I'm like, and it's not worth it. But as I said, the person is like that final moment, that final experience, you know, where they you know when they ask you like that one moment that radicalized you, right, or changed you. And that person was like, you know, up until that point, and then I was like, okay, yeah, I'm seeing now where everything's coming from. All right. But if there's one thing every single person can say is I am consistent with whatever I believe, okay? I am consistent with what I say, what I stand by, what I believe, okay? If you give tea to women, it causes so many problems in the long run. This girl had autoimmune problems. The doctor wouldn't tell her that she was obese, so she had breathing problems. Like, I just followed this person, and I'm listening, and I'm reading about all this person's health problems, and I'm like, it's because you've been taking injections of tea since you were 16. And no one is telling you that because you're in Canada. Anyway, I said the person blew my mind because I didn't believe anybody genuinely believed some of the things this person believed. And it was a private conversation, right? So it wasn't like, I didn't think anybody would actually believe some of that stuff. It blew my mind to see somebody actually believe that the only reason women are weaker than men is because of the patriarchy. No. No, and to tell me, to be like, my knowledge of biology is out of date, coming from a 24-year-old voice actor versus someone who studied pre-med and took human anatomy. Look, you know what? Might sound like I'm boasting. I took human anatomy. I was the top of my class in human anatomy. Do I remember most of it? No. But I definitely know more about human anatomy than some 24-year-old voice actor who, who's complaining about, anyway. I said, you get that one, every now and then you get those moments where it makes you, oh God, I don't know which one I'm missing. Okay. First off, all right, this is, by the way, all right. So, as I said, most of the people here have been on my live streams for years, have been following me for years. So you can confirm I have been as consistent and steady and regular and firm in my beliefs, exactly the same from the beginning. I am no hypocrite. I know, like I said with the censorship, I have always stood the same. I may not like something, but I don't think it should be censored. I'm against deplatforming. You know me, all right? You all know me, okay? And, yeah, I'm stubborn to a fault. I'm just waiting for the draft to call for everybody and anybody with M in their ID. Watch all those F's suddenly change back to M's. This is going to be hilarious. If there is a draft, which probably not, but if there is one, I'm looking forward to that day when all those people who, decided to change their F's to M's suddenly start changing those M's back to F's. Anyway. Let's see, I need to sell some stuff. So I'm a very strong believer in you need an elemental type on your weapon. Okay? I think I have. First off, I can get rid of that. Okay, that is cool. Is it retro? Oh, classic gaming, then it's definitely retro. It is definitely then retro. 6.3. Alright, we get rid of that. I have red and blue, so that is useless for me. That's the wrong character. So, thank you. Sorry. That's me. Anyway. I don't know. I mean, so anyway, you want to know how you buy. Alright, let's see how you buy cosmetics in Borderlands 3. Alright? You want to see how you buy cosmetics in Borderlands 3? Thank you. Yes. Or at least differentiate by saying it's Korean anime, Chinese anime. But okay, so this is where so this is Crazy Earl, right? Now you saw me shattering all those crystals, right? That's iridium, right? This is how you get cosmetics. Okay? I unlocked all the heads. The thing is, I want to get back. I want to get back to anime. The thing is, you know what? Honestly, I'm not a good enough source for that information yet. Okay? I haven't watched anime in a very long time, and I don't know the differences between the two. So really, when it comes down to it, I'm probably not the best person right now to really look into it. I will say this, though. I mean, because when I first was watching anime, most of it was from Japan. So I need to really look more into it. On the other hand, like I said, this is how you buy cosmetics in Borderlands 3. I think the key question is, where did it... I don't know. I don't know. So you want to just... Let me just show you guys now where all my cosmetics are. It isn't just anime fans. It's everything. You know that, right? I mean... See, this is the quick change machine. So, for example, I have these bodies, okay? This is Commissar. Okay? All right? The Commissar one's actually pretty cool. Oh, she has a cape. She has a cape. Okay, I need the Commissar. See, I can change her head. I don't like masks. What is the point of creating something based on another property if you completely ignore the property? It doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. Now, the only reason I curse is because I worked in a warehouse. I got surrounded by guys working in a warehouse. Thing is, I like this. See, these are all the cosmetics I earned in-game. Okay? Okay. You don't have to pay money for them. So, I put it out there that we are unfair to Gearbox. Gearbox, thank you, Gearbox. Look at all of these. Look at all of these. Psychedelic. Okay, that one is actually cool. Okay, we're going to go with that one today. See? Look at all those cosmetics. Look. If you're going to do something based on another person's property, you show it as much as respect as possible. Which is why, for example, I keep asking Digital Extremes about the assumptions that I have made about the corpus. Because the assumptions I made fit within the canon that we know about and the lore. But, I don't know, it could be wrong because other things can fit as well. Okay? That's my thing. That's why canon is very important to me. That's why sticking to the lore is very important to me. That is why everything is very important. Which is why when I have combined Star Trek with Warframe, which are two different properties, I went out of my way to be as consistent with the lore as possible, and as consistent with it all as possible. I have a Starfleet Chief Medical Officer, who's the best character I've made so far, okay? Who, okay? But, okay. Now, we're going to go through this very slowly, okay? You start with Pandora, Covenant Pass. Okay. I did it wrong. Okay. Pandora. Okay. The Droughts. Done. Okay. Ascension Bluff. 100%. Ascension Bluff, I just did that. 6 out of 6. Okay. Devil's Razor. Crimson Radio, Dead Claptrap, Hijack Target. Not what I need. I need the target of opportunity. Okay? Devil's Razor. The Splinter Lens. 7 out of 7. All done, including target of opportunity. Okay? Carnivora. There's only a missing Dead Claptrap, which isn't what I'm looking for. Okay? Carnivora. Okay? Guts of Carnivora. Dead Claptrap. Got it. Conrad's Hold. Dead Claptrap, Crimson Radio, Typhon Dead Drop. Okay? And a Typhon Log. So 2 out of 6. Yeah, I'm missing a bunch of stuff, but it's not what I'm looking for. Conrad's Hold. Sandblast Scar. Okay. Why is it... I guess not. Okay. Okay. Cathedral of the Twin Gods. Okay. 5 out of 5. The Great Vault. Which, by the way, did I tell you, Johnny? I got Robert Picardo's autograph. So I should post a picture of this online because Robert Picardo, you gave a MAGA Republican your autograph. My God, man, I thought you hate MAGA Republicans. I mean, I wasn't a MAGA Republican at the time, but I just love that, knowing that, hey, Robert Picardo, I have your autograph. I have your autograph. Yeah. I was at a small, tiny convention years and years and years ago in New Jersey, and Robert Picardo was there. And Vaughn Armstrong, the guy who played Admiral Forrest, and Telek Ramor. And I was like, I remember Telek Ramor. He was like, really? I'm like, yeah. Telek Ramor was my favorite because he was Romulan. Okay. Treat yourself. Okay. All right. So, we went through all of it, okay? Okay. This is Pandora. Okay. Promethea. All right. Meridian Outskirts. Boom. Dead Claptrap. Okay. 0 out of 5, but not what I'm looking for, all right? Meridian Metroplex. Okay. Typhon Dead Drop and a Typhon Log. So I need to find the last Typhon Log. Okay. Not a big deal, okay? Skywell 27. Okay. 5 out of 5. All done. Including a target of opportunity. Atlas HQ. Okay. Typhon Log, nope, all done. Okay. Neon Arterial. Okay. Everything done. Okay. The Forgotten Basilica. There's nothing here, which makes sense because there's nothing there. Okay. Okay. That is Promethea. Athena's. Okay. There's only one. Okay. Crimson Radio, Typhon Dead Log. Okay. I mean, that's right there. If I want to go grab it, I could go grab it. Nah, it's a pain in the butt. Okay. Athena. Okay. Eden 6. All right. Let's go. Floodmore Basin. All right. Crimson Radio, Hijack Target. Okay. Nope. The Anvil. Crimson Radio, Dead Claptrap. No. The target of opportunity got done. Okay. The Jacobs Estate. Dead Claptrap, Typhon Dead Logs. Okay. Jacobs Estate. Voracious Canopy. Okay. Typhon Logs. Okay. Abermeyer. Crimson Radio, Dead Clap, I got the target of opportunity. Black Barrel Cellars. Okay. Dead Claptrap, Typhon Deadlog, and Typhon Logs. Okay. The Floating Tomb. Okay. I don't think there's going to be anything here. Okay. Okay. So that is Eden 6. Okay. Necrotafeo. Desolation's Edge. All done. Then what did I miss? There's one left. All right. Okay. What am I missing? Okay. Borderlands 3. Borderlands 3. There was one in Electra City, which is on Promethea, right? Where is Electra City? Oh man. Pandora. Promethea. Athena's. Eden 6. That sounds familiar. Where is it? Necrotafeo. Where is Electra City? I need... Promethea. It's found on Promethea. Which makes sense. Is that related to one of the DLC? The mission from Moxie. Wait, which one is the... Isn't the mission from Moxie the Heist of the Handsome Jackpot? Moxie is the Heist of the Handsome Jackpot. Right? Kill Kilovolt. It's a side quest from Kill Kilovolt. Okay. Here it is. So you're saying this, okay. Okay, let's see. All right. Because I have done it. See, the crazy thing is, look. I actually have the platinum 100% for Borderlands 3, but it's the PS4 version. And so I was able to update my upload my character and get most of them done for the PS5 by transferring my PS4 character to my PS5. But not all of them transferred. So some of them... Seeing any... Count me in. I'm with her. All right. Wait, do I have... yeah, I have plenty of ammo. And that's good. This. All right. Let's get this. Where am I going? I like to know where I'm going. Okay. Oh, really, Habibi? It fell it. I don't even want to deal with you right now. Oh, for the love of God. You know, I want that vehicle. You know what? Nah. Sometimes you just gotta blow someone's bad grenade throw. Come on. Best gun in the game. There. This is why you don't mess with me. Because I am a crazy lunatic. All right? Thank you. I'm just going to keep saying it, though. Borderlands 3, better than Borderlands 4. Borderlands 3 has better story than Borderlands 4. Okay? 100% better. A little bit more cringe dialogue, but better characters. Even Troy and Tyreen are more interesting characters than the Timekeeper. Okay? Yeah, you missed. Yeah, you missed. You suck. Missed me, Habibi. Missed me. Aw. And I went in the completely wrong direction. Because of course I did. That's okay. See, this is how different Borderlands 3 is. There are different locations that are noticeably different. In Borderlands 4, everything looks the same. It's boring. I don't like rocket launchers in Borderlands 3, though. I will say I do like Borderlands. All right, fine. I like the rocket launchers in Borderlands 4. Okay? There, I said it. Look at this thing. It's got shock. Look at it. It's my baby. I love this gun. I want to play retro games. I just don't have enough time. I mean, look, I still have so many platinum trophies I need to do. I mean, I still have Crimson Desert to play. Oh, I've played Neo Geo games. Not a lot, but I love Neo Geo games because, like what's it called? What's it called? The gun one. The gun one. What am I doing? Slug something. Oh my God, my brain is freezing on it. I know the game, okay? I know it, okay? I know it, all right? Plus, I do like Borderlands. I like the Borderlands. I do like Borderlands. Look, see, look at this thing. Metal Slug, yes, Metal Slug. I have the Neo Geo Mini. I just barely use it, but I have the Neo Geo Mini. That thing is cool. I also have the Switch collection of SNK games. Look at this thing. This thing is beast. I don't know why this is the best gun. Thing is, I really like first-person shooters, okay? I absolutely 100% love first-person shooters, okay? 100%. Third-person shooters, first-person shooters. If it's got cool guns, that's why I love Warframe. Warframe's got cool guns, too. Why did it switch to this gun? What happened? Yeah, that thing is gonna... yeah, I've heard the Neo Geo. No, I have the Evercade too. Kaha! What? You missed me. You missed me. You missed me. Yes, same. Okay. Let's get some ammo. See, this is one of the features they add. Let me get rid. I don't want this thing. I'm not a big fan of rocket launchers. Let's get with a. Okay. Everybody has big heads. The reason everybody has big heads is because of mayhem mode. Let me be clear. The big heads is not normal for Borderlands, okay? Okay? My mayhem mode has galaxy brain. I think that's cool. Hey, I do not have a very well-paying job, but I live with my parents. But I do not have a very well-paying job. I work in retail, okay? Let's be clear. I work in retail, so yeah. Yeah. Okay, but see, easy galaxy brain. Enemy head size is increased by 100%. You know that means easier crits, but that means they get easier crits on me too. Okay? All right. Nah. Okay. I like retail. I like what I do in retail, okay? I'm not a salesperson, okay? I do inventory management. Yeah, no, I know. G&G, yeah. In fact, he's actually one of the few people who knows exactly where I work. But both of them, I have this thing that, you know what? Everyone should work at least one holiday season in retail. It will make you treat retail people a lot better. I don't want to bang a bazillionaire, honestly. Okay. Hey, what's up? I am playing Borderlands 3 because Borderlands 3 is fun and cool. And Borderlands 3 is better than Borderlands 4. And I'm getting the Platinum Trophy. Slowly but surely, I'm getting it. Malawan sent me another gift because this is a kick-ass gun. And I'm going to keep using it because it tears through everything. I shouldn't, but it kicks butt. The thing is, I think one of the best parts... Okay. The thing is, alright, let me be clear. I am not a salesperson, which is why I am lucky. I am a behind-the-scenes retail person who works in the back, okay? So while I have helped customers, that's not my main job. And, it means I don't have to deal with customers as much. It's a lot of work because when you're behind the scenes, you can't like just stand around when no one is shopping kind of thing. But at least I don't have to deal with customers, okay? I love my job in retail. I'm actually very good at what I do in retail. I have a like photographic memory. All right, fine. You guys asked for it. Fine. I really did not want to do this. can't imagine being those people, though, you know, have to deal with it. Oh, I can't either. I absolutely cannot. Okay, I really can't. I also can't sell. Okay? So I know I'm that's not my strength. But melee. Oh wait. So is there anybody else? There's one person left, but okay. One sec. Okay, there's the map. So that is Typhon log. I don't need the Typhon log right now, okay? Okay. Okay. I don't know him. But I figure you would know better than... Okay. Anyway, that's what I'm not here for. I am actually here for the last target of opportunity thing. No! Oh, never mind. That was dumb. Ooh, another one. So, these are like presents, right? You melee them, and they explode into loot. God, I love this game. So much loot. Just so much loot. I like loot. Okay, one sec. So, you know what? Let's just see where it is. Okay, here on Electricity. Okay. Target of opportunity, Electra City. Okay. Let's see where it is. Okay. Did Claptrap, Typhon. Okay. So it is here. In this area here. Okay. All right, let's go find it. And then I will have another trophy. I can't imagine being the people who have to deal with all the Pokemon people. I mean, can you imagine that? That must not be fun. You know what I was thinking of doing, by the way? So I have a whole bunch of old Pokemon, not that old, like Obsidian Flames, like from 2 years ago, right? I was thinking, you know what? Hey, Jeremy from the Quartering, you're always giving out $250,000. I'll give you, I got at least 100 booster packs, right? I slowly collected over like a 2-year period, right? Okay. I'll give you all my Pokemon stuff for $250,000 because I know there's going to be taxes, so I'll only end up with about $150,000 or $125,000 or something. So what do you think? Should I like just be like, hey Jeremy, I'll... Oh, good, finally. Well, I seriously, okay, Miss, I do not understand what were they thinking with that. Like, for real. Did anybody think about what they were doing? A part of me is starting to suspect that there's someone with pronouns in their bio who secretly doesn't have pronouns in their bio who's trying to sabotage it. No, I don't have that, but I have, like, sealed booster packs. And those are the ones in the cardboard, so you can tell they're not, like fake. No, they have the cardboard. I also have, like, boxes. I also managed to get my hands on the Eevee box because I got lucky and won, like, a kind of lottery thing from a store where they were like, if you sign up with your email address, you might get the opportunity to buy it. So I got the Eevee box for retail cost, not the $600 or $700 they're selling it for. So I'm like, hey, Jeremy, you know what? I have some stuff I need to pay, right? Okay. $250,000. You want real Pokemon? 250,000. It's definitely worth less than that, but hey. He's a scumbag. Oh. Okay, where is he? All right. Let's see, did I finally get the last one? Yay! I got another trophy. Let's check it out. So I am now at, I know it's pointless, okay? But it's still nice to see. I'm now at 81%, okay? So I'm 38 out of 40. So technically, I totally agree. No, I still hope that someone will step in and go, you know what? We should redo those scenes with Adam Driver. What they're doing is very, very dumb. They're alienating everybody. You're not gonna please the libtards, okay? You're not gonna please them. They absolutely hate Rowling. I'm not even gonna sign up for HBO Max. I'm not even gonna give them the view at all because look, I don't support what they did. So I need fire range, circle, a slaughter, side missions, which are going to take forever, the Iridian Proving Grounds, and 2 or more in that one. So, yeah. Like, I'm surprised they haven't stepped in yet and said, what are you doing? Like, for real, are they living? I mean, don't any of them have family members who are saying, are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea what you're doing? Like, is there anybody who has at least family members who are like, okay, this is a really dumb idea? For real. For real. Okay, let's see. Social. But ESG money isn't going to make up for the potential they have by actually making an accurate game, accurate show, like for real. There's no way they're going to make up. Track and destroy. See, I get the money. Ooh, oh, wait a minute. How did I go to 10 million? Very nice. Very, very, very nice. Okay, let's just get rid of this. Okay. Okay, so. Sell the grenade, because that's a better grenade. And then we have 18473. Yeah, that's like, that is so much better. Okay, let's sell those. Like, I don't understand what they're thinking. Like that is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. That's like saying, how can we tank our show? Like ESG money is not going to make up for that. It's just dumb. It doesn't make sense. Okay. We drop. Sort by rarity. Well, I don't know then, because I'm done. I'm not going to even sign up. So we're gonna, you know what? This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go like this. And May. Yeah, May. Come here, May. Okay. You drop a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. Okay, this is what we're doing. Okay. May, what are you doing? What are you doing, May? Okay. You are a cutie patootie. I can't see because of you, but you are a cutie patootie. Okay. Okay, we're not collecting. I will behave because my cat is present. She's right here. I want kittens! I want kittens! This is a legendary, right? Yeah, maybe if I wait. Okay. So then we go like this. And we go boom, 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 boom. And you see, it automatically, okay, will sell them when I pick them up. May, what are you doing? The light is not a toy. Aren't you, like, burning your little poppies? She showed her toes. May showed her toes. She showed her feet. She showed her feet. The scandalous little munchkin. She showed her little feet on camera. Okay, now what can I do here? I can go. There, more space. Hi. She's sitting right here, staring at me and being adorably cute because that's what she is. Yeah, we need some only paws. Come here, little one. You want to show everyone your paws? Show everyone your paws. Come here and show everyone your totos. Show those totos. Show them. Give them a sample. A free sample of toe pads. Look at those totos. Look at the kitty cat totos. Look at those totos. Look at them. Look at that. Look at those. Those are some mighty fine totos. Yeah? Those are your toes? Look at those feet. Look at those cat feet. Wiggle, wiggle, jiggle, jiggle, wiggle, wiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Show them those toes, girl. Show them your cute little paws. Yeah? You got cute paws? Who's got cute paws? All right? You do the pawpaw dance. Which I saw the SNL thing. That was so funny. I can't believe SNL finally actually made something. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Ready? Ready? One. P for papas. It's a papa's party. P for papas. Okay? No. You're such a sweetie. You're such a sweetie. Easter kittens! Easter kittens! Are you cutie patootie? Wait a minute. It's April. Whose birthday is in June? Who's gonna be 2 years old in June? How did you get so big? How did you get so big? How did Mimi get so big? When did Mimi get so old and big? 2 years old, Mimi. I need a kitten. 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 I have to do all the side quests. Oh my God. Let's look at it one more time. All right. I did them once. I did them once. I can do them again. Okay. Complete all the circles of slaughter. Complete all side missions. I'm only at 34%. Complete all the Iridian Proving Grounds. Oh, I want kitten. Kill 2 or more enemies with a sticky grenade. And earn a loyalty package from every weapon brand. Oh. And then so I need to do 2 for that. Oh boy. Sometimes I think these trophies are designed to torture you. I don't think they all side missions on Gehenna. Why are they hidden? Okay. I think I might have to do it all over again. I think that it's not it's not counting with Zane. All right. So, all right. I already did that. Wait, so how do I get all the proving grounds? All right. I want kitten. I want kitten. I want kitten. All right. Well, let's go check out those 2. I think that's the Iridian proving ground. This is one of the reasons why I'm really not much of a. I don't know. I don't have the patience anymore for collectibles. I want I want chicken. I really do want chicken. But I know that's a cat song. I want chicken. I can't remember it, but I know it's a kitty cat song. Yeah, I know, woman. Yeah, I know. I want tacos. You know what? I want tacos. Damn it, Johnny, now you made me want tacos. You made me want tacos. I want tacos now. But yeah, I have the Eevee box. So I'm like, what do you guys think? Should I be like, hey, Meow Mix, please deliver. Mimi actually eats. So Mimi's food is she gets I want tacos now. Take down. Okay. Let's get some ammo. I want tacos. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, that's because it was a Starfleet Corpus joint operation, and you don't want to know why. There's some things that the Starfleet and the Corpus don't tell you, which, by the way, I have the Corpus. Corpus have cloaking devices. Dude, why aren't you dying fast enough? Alright, that's it. Tacos. I want tacos. I'm going to wait until 7, so after about half an hour, then I'm going to go make some ramen and... A goal is still for 2026 to get Digital Extremes to recognize me as the biggest fan of the Corpus ever. GE, you're not going to find a bigger fan of the Corpus than me. Everyone agrees. Even Grok has said, when you look it up, who's the biggest fan of the Corpus? Me. I even made a whole thing. I have whole characters. I like Commander Donovan. He doesn't like the chief medical officer. They have a whole list of things that they know the chief medical officer said no to. And it's like a competition. So you could get things done most that the chief medical officer said no to. Which drives Halverson absolutely nuts. Okay? Because he can be a bit of a mother hen. Halverson. He can be a pain in the butt. So... the funniest thing about the whole thing with the Corpus and the Federation, right? So they're like, okay, we're working on joint operations, right? All the joint operations between the Federation and the Corpus come from the Corpus ship, because the Corpus ship is 10 times bigger than the Federation one. And so, in order to ease joint operations, they're like, all right, you can have medical care from the Corpus as well, and vice versa. Because, you know, they're on the Corpus ship. So the Starfleet officers, this is so funny, right? They know that they're doing they're doing combat training and stuff that the chief medical officer would not approve of. On top of that, they just want to piss him off, right? He's a little bit too over the top. So what they do, well, okay, no, they don't want to piss him off. They just don't want to have to answer questions about getting injuries in live fire combat training with the Corpus. So what they do is they go to the Corpus doctors. Plus, Corpus medicine is superior to Federation medicine, right? It's faster, you recover faster. So what they did is they took advantage of the Corpus not knowing Starfleet rules and their willingness to kind of like respect the Starfleet rules. Kind of thing. So they tell the Corpus, they're like, all right, doctor-patient confidentiality means everything is between you and the doctor, right? So the Corpus doctors keep out from the Starfleet doctors their medical records. So Halverson is going, he's like, wait a minute, there's less and less people reporting to sickbay. And then he finds out it's because everybody chooses to report to the Corpus. On top of that, while the Federation is against genetic engineering, there's nothing about implants. And the Corpus use implants. If you play Warframe, you'll notice that the Corpus have glowing eyes, which means they have some kind of implant. All of the Corpus have glowing eyes, which means they have probably some kind of implant that allows their eyes to glow. So Halverson starts noticing that the Starfleet officers have implants that he never approved of or knows nothing about. So he's like getting fed up because they're all going around him to go to the Starfleet, to go to the Corpus medical. Yeah. Because the problem is the rules aren't catching up yet with the interactions because they don't know enough about the Corpus. So they're like, okay, so an 16-year-old Corpus looks like an 8-year-old. So then they're like, all right, well, we need to now adjust our understanding that a Corpus is not considered an adult until they're 50, which means, yeah. So Donovan is like, at one point, he's like, oh, well, we approved of this joint venture. And he's like, well, I don't approve of it. And it's like, well, you see, the captain isn't here. And the first officer isn't here. And while the captain is away and the first officer, I'm in command. Because the chief of security, like I said, the security teams love the Corpus. Anyway, sorry. I love the interactions between them. It's so much fun. It's so chaotic. So at one point, the Corpus Junior Doctor, who apparently looks like an 8-year-old and not a 16-year-old, is like, yeah, Commander Donovan has a list of things that the Chief Medical Officer does not approve of. Anyway, as I said, I have a lot of fun with that. May May? Did you make a noise, May May? See, so everything, this is the best part about Borderlands. Okay, Borderlands 3 has the auto sell. So everything you just saw, I just automatically sold. All the green, all the blue, all the white automatically sells. Mew, mew, mew. Look, give me half an hour, and then we will get num-nums for you and num-nums for me. Okay, Nene? Okay, Nene? And then... Okay. So, but everyone is telling me that apparently the Ferengi were supposed to be far more badass, and then they realized that they would be too dangerous. See, that's the thing. When you create enemies around the Federation to make it easy for them, because your enemy is too powerful and too dangerous, and there's no way for them to beat it, then come on. What? May May? May May? Meow, 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 meow. So yeah, I have the big Eevee box with the prismatic evolution in it. But I don't have any other prismatic evolution. They look cool though. I like some of the new stuff. But if there's one thing I've learned from watching Kino Casino, okay, and all the unboxings done by the Quartering, there's one thing I've learned is that you're not going to get, you might as well just buy scratch cards. Okay? And that your Pokemon are more valuable sealed. Okay. Wait, so what? Is this one of those things where you just stand there? How do I charge crystals? No. Okay, I guess that one is charged. Ooh, Salmon Saturday. I like salmon. It sounds delicious. So anyway, if you find any crazy DEI articles you want me to respond to, like I gotta do that Luke Plunkett one, let me know. Because I want to mock them and make fun of them and laugh at them and mock them some more because they're all stupid. Really, I just want to. More of them. Okay, come on. Let's just do this. Just do it the easy way. Okay? Boom, 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 boom. Oh, ramen salmon is really good. Oh, I know. Oh my god, raw salmon is really good. I'm hungry now. And I gotta feed May May anyway. And I don't want to torture anybody while I run around doing stupid side quests for this game. Maybe I should play Borderlands 4 tomorrow and just show you how obscenely, horrifically boring Borderlands 4 is. Then you'll be begging me, "Hey, Cat, stop playing Borderlands 4. It's boring." Yes, it is. Yes, it absolutely is. Borderlands 4 is unbearably boring. Compared to Borderlands 3, yes, it is. You will make my Corpus Star fleet crossovers sound cool in comparison. I need to come up with a better backstory. I need a backstory for Donovan. I like Donovan. He made fun of Halverson and said that, you know, he's a mother hen and he overdoes it, and that he has a small, and so the corpus goes up to the Halverson and is completely confused. And it's like, why did he say you have a small reproductive organs? And Halverson's like, never say that again. He's like, but why? And it's like, it's just don't say that again. Because the corpus don't understand. They said the cultural shock between the whole thing is kind of fun. I'm just not gonna, like, when they think that the Starfleet doctor who's like 42 is actually a juvenile because he's only 42. So they actually have to update their no. So they have to update their system. So the captain is like, you do not tell the corpus your ages. And they're like, why? Oh, damn it. All right, that's it. I'm going to go make something to eat because I'm going into crazy, crazy territory right now. I'm going into crazy territory about crazy cultural shock between the two. But those are fun. As I said, they called the chief medical officer a juvenile until they finally explained to them the age. Anyway, all right. I'm going to go.